Chapter 31 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 31. The Wedding. Dawn, with its passionless blank face, steals shivering to the church, beneath which lies the dust of little Paul and his mother, and looks in at the windows. It is cold and dark. Night crouches yet upon the pavement, and broods, sombre and heavy, in nooks and corners of the building. The steeple clock, perched up above the houses, emerging from beneath another of the countless ripples in the tide of time that regularly roll and break on the eternal shore, is greyly visible, like a stone beacon, recording how the sea flows on. But within doors, dawn at first can only peep at night and see that it is there. Hovering feebly round the church, and looking in, dawn moans and weeps for its short reign, and its tears trickle on the window-glass, and the trees against the church wall bow their heads and wring their many hands in sympathy. Night, growing pale before it, gradually fades out of the church, but lingers in the vaults below, and sits upon the coffins. And now comes bright day, burnishing the steeple clock, and reddening the spire, and drying up the tears of dawn, and stifling its complaining. And the dawn, following the night, and chasing it from its last refuge, shrinks into the vaults itself, and hides, with a frightened face, among the dead, until night returns, refreshed, to drive it out. And now the mice, who have been busier with the prayer-books than their proper owners, and with the hassocks, more worn by their little teeth than by human knees, hide their bright eyes in their holes, and gather close together in affright at the resounding clashing of the church door. For the beadle, that man of power, comes early this morning with the sexton, and Mrs. Miff, the wheezy little pew-opener, a mighty dry old lady, sparely dressed, with not an inch of fullness anywhere about her, is also here, and has been waiting at the church gate half an hour, as her place is, for the beadle. A vinegary face has Mrs. Miff, and a mortified bonnet, and eke a thirsty soul for sixpences and shillings. Beckoning to stray people to come into pews has given Mrs. Miff an air of mystery, and there is reservation in the eye of Mrs. Miff, as always knowing of a softer seat, but having her suspicions of the fee. There is no such fact as Mr. Miff, nor has there been these 20 years, and Mrs. Miff would rather not allude to him. He held some bad opinions, it would seem, about free seats, and though Mrs. Miff hopes he may be gone upwards, she couldn't positively undertake to say so. Busy is Mrs. Miff this morning at the church door, beating and dusting the altar-cloth, the carpet, and the cushions, and much has Mrs. Miff to say about the wedding they are going to have. Mrs. Miff is told that the new furniture and alterations in the house cost full £5,000 if they cost a penny, and Mrs. Miff has heard, upon the best authority, that the lady hasn't got a sixpence wherewithal to bless herself. Mrs. Miff remembers, likewise, as if it had happened yesterday, the first wife's funeral, and then the christening, and then the other funeral. And Mrs. Miff says, by the by, she'll soap and water that 'ere tablet presently against the company arrive. Mr. Sounds, the beadle, who is sitting in the sun upon the church steps all this time, and seldom does anything else, except in cold weather sitting by the fire, approves of Mrs. Miff's discourse, and asks if Mrs. Miff has heard it said that the lady is uncommon handsome. The information Mrs. Miff has received being of this nature, Mr. Sounds the beadle, who, though orthodox and corpulent, is still an admirer of female beauty, observes with unction, yes, he hears she is a spanker, an expression that seems somewhat forcible to Mrs. Miff, or would from any lips but those of Mr. Sounds the beadle. In Mr. Dombey's house, at this same time, there is great stir and bustle, more especially among the women, not one of whom has had a wink of sleep since 4 o'clock, and all of whom were fully dressed before 6. Mr. Towlinson is an object of greater consideration than usual to the housemaid, and the cook says at breakfast time that one wedding makes many, which the housemaid can't believe, and don't think true at all. Mr. Towlinson reserves his sentiments on this question, being rendered something gloomy by the engagement of a foreigner with whiskers (Mr. Towlinson is whiskerless himself), who has been hired to accompany the happy pair to Paris, and who is busy packing the new chariot. In respect of this personage, Mr. Towlinson admits, presently, that he never knew of any good that ever come of foreigners, and being charged by the ladies with prejudice, says, look at Bonaparte, who was at the head of 'em, and see what he was always up to, which the housemaid says is very true. The pastry cook is hard at work in the funereal room in Brook Street, and the very tall young men are busy looking on. One of the very tall young men already smells of sherry, and his eyes have a tendency to become fixed in his head, and to stare at objects without seeing them. The very tall young man is conscious of this failing in himself, and informs his comrade that it's his exciseman. The very tall young man would say excitement, but his speech is hazy. The men who play the bells have got scent of the marriage, and the marrow bones and cleavers too, and a brass band too. The first are practising in a back settlement near Battlebridge. The second put themselves in communication, through their chief, with Mr. Towlinson, to whom they offer terms to be bought off. And the third, in the person of an artful trombone, lurks and dodges round the corner, waiting for some traitor tradesman to reveal the place and hour of breakfast, for a bribe. Expectation and excitement extend further yet, and take a wider range. From Ball's Pond, Mr. Perch brings Mrs. Perch to spend the day with Mr. Dombey's servants, and accompany them surreptitiously to see the wedding. In Mr. Toots's lodgings, Mr. Toots attires himself as if he were at least the bridegroom, determined to behold the spectacle in splendour from a secret corner of the gallery, and thither to convey the chicken; for it is Mr. Toots's desperate intent to point out Florence to the chicken then and there, and openly to say, "Now, chicken, I will not deceive you any longer. The friend I have sometimes mentioned to you is myself. Miss Dombey is the object of my passion. What are your opinions, chicken, in this state of things, and what, on the spot, do you advise?" The so much to be astonished chicken, in the meanwhile, dips his beak into a tankard of strong beer in Mr. Toots's kitchen, and pecks up 2 pounds of beefsteaks. In Princess's Place, Miss Tox is up and doing, for she too, though in sore distress, is resolved to put a shilling in the hands of Mrs. Miff, and see the ceremony, which has a cruel fascination for her, from some lonely corner. The quarters of the wooden midshipmen are all alive, for Captain Cuttle, in his ankle-jacks, and with a huge shirt-collar, is seated at his breakfast, listening to Rob the Grinder as he reads the marriage service to him beforehand, under orders, to the end that the captain may perfectly understand the solemnity he is about to witness; for which purpose the captain gravely lays injunctions on his chaplain from time to time to put about, or to overhaul that 'ere article again, or to stick to his own duty and leave the amens to him, the captain; one of which he repeats whenever a pause is made by Rob the Grinder with sonorous satisfaction. Besides all this, and much more, 20 nursery maids in Mr. Dombey's street alone have promised 20 families of little women, whose instinctive interest in nuptials dates from their cradles, that they shall go and see the marriage. Truly Mr. Sounds the Beadle has good reason to feel himself in office, as he suns his portly figure on the church steps, waiting for the marriage hour. Truly Mrs. Miff has cause to pounce on an unlucky dwarf child with a giant baby, who peeps in at the porch, and drive her forth with indignation. Cousin Phoenix has come over from abroad expressly to attend the marriage. Cousin Phoenix was a man about town 40 years ago, but he is still so juvenile in figure and in manner, and so well got up, that strangers are amazed when they discover latent wrinkles in his lordship's face, and crow's feet in his eyes, and first observe him, not exactly certain when he walks across a room of going quite straight to where he wants to go. But cousin Phoenix getting up at 7:30 or so is quite another thing from cousin Phoenix got up, and very dim indeed he looks while being shaved at Long's Hotel in Bond Street. Mr. Dombey leaves his dressing-room amidst a general whisking away of the women on the staircase, who disperse in all directions with a great rustling of skirts, except Mrs. Perch, who being, but that she always is, in an interesting situation, is not nimble, and is obliged to face him, and is ready to sink with confusion as she curtsies. May Heaven avert all evil consequences from the house of Perch. Mr. Dombey walks up to the drawing-room to bide his time. Gorgeous are Mr. Dombey's new blue coat, fawn-coloured pantaloons, and lilac waistcoat, and a whisper goes about the house that Mr. Dombey's hair is curled. A double knock announces the arrival of the Major, who is gorgeous too, and wears a whole geranium in his buttonhole, and has his hair curled tight and crisp, as well the native knows.
"Dombey,"
says the Major, putting out both hands,
"how are you?"
"Major," says Mr. Dombey,
"how are you?"
"By Jove, sir,"
says the Major,
"Joey B. is in such case this morning, sir."
And here he hits himself hard upon the breast.
"In such case this morning, sir, that damn Dombey, he has half a mind to make a double marriage of it, sir, and take the mother."
Mr. Dombey smiles, but faintly, even for him, for Mr. Dombey feels that he is going to be related to the mother, and that under those circumstances she is not to be joked about.
"Dombey,"
says the Major, seeing this,
"I give you joy. I congratulate you, Dombey. By the Lord, sir," says the Major, "you are more to be envied this day than any man in England."
Here again Mr. Dombey's assent is qualified, because he is going to confer a great distinction on a lady, and no doubt she is to be envied most.
"As to Edith Granger, sir," pursues the Major, "there is not a woman in all Europe but might, and would, sir, you will allow Bagstock to add, and would give her ears and her earrings too, to be in Edith Granger's place."
"You are good enough to say so, Major," says Mr. Dombey.
"Dombey," returns the Major, "you know it. Let us have no false delicacy. You know it. Do you know it, or do you not, Dombey?"
says the Major, almost in a passion. "Oh, really, Major—"
"Damme, sir," reports the Major, "do you know that fact, or do you not? Dombey, is old Joe your friend? Are we on that footing of unreserved intimacy, Dombey, that may justify a man, a blunt old Joseph B., sir, in speaking out? Or am I to take open order, Dombey, and to keep my distance, and to stand on forms?"
"My dear Major Bagstock," says Mr. Dombey, with a gratified air, "you are quite warm."
"By Gad, sir," says the Major, "I am warm. Joseph B. does not deny it, Dombey. He is warm. This is an occasion, sir, that calls forth all the honest sympathies remaining in an old, infernal, battered, used-up, invalided J.B. carcass. And I tell you what, Dombey, at such a time a man must blurt out what he feels, or put a muzzle on. And Joseph Bagstock tells you to your face, Dombey, as he tells his club behind your back, that he never will be muzzled when Paul Dombey is in question. Now, damn, sir," concludes the Major with great firmness, "what do you make of that?"
"Major," says Mr. Dombey, "I assure you that I am really obliged to you. I have no idea of checking your too partial friendship."
"Not too partial, sir!" exclaims the choleric Major. "Dombey, I deny it."
"Your friendship, I will say then," pursues Mr. Dombey, "on any account. Nor can I forget, Major, on such an occasion as the present, how much I am indebted to it."
"Dombey," says the Major, with appropriate action. "That is the hand of Joseph Bagstock, of plain old Joey B., sir, if you like that better. That is the hand of which His Royal Highness the late Duke of York did me the honour to observe, sir, to His Royal Highness the late Duke of Kent, that it was the hand of Josh, a rough and tough, and possibly an up-to-snuff old vagabond, Dombey. May the present moment be the least unhappy of our lives. God bless you!" Now enters Mr. Carker, gorgeous likewise, and smiling like a wedding guest indeed. He can scarcely let Mr. Dombey's hand go, he is so congratulatory, and he shakes the Major's hand so heartily at the same time, that his voice shakes too, in accord with his arms, as it comes sliding from between his teeth. "The very day is auspicious," says Mr. Carker. "The brightest and most genial weather. I hope I am not a moment late." "Punctual to your time, sir," says the Major. "I am rejoiced, I am sure," says Mr. Carker. "I was afraid I might be a few seconds after the appointed time, for I was delayed by a procession of waggons, and I took the liberty of riding round to Brook Street," this to Mr. Dombey, "to leave a few poor rarities of flowers for Mrs. Dombey. A man in my position, and so distinguished as to be invited here, is proud to offer some homage in acknowledgment of his vassalage; and as I have no doubt Mrs. Dombey is overwhelmed with what is costly and magnificent," with a strange glance at his patron, "I hope the very poverty of my offering may find favour for it." "Mrs. Dombey, that is to be," returns Mr. Dombey condescendingly, "will be very sensible of your attention, Carker, I'm sure." "And if she is to be Mrs. Dombey this morning, sir," says the Major, putting down his coffee cup and looking at his watch, "it's high time we were off." Forth, in a barouche, ride Mr. Dombey, Major Bagstock, and Mr. Carker to the church. Mr. Sounds the beadle has long risen from the steps, and is in waiting with his cocked hat in his hand. Mrs. Miff curtsies and proposes chairs in the vestry. Mr. Dombey prefers remaining in the church. As he looks up at the organ, Miss Tox, in the gallery, shrinks behind the fat leg of a cherubim on a monument, with cheeks like a young wind. Captain Cuttle, on the contrary, stands up and waves his hook in token of welcome and encouragement. Mr. Toots informs the chicken, behind his hand, that the middle gentleman, he in the fawn-coloured pantaloons, is the father of his love. The chicken hoarsely whispers Mr. Toots that he's as stiff a cove as ever he see, but that it is within the resources of science to double him up with one blow in the waistcoat. Mr. Sounds and Mrs. Miff are eyeing Mr. Dombey from a little distance, when the noise of approaching wheels is heard, and Mr. Sounds goes out. Mrs. Miff, meeting Mr. Dombey's eye, as it is withdrawn from the presumptuous maniac upstairs, who salutes him with so much urbanity, drops a curtsy, and informs him that she believes his good lady is come. Then there is a crowding and a whispering at the door, and the good lady enters, with a haughty step. There is no sign upon her face of last night's suffering. There is no trace in her manner of the woman on the bended knees reposing her wild head in beautiful abandonment upon the pillow of the sleeping girl. That girl, all gentle and lovely, is at her side, a striking contrast to her own disdainful and defiant figure, standing there, composed, erect, inscrutable of will, resplendent and majestic in the zenith of its charms, yet beating down and treading on the admiration that it challenges. There is a pause while Mr. Sounds, the beadle, glides into the vestry for the clergyman and clerk. At this juncture, Mrs. Skewton speaks to Mr. Dombey, more distinctly and emphatically than her custom is, and moving at the same time close to Edith. "My dear Dombey," said the good mamma, "I fear I must relinquish darling Florence after all, and suffer her to go home, as she herself proposed. After my loss of to-day, my dear Dombey, I feel
I shall not have spirits even for her society."
"Had she not better stay with you?" returns the bridegroom.
"I think not, my dear Dombey. No, I think not. I shall be better alone. Besides, my dearest Edith will be her natural and constant guardian when you return, and I had better not encroach upon her trust, perhaps. She might be jealous, eh, dear Edith?"
The affectionate mamma presses her daughter's arm as she says this, perhaps entreating her attention earnestly.
"To be serious, my dear Dombey," she resumes, "I will relinquish our dear child, and not inflict my gloom upon her. We have settled that just now. She fully understands, dear Dombey. Edith, my dear, she fully understands."
Again the good mother presses her daughter's arm. Mr. Dombey offers no additional remonstrance, for the clergyman and clerk appear, and Mrs. Miff and Mr. Sounds the beadle group the party in their proper places at the altar rails. The sun is shining down upon the golden letters of the 10 Commandments. Why does the bride's eye read them one by one? Which one of all the 10 appears the plainest to her in the glare of light? False gods, murder, theft, the honour that she owes her mother? Which is it that appears to leave the wall and printing itself in glowing letters on her book? "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" Cousin Phoenix does that. He has come from Baden-Baden on purpose. "Confound it," Cousin Phoenix says, good-natured creature, Cousin Phoenix, "when we do get a rich city fellow into the family, let us show him some attention, let us do something for him." "I give this woman to be married to this man," saith Cousin Phoenix, therefore. Cousin Phoenix, meaning to go in a straight line, but turning off sideways by reason of his wilful legs, gives the wrong woman to be married to this man at first, to wit, a bridesmaid of some condition, distantly connected with the family, and 10 years Mrs. Skewton's junior. But Mrs. Miff, interposing her mortified bonnet, dexterously turns him back, and runs him, as on castors, full at the good lady whom Cousin Phoenix giveth to be married to this man accordingly. And will they in the sight of heaven? Ay, that they will. Mr. Dombey says he will, and what says Edith? She will. So, from that day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do them part, they plight their troth to one another, and are married. In a firm, free hand, the bride subscribes her name in the register, when they adjourn to the vestry. "There ain't a many ladies come here," Mrs. Miff says with a curtsy, to look at Mrs. Miff at such a season as to make her mortified bonnet go down with a dip, "writes their names like this good lady." Mr. Sounds the beadle thinks it is a truly spanking signature, and worthy of the writer. This, however, between himself and conscience. Florence signs too, but unapplauded, for her hand shakes. All the party sign, Cousin Phoenix last, who puts his noble name into a wrong place, and enrolls himself as having been born that morning. The Major now salutes the bride right gallantly, and carries out that branch of military tactics in reference to all the ladies, notwithstanding Mrs. Skewton's being extremely hard to kiss, and squeaking shrilly in the sacred edifice. The example is followed by Cousin Phoenix, and even by Mr. Dombey. Lastly, Mr. Carker, with his white teeth glistening, approaches Edith more as if he meant to bite her and to taste the sweets that linger on her lips. There is a glow upon her proud cheek, and a flashing in her eyes, that may be meant to stay him, but it does not, for he salutes her as the rest have done, and wishes her all happiness. "If wishes," says he in a low voice, "are not superfluous applied to such a union—" "I thank you, sir," she answers, with a curled lip and a heaving bosom. But does Edith feel still, as on the night when she knew that Mr. Dombey would return to offer his alliance, that Carker knows her thoroughly, and reads her right, and that she is more degraded by his knowledge of her than by aught else? Is it for this reason that her haughtiness shrinks beneath his smile, like snow within the hands that grasps it firmly, and that her imperious glance droops in meeting his, and seeks the ground. "I am proud to see," said Mr. Carker, with a servile stooping of his neck, which the revelations making by his eyes and teeth proclaim to be a lie, "I am proud to see that my humble offering is graced by Mrs. Dombey's hand, and permitted to hold so favoured a place in so joyful an occasion." Though she bends her head in answer, there is something in the momentary action of her hand as if she would crush the flowers it holds, and fling them with contempt upon the ground. But she puts the hand through the arm of her new husband, who has been standing near, conversing with the Major, and is proud again, and motionless, and silent. The carriages are once more at the church door. Mr. Dombey, with his bride upon his arm, conducts her through the 20 families of little women who are on the steps, and every one of whom remembers the fashion and the colour of her every article of dress from that moment, and reproduces it on her doll, who is for ever being married. Cleopatra and cousin Phoenix enter the same carriage. The Major hands into a second carriage Florence, and the bridesmaid who so narrowly escaped being given away by mistake, and then enters it himself, and is followed by Mr. Carker. Horses prance and caper, coachman and footman shine in fluttering favours, flowers, and new-made liveries. Away they dash and rattle through the streets, and as they pass along, 1,000 heads are turned to look at them, and 1,000 sober moralists revenge themselves for not being married too that morning, by reflecting that these people little think such happiness can't last. Miss Tox emerges from behind the cherubim's leg, when all is quiet, and comes slowly down from the gallery. Miss Tox's eyes are red, and her pocket handkerchief is damp. She is wounded, but not exasperated, and she hopes they may be happy. She quite admits to herself the beauty of the bride, and her own comparatively feeble and faded attractions, but the stately image of Mr. Dombey in his lilac waistcoat and his fawn-coloured pantaloons is present to her mind, and Miss Tox weeps afresh behind her veil on her way home to Princess's Place. Captain Cuttle, having joined in all the amens and responses with a devout growl, feels much improved by his religious exercises, and in a peaceful frame of mind pervades the body of the church, glazed hat in hand, and reads the tablet to the memory of little Paul. The gallant Mr. Toots, attended by the faithful Chicken, leaves the building in torments of love. The Chicken is as yet unable to elaborate a scheme for winning Florence, but his first idea has gained possession of him, and he thinks the doubling up of Mr. Dombey would be a move in the right direction. Mr. Dombey's servants come out of their hiding-places and prepare to rush to Brook Street, when they are delayed by symptoms of indisposition on the part of Mrs. Perch, who entreats a glass of water, and becomes alarming. Mrs. Perch gets better soon, however, and is borne away, and Mrs. Miff and Mr. Sounds the beadle sit upon the steps to count what they have gained by the affair, and talk it over while the sexton tolls a funeral. Now the carriages arrive at the bride's residence, and the players on the bells begin to jingle, and the band strikes up, and Mr. Punch, that model of connubial bliss, salutes his wife. Now the people run and push and press round in a gaping throng, while Mr. Dombey, leading Mrs. Dombey by the hand, advances solemnly into the Phoenix halls. Now the rest of the wedding party alight, and enter after them. And why does Mr. Carker, passing through the people to the hall door, think of the old woman who called to him in the grove that morning? Or why does Florence, as she passes, think with a tremble of her childhood when she was lost, and of the visage of good Mrs. Brown? Now there are more congratulations on this happiest of days, and more company, though not much, and now they leave the drawing-room, and range themselves at table in the dark brown dining-room, which no confectioner can brighten up, let him garnish the exhausted negroes with as many flowers and love-knots as he will. The pastry-cook has done his duty like a man, though, and a rich breakfast is set forth. Mr. and Mrs. Chick have joined the party among others.
Mrs. Chick admires that Edith should be by nature such a perfect Dombey, and is affable and confidential to Mrs. Skewton, whose mind is relieved of a great load, and who takes her share of the champagne. The very tall young man, who suffered from excitement early, is better, but a vague sentiment of repentance has seized upon him, and he hates the other very tall young man, and wrests dishes from him by violence, and takes a grim delight in disobliging the company. The company are cool and calm, and do not outrage the black hatchments of pictures looking down upon them by any excess of mirth. Cousin Phoenix and the Major are the gayest there, but Mr. Carker has a smile for the whole table. He has an especial smile for the bride, who very, very seldom meets it. Cousin Phoenix rises, when the company have breakfasted, and the servants have left the room, and wonderfully young he looks, with his white wristbands almost covering his hands, otherwise rather bony, and the bloom of the champagne in his cheeks.
"Upon my honour," says Cousin Phoenix, "although it's an unusual sort of thing in a private gentleman's house, I must beg leave to call upon you to drink what is usually called in fact, a toast."
The Major very hoarsely indicates his approval. Mr. Carker, bending his head forward over the table in the direction of Cousin Phoenix, smiles and nods a great many times.
In fact, it's not a—"
Cousin Phoenix, beginning again thus, comes to a dead stop.
"Hear, hear!"
says the Major in a tone of conviction. Mr. Carker softly claps his hands, and bending forward over the table again, smiles and nods a great many more times than before, as if he were particularly struck by this last observation, and desired personally to express his sense of the good it has done.
"It is," says Cousin Phoenix, "an occasion, in fact, when the general usages of life may be a little departed from, without impropriety, and although I never was an orator in my life, and when I was in the House of Commons, and had the honour of seconding the address, was laid up for a fortnight with the consciousness of failure."
The Major and Mr. Carker are so much delighted by this fragment of personal history that Cousin Phoenix laughs, and addressing them individually, goes on to say,
"And in point of fact, when I was devilish ill, still, you know, I feel that a duty devolves upon me, and when a duty devolves upon an Englishman, he is bound to get out of it, in my opinion, in the best way he can. Well, our family has had the gratification to-day of connecting itself in the person of my lovely and accomplished relative, whom I now see, in point of fact, present."
Here there is general applause.
"Present,"
repeats Cousin Phoenix, feeling that it is a neat point which will bear repetition.
"with one who, that is to say, with a man at whom the finger of scorn can never, in fact, with my honourable friend Dombey, if he will allow me to call him so."
Cousin Phoenix bows to Mr. Dombey. Mr. Dombey solemnly returns the bow. Everybody is more or less gratified and affected by this extraordinary, and perhaps unprecedented, appeal to the feelings.
"I have not," says Cousin Phoenix, "enjoyed those opportunities which I could have desired of cultivating the acquaintance of my friend Dombey, and studying those qualities which do equal honour to his head, and, in point of fact, to his heart. For it has been my misfortune to be, as we used to say in my time in the House of Commons, when it was not the custom to allude to the Lords, and when the order of parliamentary proceedings was perhaps better observed than it is now, to be in point of fact," says Cousin Phoenix, cherishing his joke with great slyness, and finally bringing it out with a jerk, "in another place." The Major falls into convulsions, and is recovered with difficulty. "But I know sufficient of my friend Dombey," resumes cousin Phoenix in a graver tone, as if he had suddenly become a sadder and wiser man, "to know that he is in point of fact what may be emphatically called a merchant, a British merchant, and a man. And although I have been resident abroad for some years, it would give me great pleasure to receive my friend Dombey and everybody here at Baden-Baden, and to have an opportunity of making him known to the Grand Duke. Still, I know enough, I flatter myself, of my lovely and accomplished relative, to know that she possesses every requisite to make a man happy, and that her marriage with my friend Dombey is one of inclination and affection on both sides." Many smiles and nods from Mr. Carker. "Therefore," says cousin Phoenix, "I congratulate the family of which I am a member on the acquisition of my friend Dombey. I congratulate my friend Dombey on his union with my lovely and accomplished relative, who possesses every requisite to make a man happy. And I take the liberty of calling on you all, in point of fact, to congratulate both my friend Dombey and my lovely and accomplished relative on the present occasion." The speech of cousin Phoenix is received with great applause, and Mr. Dombey returns thanks on behalf of himself and Mrs. Dombey. J.B. shortly afterwards proposes Mrs. Skewton. The breakfast languishes when that is done. The violated hatchments are avenged, and Edith rises to assume her travelling dress. All the servants in the meantime have been breakfasting below. Champagne has grown too common among them to be mentioned, and roast fowls, raised pies, and lobster salad have become mere drugs. The very tall young man has recovered his spirits, and again alludes to the exciseman. His comrade's eye begins to emulate his own, and he too stares at objects without taking cognizance thereof. There is a general redness in the faces of the ladies, in the face of Mrs. Perch particularly, who is joyous and beaming, and lifted so far above the cares of life, that if she were asked just now to direct a wayfarer to Ball's Pond, where her own cares lodge, she would have some difficulty in recalling the way. Mr. Towlinson has proposed the happy pair, to which the silver-headed butler has responded neatly and with emotion, for he half begins to think he is an old retainer of the family, and that he is bound to be affected by these changes. The whole party, and especially the ladies, are very frolicsome. Mr. Dombey's cook, who generally takes the lead in society, has said it is impossible to settle down after this, and why not go in a party to the play? Everybody, Mrs. Perch included, has agreed to this, even the native, who is tigerish in his drink, and who alarms the ladies, Mrs. Perch particularly, by the rolling of his eyes. One of the very tall young men has even proposed a ball after the play, and it presents itself to no one, Mrs. Perch included, in the light of an impossibility. Words have arisen between the housemaid and Mr. Towlinson, she, on the authority of an old saw, asserting marriages to be made in heaven; he, affecting to trace the manufacture elsewhere; he supposing that she says so because she thinks of being married her own self; she saying, Lord forbid, at any rate, that she should ever marry him. To calm these flying taunts, the silver-headed butler rises to propose the health of Mr. Towlinson, whom to know is to esteem, and to esteem is to wish well settled in life with the object of his choice, wherever, here the silver-headed butler eyes the housemaid, she may be. Mr. Towlinson returns thanks in a speech replete with feeling, of which the peroration turns on foreigners, regarding whom he says they may find favour, sometimes, with weak and inconstant intellects that can be led away by hair, but all he hopes is, he may never hear of no foreigner never boning nothing out of no travelling chariot. The eye of Mr. Towlinson is so severe and so expressive here, that the housemaid is turning hysterical, when she and all the rest, roused by the intelligence that the bride is going away, hurry upstairs to witness her departure. The chariot is at the door. The bride is descending to the hall, where Mr. Dombey waits for her.
Florence is ready on the staircase to depart too, and Miss Nipper, who has held a middle state between the parlour and the kitchen, is prepared to accompany her. As Edith appears, Florence hastens towards her to bid her farewell. Is Edith cold, that she should tremble? Is there anything unnatural or unwholesome in the touch of Florence, that the beautiful form recedes and contracts, as if it could not bear it? Is there so much hurry in this going away, that Edith, with a wave of her hand, sweeps on, and is gone? Mrs. Skewton, overpowered by her feelings as a mother, sinks on her sofa in the Cleopatra attitude, when the clatter of the chariot wheels is lost, and sheds several tears. The Major, coming with the rest of the company from table, endeavours to comfort her, but she will not be comforted on any terms, and so the Major takes his leave. Cousin Phoenix takes his leave, and Mr. Carker takes his leave. The guests all go away. Cleopatra, left alone, feels a little giddy from her strong emotion, and falls asleep. Giddiness prevails below stairs too. The very tall young man whose excitement came on so soon appears to have his head glued to the table in the pantry, and cannot be detached from it. A violent revulsion has taken place in the spirits of Mrs. Perch, who is low on account of Mr. Perch, and tells cook that she fears he is not so much attached to his home as he used to be, when they were only 9 in family. Mr. Towlinson has a singing in his ears, and a large wheel going round and round inside his head. The housemaid wishes it wasn't wicked to wish that one was dead. There is a general delusion likewise, in these lower regions, on the subject of time, everybody conceiving that it ought to be, at the earliest, 10 o'clock at night, whereas it is not yet 3 in the afternoon. A shadowy idea of wickedness committed haunts every individual in the party, and each one secretly thinks the other a companion in guilt, whom it would be agreeable to avoid. No man or woman has the hardihood to hint at the projected visit to the play. Any one reviving the notion of the ball would be scouted as a malignant idiot. Mrs. Skewton sleeps upstairs 2 hours afterwards, and naps are not yet over in the kitchen. The hatchments in the dining-room look down on crumbs, dirty plates, spillings of wine, half-thawed ice, stale discoloured heel-taps, scraps of lobster, drumsticks of fowls, and pensive jellies, gradually resolving themselves into a lukewarm, gummy soup. The marriage is, by this time, almost as denuded of its show and garnish as the breakfast. Mr. Dombey's servants moralize so much about it, and are so repentant over their early tea at home, that by 8 o'clock or so they settle down into confirmed seriousness, and Mr. Perch, arriving at that time from the city, fresh and jocular, with a white waistcoat and a comic song, ready to spend the evening and prepared for any amount of dissipation, is amazed to find himself coldly received, and Mrs. Perch but poorly, and to have the pleasing duty of escorting that lady home by the next omnibus. Night closes in. Florence, having rambled through the handsome house from room to room, seeks her own chamber, where the care of Edith has surrounded her with luxuries and comforts, and divesting herself of her handsome dress, puts on her old simple mourning for dear Paul, and sits down to read, with Diogenes winking and blinking on the ground beside her. But Florence cannot read to-night. The house seems strange and new, and there are loud echoes in it. There is a shadow on her heart. She knows not why or what, but it is heavy. Florence shuts her book, and gruff Diogenes, who takes that for a signal, puts his paws upon her lap, and rubs his ears against her caressing hands. But Florence cannot see him plainly in a little time, for there is a mist between her eyes and him, and her dead brother and dead mother shine in it like angels. Walter too, poor wandering, shipwrecked boy, oh, where is he? The Major don't know, that's for certain, and don't care. The Major, having choked and slumbered all the afternoon, has taken a late dinner at his club, and now sits over his pint of wine, driving a modest young man with a fresh-coloured face at the next table, who would give a handsome sum to be able to rise and go away, but cannot do it, to the verge of madness, by anecdotes of Bagstocksa, at Dombey's wedding, and old Joe's devilish gentlemanly friend,
Lord Phoenix, while cousin Phoenix, who ought to be at Long's and in bed, finds himself instead at a gaming table, where his wilful legs have taken him, perhaps in his own despite. Night, like a giant, fills the church from pavement to roof, and holds dominion through the silent hours. Pale dawn again comes peeping through the windows, and, giving place to day, sees night withdraw into the vaults, and follows it, and drives it out, and hides among the dead. The timid mice again cower close together when the great door clashes, and Mr. Sounds and Mrs. Miff, treading the circle of their daily lives, unbroken as a marriage ring, come in. Again the cocked hat and the mortified bonnet stand in the background at the marriage hour, and again this man taketh this woman, and this woman taketh this man, on the solemn terms: to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do them part. The very words that Mr. Carker rides into town repeating, with his mouth stretched to the utmost as he picks his dainty way. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 32. The wooden midshipman goes to pieces. Honest Captain Cuttle, as the weeks flew over him in his fortified retreat, by no means abated any of his prudent provisions against surprise, because of the non-appearance of the enemy. The captain argued that his present security was too profound and wonderful to endure much longer. He knew that when the wind stood in a fair quarter, the weathercock was seldom nailed there, and he was too well acquainted with the determined and dauntless character of Mrs. MacStinger to doubt that that heroic woman had devoted herself to the task of his discovery and capture. Trembling beneath the weight of these reasons, Captain Cuttle lived a very close and retired life, seldom stirring abroad until after dark, venturing even then only into the obscurest streets, never going forth at all on Sundays, and both within and without the walls of his retreat avoiding bonnets, as if they were worn by raging lions. The captain never dreamed that in the event of his being pounced upon by Mrs. MacStinger in his walks, it would be possible to offer resistance. He felt that it could not be done. He saw himself, in his mind's eye, put meekly into a hackney coach and carried off to his old lodgings. He foresaw that, once immured there, he was a lost man, his hat gone, Mrs. MacStinger watchful of him day and night, reproaches heaped upon his head before the infant family, himself the guilty object of suspicion and distrust, an ogre in the children's eyes, and in their mother's a detected traitor. A violent perspiration and a lowness of spirits always came over the captain as this gloomy picture presented itself to his imagination. It generally did so previous to his stealing out of doors at night for air and exercise. Sensible of the risk he ran, the captain took leave of Rob at those times with the solemnity which became a man who might never return, exhorting him, in the event of his, the captain's, being lost sight of for a time, to tread in the paths of virtue and keep the brazen instruments well polished, but not to throw away a chance, and to secure himself a means, in case of the worst, of holding communication with the external world. Captain Cuttle soon conceived the happy idea of teaching Rob the Grinder some secret signal by which that adherent might make his presence and fidelity known to his commander in the hour of adversity. After much cogitation, the captain decided in favour of instructing him to whistle the marine melody, "O cheerily, cheerily," and Rob the Grinder, attaining a point as near perfection in that accomplishment as a landsman could hope to reach,
The captain impressed these mysterious instructions on his mind.
"Now, my lad, stand by. If ever I'm took—"
"Took, captain?"
interposed Rob, with his round eyes wide open.
"Arr!"
said Captain Cuttle darkly.
"If ever I goes away, meaning to come back to supper, and don't come within hail again, 24 hours arter my loss, go you to Brig Place and whistle that ere tune near my old moorings. Not as if you was a meaning of it, you understand, but as if you'd drifted there, promiscuous. If I answer in that tune, you sheer off, my lad, and come back 24 hours arterwards. If I answer in another tune, do you stand off and on, and wait till I throw out further signals. Do you understand them orders now?"
"What am I to stand off and on of, captain?"
inquired Rob.
"The horse road?"
"Here's a smart lad for you,"
cried the captain, eyeing him sternly,
"as don't know his own native alphabet. Go away a bit, and come back again alternate. Do you understand that?"
"Yes, captain,"
said Rob.
"Very good, my lad, then," said the captain, relenting. "Do it."
That he might do it the better, Captain Cuttle sometimes condescended, of an evening after the shop was shut, to rehearse this scene, retiring into the parlour for the purpose, as into the lodgings of a supposititious MacStinger, and carefully observing the behaviour of his ally from the hole of espial he had cut in the wall. Rob the Grinder discharged himself of his duty with so much exactness and judgment, when thus put to the proof, that the captain presented him at divers times with 7 sixpences in token of satisfaction, and gradually felt stealing over his spirit the resignation of a man who had made provision for the worst, and taken every reasonable precaution against an unrelenting fate. Nevertheless, the captain did not tempt ill fortune by being a whit more venturesome than before, though he considered it a point of good breeding in himself, as a general friend of the family, to attend Mr. Dombey's wedding, of which he had heard from Mr. Perch, and to show that gentleman a pleasant and approving countenance from the gallery. He had repaired to the church in a hackney cabriolet, with both windows up, and might have scrupled even to make that venture, in his dread of Mrs. MacStinger, but that the lady's attendance on a ministry of the Reverend Melchisedec rendered it peculiarly unlikely that she would be found in communion with the establishment. The captain got safe home again, and fell into the ordinary routine of his new life, without encountering any more direct alarm from the enemy than was suggested to him by the daily bonnets in the street. But other subjects began to lay heavy on the captain's mind. Walter's ship was still unheard of. No news came of old Sol Gills. Florence did not even know of the old man's disappearance, and Captain Cuttle had not the heart to tell her. Indeed, the captain, as his own hopes of the generous, handsome, gallant-hearted youth whom he had loved, according to his rough manner from a child, began to fade, and faded more and more from day to day, shrunk with instinctive pain from the thought of exchanging a word with Florence. If he had had good news to carry to her, the honest captain would have braved the newly decorated house and splendid furniture, though these, connected with the lady he had seen at church, were awful to him, and made his way into her presence. With the dark horizon gathering around their common hopes, however, that darkened every hour, the captain almost felt as if he were a new misfortune and affliction to her, and was scarcely less afraid of a visit from Florence than from Mrs. MacStinger herself. It was a chill, dark autumn evening, and Captain Cuttle had ordered a fire to be kindled in the little back parlour, now more than ever like the cabin of a ship. The rain fell fast, and the wind blew hard, and straying out on the housetop by that stormy bedroom of his old friend to take an observation of the weather, the captain's heart died within him when he saw how wild and desolate it was. Not that he associated the weather of that time with poor Walter's destiny, or doubted that if Providence had doomed him to be lost and shipwrecked, it was over long ago, but that beneath an outward influence, quite distinct from the subject matter of his thoughts, the captain's spirits sank, and his hopes turned pale, as those of wiser men had often done before him, and will often do again. Captain Cuttle, addressing his face to the sharp wind and slanting rain, looked up at the heavy scud that was flying fast over the wilderness of housetops, and looked for something cheery there in vain. The prospect near at hand was no better. In sundry tea-chests and other rough boxes at his feet, the pigeons of Rob the Grinder were cooing like so many dismal breezes getting up. A crazy weathercock of a midshipman, with a telescope at his eye, once visible from the street, but long bricked out, creaked and complained upon his rusty pivot, as the shrill blast spun him round and sported with him cruelly. Upon the captain's coarse blue vest the cold raindrops started like steel beads, and he could hardly maintain himself aslant against the stiff nor'wester that came pressing against him, importunate to topple him over the parapet, and throw him on the pavement below. If there were any hope alive that evening, the captain thought, as he held his hat on, it certainly kept house, and wasn't out of doors. So the captain, shaking his head in a despondent manner, went in to look for it. Captain Cuttle descended slowly to the little back parlour, and seated in his accustomed chair, looked for it in the fire. But it was not there, though the fire was bright. He took out his tobacco-box and pipe, and composing himself to smoke, looked for it in the red glow from the bowl, and in the wreaths of vapour that curled upward from his lips. But there was not so much as an atom of the rust of hope's anchor in either. He tried a glass of grog, but melancholy truth was at the bottom of that well, and he couldn't finish it. He made a turn or two in the shop, and looked for hope among the instruments, but they obstinately worked out reckonings for the missing ship, in spite of any opposition he could offer, that ended at the bottom of the lone sea. The wind still rushing, and the rain still pattering against the closed shutters, the captain brought to before the wooden midshipman upon the counter, and thought, as he dried the little officer's uniform with his sleeve, how many years the midshipman had seen, during which few changes, hardly any, had transpired among his ship's company. How the changes had come all together one day as it might be, and of what a sweeping kind they were. Here was the little society of the back parlour broken up and scattered far and wide. Here was no audience for lovely Peg, even if there had been anybody to sing it, which there was not, for the captain was as morally certain that nobody but he could execute that ballad, as he was that he had not the spirit, under existing circumstances, to attempt it. There was no bright face of Waller in the house. Here the captain transferred his sleeve for a moment from the midshipman's uniform to his own cheek. The familiar wig and buttons of Sol Gills were a vision of the past. Richard Whittington was knocked on the head, and every plan and project in connection with the midshipman lay drifting, without mast or rudder, on the waste of waters. As the captain, with a dejected face, stood revolving these thoughts, and polishing the midshipman, partly in the tenderness of old acquaintance, and partly in the absence of his mind, a knocking at the shop door communicated a frightful start to the frame of Rob the Grinder, seated on the counter, whose large eyes had been intently fixed on the captain's face, and who had been debating within himself, for the 500th time, whether the captain could have done a murder, that he had such an evil conscience, and was always running away.
"What's that?"
said Captain Cuttle softly.
"Somebody's knuckles, captain,"
answered Rob the Grinder. The captain, with an abashed and guilty air, immediately walked on tiptoe to the little parlour and locked himself in. Rob, opening the door, would have parleyed with the visitor on the threshold if the visitor had come in female guise, but the figure being of the male sex, and Rob's orders only applying to women, Rob held the door open and allowed it to enter, which it did very quickly, glad to get out of the driving rain.
"A job for Burgess and Co., at any rate,"
said the visitor, looking over his shoulder compassionately at his own legs, which were very wet and covered with splashes.
"Oh, how-de-do, Mr. Gills?"
The salutation was addressed to the captain, now emerging from the back parlour with the most transparent and utterly futile affectation of coming out by accident.
"Thank'ee,"
the gentleman went on to say in the same breath.
I'm very well indeed myself. I'm much obliged to you. My name is Toots, Mr. Toots."
The captain remembered to have seen this young gentleman at the wedding, and made him a bow. Mr. Toots replied with a chuckle, and being embarrassed as he generally was, breathed hard, shook hands with the captain for a long time, and then falling on Rob the Grinder, in the absence of any other resource, shook hands with him in a most affectionate and cordial manner.
"I say, I should like to speak a word to you, Mr. Gills, if you please," said Toots at length, with surprising presence of mind. "I say, Miss D.O.M., you know." The captain, with responsive gravity and mystery, immediately waved his hook towards the little parlour, whither Mr. Toots followed him. "Oh, I beg your pardon, though," said Mr. Toots, looking up in the captain's face as he sat down in a chair by the fire, which the captain placed for him. "You don't happen to know the chicken at all, do you, Mr. Gills?"
"The chicken?" said the captain.
"The game chicken,"
said Mr. Toots. The captain shaking his head, Mr. Toots explained that the man alluded to was the celebrated public character who had covered himself and his country with glory in his contest with the Nobby Shropshire one. But this piece of information did not appear to enlighten the captain very much.
"Because he's outside, that's all," said Mr. Toots. "But it's of no consequence. He won't get very wet, perhaps."
"I can pass the word for him in a moment," said the captain.
"Well, if you would have the goodness to let him sit in the shop with your young man," chuckled Mr. Toots, "I should be glad, because you know he's easily offended, and the damp's rather bad for his stamina. I'll call him in, Mr. Gills."
With that, Mr. Toots, repairing to the shop door, sent a peculiar whistle into the night, which produced a stoical gentleman in a shaggy white great-coat, and a flat-brimmed hat, with very short hair, a broken nose, and a considerable tract of bare and sterile country between each ear.
"Sit down, chicken," said Mr. Toots. The compliant chicken spat out some small pieces of straw on which he was regaling himself, and took in a fresh supply from a reserve he carried in his hand. "There ain't no drain of nothing short handy, is there?" said the chicken generally. "This here sluicing night is hard lines to a man as lives on his condition."
Captain Cuttle proffered a glass of rum, which the chicken, throwing back his head, emptied into himself as into a cask, after proposing the brief sentiment.
"Towards us!"
Mr. Toots and the captain returning then to the parlour, and taking their seats before the fire, Mr. Toots began.
"Mr. Gills."
"Awast," said the captain. "My name's Cuttle." Mr. Toots looked greatly disconcerted, while the captain proceeded gravely. "Captain Cuttle's my name, and England is my nation. This here is my dwelling place, and blessed be creation. Job," said the captain as an index to his authority.
"Oh, I couldn't see Mr. Gills, could I?" said Mr. Toots. "Because—"
"If you could see Sol Gills, young gentleman," said the captain, impressively, and laying his heavy hand on Mr. Toots's knee, "old Sol, mind ye, with your eyes, as you sit there, you'd be welcomer to me than a wind astern to a ship becalmed. But you can't see Sol Gills. And why can't you see Sol Gills?" said the captain, apprised by the face of Mr. Toots that he was making a profound impression on that gentleman's mind. "Because he's invisible." Mr. Toots, in his agitation, was going to reply that it was of no consequence at all, but he corrected himself and said,
"Lor bless me!"
"That there man," said the captain, "has left me in charge here by a piece of writing, but though he was almost as good as my swan brother, I know no more where he's gone, or why he's gone, if so be to seek his nevy, or if so be along of being not quite settled in his mind, than you do. One morning at daybreak, he went over the side," said the captain. "Without a splash, without a ripple, I have looked for that man high and low, and never set eyes, nor ears, nor nothing else upon him from that hour."
"But, good gracious, Miss Dombey don't know," Mr. Toots began.
"Why, I ask you as a feeling heart," said the captain, dropping his voice.
Why should she know? Why should she be made to know, until such time as there warn't any help for it? She took to old Sol Gills, did that sweet creature, with a kindness, with a affability, with a... Oh, what's the good of saying so? You know her.
I should hope so,
chuckled Mr. Toots, with a conscious blush that suffused his whole countenance.
And you come here from her?
said the captain.
I should think so,
chuckled Mr. Toots.
Then all I need observe is, said the captain, that you know an angel, and are chartered a angel.
Mr. Toots instantly seized the captain's hand, and requested the favour of his friendship.
Upon my word and honour, said Mr. Toots earnestly, I should be very much obliged to you if you'd improve my acquaintance. I should like to know you, captain, very much. I really am in want of a friend, I am. Little Dombey was my friend at old Blimber's, and would have been now if he'd have lived. The chicken,
said Mr. Toots in a forlorn whisper,
is very well, admirable in his way, sharpest man perhaps in the world. There's not a move he isn't up to, everybody says so, but I don't know, he's not everything. So she is an angel, captain. If there is an angel anywhere, it's Miss Dombey. That's what I've always said. Really, though, you know,
said Mr. Toots,
I should be very much obliged to you if you'd cultivate my acquaintance.
Captain Cuttle received this proposal in a polite manner, but still without committing himself to its acceptance, merely observing,
Ay, ay, my lad, we shall see,
and reminding Mr. Toots of his immediate mission by inquiring to what he was indebted for the honour of that visit.
Why, the fact is,
replied Mr. Toots,
that it's the young woman I come from, not Miss Dombey, Susan, you know.
The captain nodded his head once, with a grave expression of face, indicative of his regarding that young woman with serious respect.
And I'll tell you how it happens,
said Mr. Toots.
You know, I go and call sometimes on Miss Dombey. I don't go there on purpose, you know, but I happen to be in the neighbourhood very often, and when I find myself there, why, I call.
Naturally,
observed the captain.
Yes,
said Mr. Toots.
I called this afternoon. Upon my word and honour, I don't think it's possible to form an idea of the angel Miss Dombey was this afternoon.
The captain answered with a jerk of his head, implying that it might not be easy to some people, but was quite so to him.
As I was coming out, said Mr. Toots, the young woman, in the most unexpected manner, took me into the pantry.
The captain seemed for the moment to object to this proceeding, and leaning back in his chair, looked at Mr. Toots with a distrustful, if not threatening, visage.
Where she brought out,
said Mr. Toots,
this newspaper. She told me that she had kept it from Miss Dombey all day, on account of something that was in it, about somebody that she and Dombey used to know, and then she read the passage to me. Very well. Then she said, wait a minute. What was it she said, though?
Mr. Toots, endeavouring to concentrate his mental powers on this question, unintentionally fixed the captain's eye, and was so much discomposed by its stern expression that his difficulty in resuming the thread of his subject was enhanced to a painful extent.
"Oh,"
said Mr. Toots, after long consideration.
"Oh, yes. She said that she hoped there was a bare possibility that it mightn't be true, and that, as she couldn't very well come out herself without surprising Miss Dombey, would I go down to Mr. Solomon Gills the instrument-maker's in this street, who was the party's uncle, and ask whether he believed it was true, or had heard anything else in the city. She said, if he couldn't speak to me, no doubt Captain Cuttle could. By the by," said Mr. Toots, as the discovery flashed upon him, you know." The captain glanced at the newspaper in Mr. Toots's hand, and breathed short and hurriedly. "Well," pursued Mr. Toots, "the reason why I'm rather late is, because I went up as far as Finchley first, to get some uncommonly fine chickweed that grows there for Miss Dombey's bird, but I came on here directly afterwards. You've seen the paper, I suppose?"
The captain, who had become cautious of reading the news, lest he should find himself advertised at full length by Mrs. MacStinger, shook his head.
"Shall I read the passage to you?"
inquired Mr. Toots. The captain making a sign in the affirmative, Mr. Toots read as follows from the Shipping Intelligence.
"Southampton, the bark Defiance, Henry James, commander, arrived in this port to-day with a cargo of sugar, coffee, and rum, reports that being becalmed on the 6th day of her passage home from Jamaica in such and such a latitude, you know," said Mr. Toots, after making a feeble dash at the figures and tumbling over them.
"Aye,"
cried the captain, striking his clenched hand on the table.
"Heave ahead, my lad."
"Latitude," repeated Mr. Toots, with a startled glance at the captain, "and longitude so-and-so. The look-out observed, half an hour before sunset, some fragments of a wreck drifting at about the distance of a mile. The weather being clear and the bark making no way, a boat was hoisted out with orders to inspect the same, when they were found to consist of sundry large spars and a part of the main rigging of an English brig of about 500 tons burden, together with a portion of the stern on which the words in letters Son and H were yet plainly legible. No vestige of any dead body was to be seen upon the floating fragments. Log of the Defiance states that a breeze springing up in the night, the wreck was seen no more. There can be no doubt that all surmises as to the fate of the missing vessel, the Son and Heir, port of London, bound for Barbados, are now set at rest for ever, that she broke up in the last hurricane, and that every soul on board perished."
Captain Cuttle, like all mankind, little knew how much hope had survived within him under discouragement, until he felt its death shock. During the reading of the paragraph, and for a minute or two afterwards, he sat with his gaze fixed on the modest Mr. Toots, like a man entranced. Then, suddenly rising, and putting on his glazed hat, which, in his visitor's honour, he had laid upon the table, the captain turned his back, and bent his head down on the little chimney-piece.
"Oh, upon my word and honour,"
cried Mr. Toots, whose tender heart was moved by the captain's unexpected distress.
"this is a most wretched sort of affair, this world is. Somebody's always dying or going and doing something uncomfortable in it. I'm sure I never should have looked forward so much to coming into my property if I had known this. I never saw such a world. It's a great deal worse than Blimbers."
Captain Cuttle, without altering his position, signed to Mr. Toots not to mind him, and presently turned round, with his glazed hat thrust back upon his ears, and his hand composing and smoothing his brown face.
"Waller, my dear lad," said the captain, "farewell. Waller, my child, my boy, and man, I loved you. Ye warn't my flesh and blood," said the captain, looking at the fire. "I ain't got none, but something of what a father feels when he loses a son, I feel in losing Waller. For why?" said the captain. "Because it ain't one loss, but a round dozen. Where's that there young schoolboy with the rosy face and curly hair, that used to be as merry in this here parlour, come round every week, as a piece of music? Gone down with Waller. Where's that there fresh lad, that nothing couldn't tire nor put out, and that sparkled up and blushed so when we joked with him about Heart's Delight, that he was beautiful to look at? Gone down with Waller. Where's that there man's spirit all afire, that wouldn't see the old man hove down for a minute, and cared nothing for itself? Gone down with Waller. It ain't one Waller. There was a dozen Wallers that I knowed and loved, all holding round his neck when he went down. and they're a holding round mine now."
Mr. Toots sat silent, folding and refolding the newspaper, as small as possible, upon his knee.
"And Sol Gills,"
said the captain, gazing at the fire.
"Poor nevyless old Sol, where are you got to? You was left in charge of me. His last words was, 'Take care of my uncle.' What came over you, Sol, when you went and gave the go-by to Ned Cuttle? And what am I to put in my accounts that he's a-looking down upon respecting you? Sol Gills, Sol Gills,"
said the captain, shaking his head slowly.
"Catch sight of that there newspaper away from home, with no one as knowed Waller by to say a word, and broadside to you broach and down you pitch head foremost."
Drawing a heavy sigh, the captain turned to Mr. Toots, and roused himself to a sustained consciousness of that gentleman's presence.
"My lad,"
said the captain,
"you must tell the young woman honestly that this here fatal news is too correct. They don't romance, you see, on such pints. It's entered on the ship's log, and that's the truest book as a man can write. To-morrow morning," said the captain, "I'll step out and make inquiries, but they'll lead to no good. They can't do it. If you'll give me a look in the forenoon, you shall know what I have heerd. But tell the young woman from Captain Cuttle that it's over. Over."
And the captain, hooking off his glazed hat, pulled his handkerchief out of the crown, wiped his grizzled head despairingly, and tossed the handkerchief in again, with the indifference of deep dejection.
"Oh, I assure you," said Mr. Toots, "really I am dreadfully sorry. Upon my word I am, though I wasn't acquainted with the party. Do you think Miss Dombey will be very much affected, Captain Gills? I mean, Mr. Cuttle?"
"Why, Lord love you,"
returned the captain, with something of compassion for Mr. Toots's innocence,
"when she warn't no higher than that, they were as fond of one another as two young doves."
"Were they, though?"
said Mr. Toots, with a considerably lengthened face.
"They were made for one another," said the captain mournfully. "But what signifies that now?"
"Upon my word and honour,"
cried Mr. Toots, blurting out his words through a singular combination of awkward chuckles and emotion,
"I'm even more sorry than I was before. You know, Captain Gills, I positively adore Miss Dombey. I am perfectly sore with loving her."
The burst with which this confession forced itself out of the unhappy Mr. Toots bespoke the vehemence of his feelings.
"But what would be the good of my regarding her in this manner, if I wasn't truly sorry for her feeling pain, whatever was the cause of it? Mine ain't a selfish affection, you know,"
said Mr. Toots, in the confidence engendered by his having been a witness of the captain's tenderness.
"It's the sort of thing with me, Captain Gills, that if I could be run over, or trampled upon, or thrown off a very high place, or anything of that sort, for Miss Dombey's sake, it would be the most delightful thing that could happen to me."
All this Mr. Toots said in a suppressed voice, to prevent its reaching the jealous ears of the chicken, who objected to the softer emotions, which effort of restraint, coupled with the intensity of his feelings, made him red to the tips of his ears, and caused him to present such an affecting spectacle of disinterested love to the eyes of Captain Cuttle, that the good captain patted him consolingly on the back, and bade him cheer up.
"Thank ye, Captain Gills," said Mr. Toots. "It's kind of you, in the midst of your own troubles, to say so. I'm very much obliged to you. As I said before, I really want a friend, and should be glad to have your acquaintance. Although I am very well off," said Mr. Toots, with energy, "you can't think what a miserable beast I am. The hollow crowd, you know, when they see me with the chicken, and characters of distinction like that, suppose me to be happy, but I'm wretched. I suffer for Miss Dombey, Captain Gills. I can't get through my meals. I have no pleasure in my tailor. I often cry when I'm alone. I assure you it'll be a satisfaction to me to come back to-morrow, or to come back 50 times.
Mr. Toots, with these words, shook the captain's hand, and disguising such traces of his agitation as could be disguised on so short a notice before the chicken's penetrating glance, rejoined that eminent gentleman in the shop. The chicken, who was apt to be jealous of his ascendancy, eyed Captain Cuttle with anything but favour as he took leave of Mr. Toots, but followed his patron without being otherwise demonstrative of his ill will, leaving the captain oppressed with sorrow, and Rob the Grinder elevated with joy, on account of having had the honour of staring for nearly half an hour at the conqueror of the Nobby Shropshire One. Long after Rob was fast asleep in his bed under the counter, the captain sat looking at the fire, and long after there was no fire to look at, the captain sat gazing on the rusty bars, with unavailing thoughts of Walter and old Sol crowding through his mind. Retirement to the stormy chamber at the top of the house brought no rest with it, and the captain rose up in the morning, sorrowful and unrefreshed. As soon as the city offices were opened, the captain issued forth to the counting-house of Dombey and Son, but there was no opening of the midshipman's windows that morning. Rob the Grinder, by the captain's orders, left the shutters closed, and the house was as a house of death. It chanced that Mr. Carker was entering the office as Captain Cuttle arrived at the door. Receiving the manager's benison gravely and silently, Captain Cuttle made bold to accompany him into his own room.
"Well, Captain Cuttle," said Mr. Carker, taking up his usual position before the fireplace, and keeping on his hat, "this is a bad business." "You've received the news as was in print yesterday, sir?" said the captain. "Yes," said Mr. Carker, "we have received it. It was accurately stated. The underwriters suffer a considerable loss. We are very sorry. No help. Such is life."
Mr. Carker pared his nails delicately with a penknife, and smiled at the captain, who was standing by the door looking at him.
"I excessively regret poor Gay," said Carker, "and the crew. I understand there were some of our very best men among them. It always happens so. Many men with families too. A comfort to reflect that poor Gay had no family, Captain Cuttle."
The captain stood rubbing his chin and looking at the manager. The manager glanced at the unopened letters lying on his desk, and took up the newspaper.
"Is there anything I can do for you, Captain Cuttle?" he asked, looking off it with a smiling and expressive glance at the door.
"I wish you could set my mind at rest, sir, on something it's uneasy about," returned the captain.
"Aye?" exclaimed the manager. "What's that? Come, Captain Cuttle, I must trouble you to be quick, if you please. I'm much engaged."
"Look'ee here, sir,"
said the captain, advancing a step.
"Afore my friend Waller went on this here disastrous voyage—"
"Come, come, Captain Cuttle," interposed the smiling manager, "don't talk about disastrous voyages in that way. We have nothing to do with disastrous voyages here, my good fellow. You must have begun very early on your day's allowance, Captain, if you don't remember that there are hazards in all voyages, whether by sea or land. You are not made uneasy by the supposition that young what's-his-name was lost in bad weather that was got up against him in these offices, are you? Fie, Captain! Sleep and soda water are the best cures for such uneasiness as that."
"My lad," returned the captain slowly, "you are almost a lad to me, and so I don't ask your pardon for that slip of a word. If you find any pleasure in this here sport, you ain't the gentleman I took you for; and if you ain't the gentleman I took you for, maybe my mind has call to be uneasy. Now, this is what it is, Mr. Carker. Afore that poor lad went away, according to orders, he told me that he warn't a going away for his own good, or for promotion, he knowed. It was my belief that he was wrong, and I told him so, and I come here, your head governor being absent, to ask a question or two of you in a civil way, for my own satisfaction. Them questions you answered free. Now it'll ease my mind to know, when all is over as it is, and when what can't be cured must be endured, for which, as a scholar, you'll overhaul the book it's in, and thereof make a note, to know once more, in a word, that I warn't mistaken, that I warn't back'ard in my duty, when I didn't tell the old man what Waller told me, and that the wind was truly in his sail when he hoisted of it for Barbados Harbour, Mr. Carker," said the captain in the goodness of his nature. "When I was last here, we was very pleasant together, if I ain't been altogether so pleasant myself this morning, on account of this poor lad, and if I have chafed again any observation of yours that I might have fended off, my name is Edward Cuttle, and I ask your pardon."
"Captain Cuttle," returned the manager, with all possible politeness, "I must ask you to do me a favour."
"And what is it, sir?" inquired the captain.
"To have the goodness to walk off, if you please," rejoined the manager, stretching forth his arm, "and to carry your jargon somewhere else." Every knob in the captain's face turned white with astonishment and indignation. Even the red rim on his forehead faded, like a rainbow among the gathering clouds. "I tell you what, Captain Cuttle," said the manager, shaking his forefinger at him and showing him all his teeth, but still amiably smiling, "I was much too lenient with you when you came here before. You belong to an artful and audacious set of people. In my desire to save young what's-his-name from being kicked out of this place, neck and crop, my good captain, I tolerated you, but for once, and only once. Now go, my friend." The captain was absolutely rooted to the ground and speechless. "Go," said the good-humoured manager, gathering up his skirts and standing astride upon the hearth-rug, "like a sensible fellow, and let us have no turning out or any such violent measures. If Mr. Dombey were here, captain, you might be obliged to leave in a more ignominious manner, possibly. I merely say, go." The captain, laying his ponderous hand upon his chest, to assist himself in fetching a deep breath, looked at Mr. Carker from head to foot, and looked round the little room, as if he did not clearly understand where he was, or in what company. "You are deep, Captain Cuttle," pursued Carker, with the easy and vivacious frankness of a man of the world, who knew the world too well to be ruffled by any discovery of misdoing, when it did not immediately concern himself. "But you are not quite out of soundings either. Neither you nor your absent friend, captain. What have you done with your absent friend, eh?" Again the captain laid his hand upon his chest. After drawing another deep breath, he conjured himself to stand by, but in a whisper. "You hatch nice little plots, and hold nice little councils, and make nice little appointments, and receive nice little visitors too, captain, eh?" said Carker, bending his brows upon him, without showing his teeth any the less. "But it's a bold measure to come here afterwards. Not like your discretion. You conspirators and hiders and runners away should know better than that. Will you oblige me by going?"
"My lad,"
gasped the captain, in a choked and trembling voice, and with a curious action going on in the ponderous fist,
"there's a many words I could wish to say to you, but I don't rightly know where they're stowed just at present. My young friend Waller was drownded only last night, according to my reckoning, and it puts me out, you see. But you and me will come alongside of one another again, my lad," said the captain, holding up his hook, "if we live."
"It will be anything but shrewd in you, my good fellow, if we do," returned the manager, with same frankness, "for you may rely, I give you fair warning, upon my detecting and exposing you. I don't pretend to be a more moral man than my neighbours, my good captain, but the confidence of this house, or of any member of this house, is not to be abused and undermined while I have eyes and ears. Good day,' said Mr. Carker, nodding his head. Captain Cuttle, looking at him steadily, Mr. Carker looked full as steadily at the captain, went out of the office, and left him standing astride before the fire, as calm and pleasant as if there were no more spots upon his soul than on his pure white linen, and his smooth sleek skin. The captain glanced, in passing through the outer counting-house, at the desk where he knew poor Walter had been used to sit, now occupied by another young boy, with a face almost as fresh and hopeful as his, on the day when they tapped the famous last bottle but one of the old Madeira in the little back parlour. The nation of ideas thus awakened did the captain a great deal of good. It softened him in the very height of his anger, and brought the tears into his eyes. Arrived at the wooden Midshipman's again, and sitting down in a corner of the dark shop, the captain's indignation, strong as it was, could make no head against his grief. Passion seemed not only to do wrong and violence to the memory of the dead, but to be infected by death, and to droop and decline beside it. All the living knaves and liars in the world were nothing to the honesty and truth of one dead friend. The only thing the honest captain made out clearly in this state of mind, besides the loss of Walter, was, that with him almost the whole world of Captain Cuttle had been drowned. If he reproached himself sometimes, and keenly too, for having ever connived at Walter's innocent deceit, he thought at least as often of the Mr. Carker whom no sea could ever render up, and the Mr. Dombey whom he now began to perceive was as far beyond human recall, and the Heart's Delight with whom he must never foregather again, and the lovely Peg, that teak-built and trim ballad that had gone ashore upon a rock and split into mere planks and beams of rhyme. The captain sat in the dark shop, thinking of these things to the entire exclusion of his own injury, and looking with as sad an eye upon the ground as if in contemplation of their actual fragments as they floated past. But the captain was not unmindful, for all that, of such decent and respectful observances in memory of poor Walter as he felt within his power. Rousing himself and rousing Rob the grinder, who in the unnatural twilight was fast asleep, the captain sallied forth with his attendant at his heels and the door-key in his pocket, and repairing to one of those convenient slop-selling establishments of which there is abundant choice at the eastern end of London, purchased on the spot 2 suits of mourning, one for Rob the grinder, which was immensely too small, and one for himself, which was immensely too large. He also provided Rob with a species of hat, greatly to be admired for its symmetry and usefulness, as well as for a happy blending of the mariner with the coal-heaver, which is usually termed a sou'wester, and which was something of a novelty in connection with the instrument business. In their several garments, which the vendor declared to be such a miracle in point of fit, as nothing but a rare combination of fortuitous circumstances ever brought about, and the fashion of which was unparalleled within the memory of the oldest inhabitant, the captain and grinder immediately arrayed themselves, presenting a spectacle fraught with wonder to all who beheld it. In this altered form the captain received Mr. Toots.
"I'm took aback, my lad, at present," said the captain, "and will only confirm that they're ill news. Tell the young woman to break it gentle to the young lady, and for neither of 'em never to think of me no more. Special, mind you, that is, though I will think of them, when night comes on a hurricane and seas his mountains rowling, for which overhaul your Dr. Watts, brother, and when found make a note on."
The captain reserved, until some fitter time, the consideration of Mr. Toots's offer of friendship, and thus dismissed him. Captain Cuttle's spirits were so low in truth, that he half determined that day to take no further precautions against surprise from Mrs. MacStinger, but to abandon himself recklessly to chance, and be indifferent to what might happen. As evening came on, he fell into a better frame of mind, however, and spoke much of Walter to Rob the grinder, whose attention and fidelity he likewise incidentally commended. Rob did not blush to hear the captain earnest in his praises, but sat staring at him, and affecting to snivel with sympathy, and making a feint of being virtuous, and treasuring up every word he said, like a young spy as he was, with very promising deceit. When Rob had turned in, and was fast asleep, the captain trimmed the candle, put on his spectacles — he had felt it appropriate to take to spectacles on entering into the instrument trade, though his eyes were like a hawk's — and opened the prayer-book at the burial service. And reading softly to himself in the little back parlour, and stopping now and then to wipe his eyes, the captain, in a true and simple spirit, committed Walter's body to the deep. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 33. Contrasts. Turn we our eyes upon two homes, not lying side by side, but wide apart, though both within easy range and reach of the great city of London. The first is situated in the green and wooded country near Norwood. It is not a mansion, it is of no pretensions as to size, but it is beautifully arranged and tastefully kept. The lawn, the soft smooth slope, the flower garden, the clumps of trees where graceful forms of ash and willow are not wanting, the conservatory, the rustic verandah with sweet-smelling creeping plants entwined about the pillars, the simple exterior of the house, the well-ordered offices, though all upon the diminutive scale proper to a mere cottage, bespeak an amount of elegant comfort within that might serve for a palace. This indication is not without warrant, for within it is a house of refinement and luxury. Rich colours, excellently blended, meet the eye at every turn. In the furniture, its proportions admirably devised to suit the shapes and sizes of the small rooms. On the walls, upon the floors, tinging and subduing the light that comes in through the odd glass doors and windows here and there. There are a few choice prints and pictures too. In quaint nooks and recesses there is no want of books, and there are games of skill and chance set forth on tables, fantastic chessmen, dice, backgammon, cards, and billiards. And yet, amidst this opulence of comfort, there is something in the general air that is not well. Is it that the carpets and the cushions are too soft and noiseless, so that those who move or repose among them seem to act by stealth? Is it that the prints and pictures do not commemorate great thoughts or deeds, or render nature in the poetry of landscape, hall, or hut, but are of one voluptuous cast, mere shows of form and colour, and no more? Is it that the books have all their gold outside, and that the titles of the greater part qualify them to be companions of the prints and pictures? Is it that the completeness and the beauty of the place are here and there belied by an affectation of humility in some unimportant and inexpensive regard, which is as false as the face of the too truly painted portrait hanging yonder, or its original, at breakfast in his easy chair below it? Or is it that, with the daily breath of that original and master of all here, there issues forth some subtle portion of himself, which gives a vague expression of himself to everything about him? It is Mr. Carker, the manager, who sits in the easy chair. A gaudy parrot in a burnished cage upon the table tears at the wires with her beak, and goes walking upside down in its dome top, shaking her house and screeching. But Mr. Carker is indifferent to the bird, and looks with a musing smile at a picture on the opposite wall. "A most extraordinary accidental likeness, certainly," says he. Perhaps it is a Juno, perhaps a Potiphar's wife, perhaps some scornful nymph, according as the picture dealers found the market when they christened it. It is the figure of a woman, supremely handsome, who, turning away, but with her face addressed to the spectator, flashes her proud glance upon him. It is like Edith. With a passing gesture of his hand at the picture, what, a menace? No, yet something like it. A wave as of triumph? No, yet more like that. An insolent salute wafted from his lips? No, yet like that too. He resumes his breakfast, and calls to the chafing and imprisoned bird, who, coming down into a pendant gilded hoop within the cage, like a great wedding ring, swings in it for his delight. The second home is on the other side of London, near to where the busy Great North Road of bygone days is silent and almost deserted, except by wayfarers who toil along on foot. It is a poor small house, barely and sparely furnished, but very clean, and there is even an attempt to decorate it, shown in the homely flowers trained about the porch and in the narrow garden. The neighbourhood in which it stands has as little of the country to recommend it as it has of the town. It is neither of the town nor country. The former, like the giant in his travelling boots, has made a stride and passed it, and has set his brick and mortar heel a long way in advance. But the intermediate space between the giant's feet, as yet, is only blighted country and not town. And here, among a few tall chimneys belching smoke all day and night, and among the brick fields and the lanes where turf is cut, and where the fences tumble down, and where the dusty nettles grow, and where a scrap or two of hedge may yet be seen, and where the bird-catcher still comes occasionally, though he swears every time to come no more, this second home is to be found. She who inhabits it is she who left the first in her devotion to an outcast brother. She withdrew from that home its redeeming spirit, and from its master's breast his solitary angel. But though his liking for her is gone, after this ungrateful slight, as he considers it, and though he abandons her altogether in return, an old idea of her is not quite forgotten, even by him. Let her flower garden, in which he never sets his foot, but which is yet maintained, among all his costly alterations, as if she had quitted it but yesterday, bear witness. Harriet Carker has changed since then, and on her beauty there has fallen a heavier shade than time of his unassisted self can cast. All potent as he is, the shadow of anxiety and sorrow and the daily struggle of a poor existence. But it is beauty still, and still a gentle, quiet, and retiring beauty that must be sought out, for it cannot vaunt itself. If it could, it would be what it is, no more. Yes, this slight, small, patient figure, neatly dressed in homely stuffs, and indicating nothing but the dull household virtues that have so little in common with the received idea of heroism and greatness, unless, indeed, any ray of them should shine through the lives of the great ones of the earth, when it becomes a constellation and is tracked in heaven straightway. This slight, small, patient figure, leaning on the man still young but worn and grey, is she, his sister, who, of all the world, went over to him in his shame, and put her hand in his, and with a sweet composure and determination led him hopefully upon his barren way. "It is early, John," she said. "Why do you go so early?" "Not many minutes earlier than usual, Harriet. If I have the time to spare, I should like, I think, it's a fancy, to walk once by the house where I took leave of him." "I wish I had ever seen or known him, John." "It is better as it is, my dear, remembering his fate." "But I could not regret it more, though I had known him. Is not your sorrow mine? And if I had, perhaps you would feel that I was a better companion to you in speaking about him than I may seem now." "My dearest sister, is there anything
within the range of rejoicing or regret, in which I am not sure of your companionship?" "I hope you think not, John, for surely there is nothing." "How could you be better to me, or nearer to me then than you are in this or anything?" said her brother. "I feel that you did know him, Harriet, and that you shared my feelings towards him." She drew the hand which had been resting on his shoulder round his neck, and answered, with some hesitation, "No, not quite." "True, true," he said. "You think I might have done him no harm if I had allowed myself to know him better?" "Think! I know it." "Designedly? Heaven knows I would not," he replied, shaking his head mournfully. "But his reputation was too precious to be perilled by such association. Whether you share that knowledge or do not, my dear—" "I do not," she said quietly. "It is still the truth, Harriet, and my mind is lighter when I think of him for that which made it so much heavier then." He checked himself in his tone of melancholy, and smiled upon her as he said, "Good bye." "Good bye, dear John. In the evening at the old time and place I shall meet you as usual on your way home. Good bye." The cordial face she lifted up to his to kiss him was his home, his life, his universe, and yet it was a portion of his punishment and grief, for in the cloud he saw upon it, though serene and calm as any radiant cloud at sunset, and in the constancy and devotion of her life, and in the sacrifice she had made of ease, enjoyment, and hope, he saw the bitter fruits of his old crime, for ever ripe and fresh. She stood at the door looking after him, with her hands loosely clasped in each other, as he made his way over the frowsy and uneven patch of ground which lay before their house, which had once, and not long ago, been a pleasant meadow, and was now a very waste, with a disorderly crop of beginnings of mean houses rising out of the rubbish, as if they had been unskilfully sown there. Whenever he looked back, as once or twice he did, her cordial face shone like a light upon his heart, but when he plodded on his way, and saw her not, the tears were in her eyes as she stood watching him. Her pensive form was not long idle at the door. There was daily duty to discharge, and daily work to do, for such commonplace spirits that are not heroic often work hard with their hands, and Harriet was soon busy with her household tasks. These discharged, and the poor house made quite neat and orderly, she counted her little stock of money with an anxious face, and went out thoughtfully to buy some necessaries for their table, planning and conniving as she went how to save. So sordid are the lives of such low natures, who are not only not heroic to their valets and waiting women, but have neither valets nor waiting women to be heroic too withal. While she was absent, and there was no one in the house, there approached it, by a different way from that the brother had taken, a gentleman, a very little past his prime of life perhaps, but of a healthy florid hue, an upright presence, and a bright clear aspect that was gracious and good-humoured. His eyebrows were still black, and so was much of his hair. The sprinkling of grey observable among the latter graced the former very much, and showed his broad frank brow and honest eyes to great advantage. After knocking once at the door, and obtaining no response, this gentleman sat down on a bench in the little porch, to wait. A certain skilful action of his fingers as he hummed some bars, and beat time on the seat beside him, seemed to denote the musician, and the extraordinary satisfaction he derived from humming something very slow and long, which had no recognizable tune, seemed to denote that he was a scientific one. The gentleman was still twirling a theme, which seemed to go round and round and round, and in and in and in, and to involve itself like a corkscrew twirled upon a table, without getting any nearer to anything, when Harriet appeared returning. He rose up as she advanced, and stood with his head uncovered.
"You are come again, sir?" she said, faltering.
"I take that liberty," he answered. "May I ask for 5 minutes of your leisure?" After a moment's hesitation, she opened the door, and gave him admission to the little parlour. The gentleman sat down there, drew his chair to the table over against her, and said, in a voice that perfectly corresponded to his appearance, and with a simplicity that was very engaging: "Miss Harriet, you cannot be proud. You signified to me when I called t'other morning that you were. Pardon me if I say that I looked into your face while you spoke, and that it contradicted you. I'll look into it again," he added, laying his hand gently on her arm for an instant, "and it contradicts you more and more." She was somewhat confused and agitated, and could make no ready answer. "It is the mirror of truth," said her visitor, "and gentleness, excuse my trusting to it and returning." His manner of saying these words divested them entirely of the character of compliments. It was so plain, grave, unaffected, and sincere, that she bent her head as if at once to thank him, and acknowledge his sincerity. "The disparity between our ages," said the gentleman, "and the plainness of my purpose, empower me, I am glad to think, to speak my mind. That is my mind, and so you see me for the second time."
"There is a kind of pride, sir," she returned, after a moment's silence, "or what may be supposed to be pride, which is mere duty. I hope I cherish no other."
"For yourself?" he said.
"For myself."
"But, pardon me," suggested the gentleman, "for your brother John?"
"Proud of his love, I am," said Harriet, looking full upon her visitor, and changing her manner on the instant. Not that it was less composed and quiet, but there was a deep impassioned earnestness in it, that made the very tremble in her voice a part of her firmness. "And proud of him, sir. You who strangely know the story of his life, and repeated it to me when you were here last."
"Merely to make my way into your confidence," interposed the gentleman. "For heaven's sake, don't suppose—"
"I am sure," she said, "you revived it in my hearing with a kind and good purpose. I am quite sure of it."
"I thank you," returned her visitor, pressing her hand hastily. "I am much obliged to you. You do me justice, I assure you. You were going to say that I, who know the story of John Carker's life—"
"May think it pride in me," she continued, "when I say that I am proud of him. I am. You know the time was when I was not, when I could not be. But that is past. The humility of many years, the uncomplaining expiation, the true repentance, the terrible regret, the pain I know he has even in my affection, which he thinks has cost me dear, though heaven knows I am happy. But for his sorrow Oh, sir, after what I have seen, let me conjure you, if you are in any place of power, and are ever wronged, never for any wrong inflict a punishment that cannot be recalled, while there is a God above us to work changes in the hearts he made."
"Your brother is an altered man," returned the gentleman compassionately. "I assure you I don't doubt it."
"He was an altered man when he did wrong," said Harriet. "He is an altered man again, and is his true self now, believe me, sir."
"But we go on," said her visitor, rubbing his forehead in an absent manner with his hand, and then drumming thoughtfully on the table. "We go on in our clockwork routine, from day to day, and can't make out or follow these changes. They're a metaphysical sort of thing. We haven't leisure for it. We
we haven't courage. They're not taught at schools or colleges, and we don't know how to set about it. In short, we are so damned businesslike," said the gentleman, walking to the window and back, and sitting down again in a state of extreme dissatisfaction and vexation. "I am sure," said the gentleman, rubbing his forehead again, and drumming on the table as before, "I have good reason to believe that a jog-trot life, the same from day to day, would reconcile one to anything. One don't see anything, one don't hear anything, one don't know anything. That's the fact. We go on taking everything for granted, and so we go on, until whatever we do, good, bad, or indifferent, we do from habit. Habit is all I shall have to report when I am called upon to plead to my conscience on my deathbed. Habit, says I was deaf, dumb, blind, and paralytic to a million things from habit. Very businesslike indeed, Mr. What's-your-name, says conscience, but it won't do here." The gentleman got up and walked to the window again and back, seriously uneasy, though giving his uneasiness this peculiar expression. "Miss Harriet," he said, resuming his chair, "I wish you would let me serve you. Look at me. I ought to look honest, for I know I am so at present, do I?" "Yes," she answered with a smile. "I believe every word you have said," he returned. "I am full of self-reproach that I might have known this and seen this, and known you and seen you any time these dozen years, and that I never have. I hardly know how I ever got here, creature that I am, not only of my own habit, but of other people's. But having done so, let me do something. I ask it in all honour and respect. You inspire me with both in the highest degree. Let me do something." "We are contented, sir." No, not quite," returned the gentleman. "I think not quite. There are some little comforts that might smooth your life, and is, he repeated, fancying that had made some impression on her. "I have been in the habit of thinking that there was nothing wanting to be done for him, that it was all settled and over, in short, of not thinking at all about it. I am different now. Let me do something for him. You too," said the visitor with careful delicacy, "have need to watch your health closely for his sake, and I fear it fails." "Whoever you may be, sir," answered Harriet, raising her eyes to his face, "I am deeply grateful to you. I feel certain that in all you say you have no object in the world but kindness to us. But years have passed since we began this life, and to take from my brother any part of what has so endeared him to me, and so proved his better resolution, any fragment of the merit of his unassisted, obscure, and forgotten reparation, would be to diminish the comfort it will be to him and me when that time comes to each of us of which you spoke just now. I thank you better with these tears than any words. Believe it, pray." The gentleman was moved, and put the hand she held out to his lips, much as a tender father might kiss the hand of a dutiful child, but more reverently. "If the day should ever come," said Harriet, "when he is restored, in part, to the position he lost—" "Restored!" cried the gentleman quickly. "How can that be hoped for? In whose hands does the power of any restoration lie? It is no mistake of mine, surely, to suppose that his having gained the priceless blessing of his life is one cause of the animosity shown to him by his brother." "You touch upon a subject that is never breathed between us, not even between us," said Harriet. "I beg your forgiveness," said the visitor. "I should have known it. I entreat you to forget that I have done so inadvertently.
And now, as I dare urge no more, as I am not sure that I have a right to do so, though Heaven knows even that doubt may be habit,' said the gentleman, rubbing his head as despondently as before, 'let me, though a stranger, yet no stranger, ask 2 favours.' 'What are they?' she inquired. 'The first, that if you should see cause to change your resolution, you will suffer me to be as your right hand. My name shall then be at your service. It is useless now, and always insignificant.' 'Our choice of friends,' she answered, smiling faintly, 'is not so great that I need any time for consideration. I can promise that. The second, that you will allow me sometimes, say every Monday morning at 9 o'clock, habit again, I must be business-like,' said the gentleman, with a whimsical inclination to quarrel with himself on that head, 'in walking past, to see you at the door or window. I don't ask to come in, as your brother will be gone out at that hour. I don't ask to speak to you. I merely ask to see, for the satisfaction of my own mind, that you are well, and without intrusion to remind you, by the sight of me, that you have a friend, an elderly friend, grey-haired already, and fast growing greyer, whom you may ever command.' The cordial face looked up in his, confided in it, and promised. 'I understand, as before,' said the gentleman, rising, 'that you purpose not to mention my visit to John Carker, lest he should be at all distressed by my acquaintance with his history. I am glad of it, for it is out of the ordinary course of things, and habit again,' said the gentleman, checking himself impatiently, 'as if there were no better course than the ordinary course.' With that he turned to go, and walking bareheaded to the outside of the little porch, took leave of her with such a happy mixture of unconstrained respect and unaffected interest as no breeding could have taught, no truth mistrusted, and nothing but a pure and single heart expressed. Many half-forgotten emotions were awakened in the sister's mind by this visit. It was so very long since any other visitor had crossed their threshold. It was so very long since any voice of apathy had made sad music in her ears, that the stranger's figure remained present to her, hours afterwards, when she sat at the window, plying her needle. And his words seemed newly spoken again and again. He had touched the spring that opened her whole life, and if she lost him for a short space, it was only among the many shapes of the one great recollection of which that life was made. Musing and working by turns, now constraining herself to be steady at her needle for a long time together, and now letting her work fall unregarded on her lap, and straying wheresoever her busier thoughts led, Harriet Carker found the hours glide by her, and the day steal on. The morning, which had been bright and clear, gradually became overcast. A sharp wind set in, the rain fell heavily, and a dark mist drooping over the distant town hid it from the view. She often looked with compassion, at such a time, upon the stragglers who came wandering into London by the great highway hard by, and who, footsore and weary, and gazing fearfully at the huge town before them, as if foreboding that their misery there would be but as a drop of water in the sea, or as a grain of sea sand on the shore, went shrinking on, cowering before the angry weather, and looking as if the very elements rejected them. Day after day such travellers crept past, but always, as she thought, in one direction, always towards the town. Swallowed up in one phase or other of its immensity, towards which they seemed impelled by a desperate fascination, they never returned. Food for the hospitals, the churchyards, the prisons, the river, fever, madness, vice, and death, they passed on to the monster, roaring in the distance, and were lost. The chill wind was howling, and the rain was falling, and the day was darkening moodily, when Harriet, raising her eyes from the work on which she had long since been engaged with unremitting constancy, saw one of these travellers approaching. A woman, a solitary woman of some 30 years of age, tall, well-formed, handsome, miserably dressed, the soil of many country roads and varied weather, dust, chalk, clay, gravel, clotted on her grey cloak by the streaming wet, no bonnet on her head, nothing to defend her rich black hair from the rain but a torn handkerchief, with the fluttering ends of which, and with her hair the wind blinded her so that she often stopped to push them back, and look upon the way she was going. She was in the act of doing so, when Harriet observed her. As her hands, parting on her sunburnt forehead, swept across her face, and threw aside the hindrances that encroached upon it, there was a reckless and regardless beauty in it, a dauntless and depraved indifference to more than weather, a carelessness of what was cast upon her bare head from heaven or earth, that, coupled with her misery and loneliness, touched the heart of her fellow woman. She thought of all that was perverted and debased within her, no less than without, of modest graces of the mind, hardened and steeled like these attractions of the person, of the many gifts of the Creator flung to the winds like the wild hare, of all the beautiful ruin upon which the storm was beating and the night was coming. Thinking of this, she did not turn away with a delicate indignation. Too many of her own compassionate and tender sex too often do, but pitied her. Her fallen sister came on, looking far before her, trying with her eager eyes to pierce the mist in which the city was enshrouded, and glancing now and then from side to side with the bewildered and uncertain aspect of a stranger. Though her tread was bold and courageous, she was fatigued, and after a moment of irresolution, sat down upon a heap of stones, seeking no shelter from the rain, but letting it rain on her as it would. She was now opposite the house. Raising her head, after resting it for a moment on both hands, her eyes met those of Harriet. In a moment Harriet was at the door, and the other, rising from her seat at her beck, came slowly, and with no conciliatory look, towards her. "Why do you rest in the rain?" said Harriet gently. "Because I have no other resting place," was the reply. "But there are many places of shelter near here," this referring to the little porch. "Is better than where you were. You are very welcome to rest here." The wanderer looked at her in doubt and surprise, but without any expression of thankfulness, and sitting down and taking off one of her worn shoes to beat out the fragments of stone and dust that were inside, showed that her foot was cut and bleeding. Harriet uttering an expression of pity, the traveller looked up with a contemptuous and incredulous smile. "Why, what's a torn foot to such as me?" she said. "And what's a torn foot in such as me to such as you?" "Come in and wash it," answered Harriet mildly, "and let me give you something to bind it up." The woman caught her arm, and drawing it before her own eyes, hid them against it, and wept. Not like a woman, but like a stern man surprised into that weakness, with a violent heaving of her breast and struggle for recovery that showed how unusual the emotion was with her. She submitted to be led into the house, and, evidently more in gratitude than in any care for herself, washed and bound the injured place. Harriet then put before her fragments of her own frugal dinner, and when she had eaten of them, though sparingly, besought her, before resuming her road, which she showed her anxiety to do, to dry her clothes before the fire. Again, more in gratitude than with any evidence of concern in her own behalf, she sat down in front of it, and unbinding the handkerchief about her head, and letting her thick wet hair fall down below her waist, sat drying it with the palms of her hands, and looking at the blaze. "I dare say you are thinking," she said, lifting her head suddenly, "that I used to be handsome once. I believe I was. I know I was. Look here." She held up her hair roughly with both hands, seizing it as if she would have torn it out, then threw it down again, and flung it back as though it were a heap of serpents. "Are you a stranger in this place?" asked Harriet. "A stranger?" she returned, stopping between each short reply, and looking at the fire. "Yes."
10 or a dozen years a stranger. I have had no almanac where I have been. 10 or a dozen years. I don't know this part. It's much altered since I went away.
Have you been far?
Very far. Months upon months over the sea, and far away even then. I have been where convicts go," she added, looking full upon her entertainer. "I have been one myself."
"Heaven help you and forgive you," was the gentle answer.
"Ah! Heaven help me and forgive me," she returned, nodding her head at the fire. "If man would help some of us a little more, God would forgive us all the sooner, perhaps." But she was softened by the earnest manner and the cordial face, so full of mildness and so free from judgment of her, and said, less hardily, "We may be about the same age, you and me. If I am older, it is not above a year or two. Oh, think of that!" She opened her arms, as though the exhibition of her outward form would show the moral wretch she was, and letting them drop at her sides, hung down her head.
"There is nothing we may not hope to repair. It is never too late to amend," said Harriet. "You are penitent?"
"No," she answered, "I am not. I can't be. I am no such thing. Why should I be penitent, and all the world go free? They talk to me of my penitence. Who's penitent for the wrongs that have been done to me?" She rose up, bound her handkerchief about her head, and turned to move away.
"Where are you going?"
said Harriet. "Yonder," she answered, pointing with her hand, "to London."
"Have you any home to go to?"
"I think I have a mother. She is as much a mother as her dwelling is a home," she answered with a bitter laugh.
"Take this," cried Harriet, putting money in her hand. "Try to do well. It is very little, but for one day it may keep you from harm."
"Are you married?" said the other faintly, as she took it.
"No, I live here with my brother. We have not much to spare, or I would give you more."
"Will you let me kiss you?" Seeing no scorn or repugnance in her face, the object of her charity bent over her as she asked the question, and pressed her lips against her cheek. Once more she caught her arm, and covered her eyes with it, and then was gone. Gone into the deepening night, and howling wind, and pelting rain, urging her way on towards the mist-enshrouded city, where the blurred lights gleamed, and with her black hair and disordered headgear fluttering round her reckless face. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 34. Another Mother and Daughter. In an ugly and dark room, an old woman, ugly and dark too, sat listening to the wind and rain, and crouching over a meagre fire. More constant to the last-named occupation than the first, she never changed her attitude, unless, when any stray drops of rain fell hissing on the smouldering embers, to raise her head with an awakened attention to the whistling and pattering outside, and gradually to let it fall again lower and lower and lower, as she sunk into a brooding state of thought, in which the noises of the night were as indistinctly regarded as is the monotonous rolling of a sea by one who sits in contemplation on its shore. There was no light in the room, save that which the fire afforded, glaring sullenly from time to time like the eye of a fierce beast half asleep,
it revealed no objects that needed to be jealous of a better display. A heap of rags, a heap of bones, a wretched bed, 2 or 3 mutilated chairs or stools, the black walls and blacker ceiling, were all its winking brightness shone upon. As the old woman, with a gigantic and distorted image of herself thrown half upon the wall behind her, half upon the roof above, sat bending over the few loose bricks within which it was pent, on the damp hearth of the chimney, for there was no stove, she looked as if she were watching at some witch's altar for a favourable token, and but that the movement of her chattering jaws and trembling chin was too frequent and too fast for the slow flickering of the fire, it would have seemed an illusion wrought by the light, as it came and went, upon a face as motionless as the form to which it belonged. If Florence could have stood within the room, and looked upon the original of the shadow thrown upon the wall and roof as it cowered thus over the fire, a glance might have sufficed to recall the figure of good Mrs. Brown, notwithstanding that her childish recollection of that terrible old woman was as grotesque and exaggerated a presentment of the truth, perhaps, as the shadow on the wall. But Florence was not there to look on, and good Mrs. Brown remained unrecognized, and sat staring at her fire, unobserved. Attracted by a louder sputtering than usual, as the rain came hissing down the chimney in a little stream, the old woman raised her head impatiently to listen afresh, and this time she did not drop it again, for there was a hand upon the door, and a footstep in the room.
"Who's that?" she said, looking over her shoulder.
"One who brings you news," was the answer, in a woman's voice.
"News? Where from?"
"From abroad."
"From beyond seas?"
cried the old woman, starting up. "Aye, from beyond seas." The old woman raked the fire together hurriedly, and going close to her visitor, who had entered, and shut the door, and who now stood in the middle of the room, put her hand upon the drenched cloak, and turned the unresisting figure so as to have it in the full light of the fire. She did not find what she had expected, whatever that might be, for she let the cloak go again, and uttered a querulous cry of disappointment and misery. "What is the matter?" asked her visitor.
"Oh! Oh!"
cried the old woman, turning her face upward with a terrible howl. "What is the matter?" asked the visitor again.
"It's not my gal,"
cried the old woman, tossing up her arms and clasping her hands above her head.
"Where's my Alice? Where's my handsome daughter? They've been the death of her."
"They've not been the death of her yet, if your name's Marwood," said the visitor.
"Have you seen my gal, then?" cried the old woman. "Has she wrote to me?"
"She said you couldn't read," returned the other.
"No more I can,"
exclaimed the old woman, wringing her hands. "Have you no light here?" said the other, looking round the room. The old woman, mumbling and shaking her head and muttering to herself about her handsome daughter, brought a candle from a cupboard in the corner, and thrusting it into the fire with a trembling hand, lighted it with some difficulty, and set it on the table. Its dirty wick burnt dimly at first, being choked in its own grease, and when the bleared eyes and failing sight of the old woman could distinguish anything by its light, her visitor was sitting with her arms folded, her eyes turned downwards, and a handkerchief she had worn upon her head lying on the table by her side.
"She sent to me by word of mouth, then, my gal Alice," mumbled the old woman, after waiting for some moments. "What did she say?"
"Look," returned the visitor. The old woman repeated the word in a scared, uncertain way, and, shading her eyes, looked at the speaker, round the room, and at the speaker once again. Alice said, "Look again, mother," and the speaker fixed her eyes upon her. Again the old woman looked round the room, and at her visitor, and round the room once more. Hastily seizing the candle, and rising from her seat, she held it to the visitor's face, uttered a loud cry, set down the light, and fell upon her neck.
"It's my gal! It's my Alice! It's my handsome daughter living and come back!"
screamed the old woman, rocking herself to and fro upon the breast that coldly suffered her embrace.
"It's my gal! It's my Alice! It's my handsome daughter living and come back!"
she screamed again, dropping on the floor before her, clasping her knees, laying her head against them, and still rocking herself to and fro with every frantic demonstration of which her vitality was capable. "Yes, mother," returned Alice, stooping forward for a moment and kissing her, but endeavouring, even in the act, to disengage herself from her embrace. "I am here at last. Let go, mother, let go. Get up and sit in your chair. What good does this do?"
"She's come back harder than she went,"
cried the mother, looking up in her face, and still holding to her knees.
"She don't care for me, after all these years and all the wretched life I've led."
"Why, mother," said Alice, shaking her ragged skirts to detach the old woman from them, "there are two sides to that. There have been years for me as well as you, and there has been wretchedness for me as well as you. Get up, get up." Her mother rose and cried and wrung her hands, and stood at a little distance, gazing on her. Then she took the candle again, and going round her, surveyed her from head to foot, making a low moaning all the time. Then she put the candle down, resumed her chair, and beating her hands together to a kind of weary tune, and rolling herself from side to side, continued moaning and wailing to herself. Alice got up, took off her wet cloak, and laid it aside. That done, she sat down as before, and with her arms folded, and her eyes gazing at the fire, remained silently listening with a contemptuous face to her old mother's inarticulate complainings. "Did you expect to see me return as youthful as I went away, mother?" she said at length, turning her eyes upon the old woman. "Did you think a foreign life like mine was good for good looks? One would believe so, to hear you."
"It ain't that,"
cried the mother.
"She knows it."
"What is it, then?" returned the daughter. "It had best be something that don't last, mother, or my way out is easier than my way in."
"Hear that!"
exclaimed the mother.
"After all these years she threatens to desert me in the moment of her coming back again."
"I tell you, mother, for the second time, there have been years for me as well as you," said Alice. "Come back harder? Of course I have come back harder. What else did you expect?"
"Harder to me? To her own dear mother?"
cried the old woman. "I don't know who began to harden me if my own dear mother didn't," she returned, sitting with her folded arms and knitted brows and compressed lips, as if she were bent on excluding by force every softer feeling from her breast. "Listen, mother, to a word or two. If we understand each other now, we shall not fall out any more, perhaps. I went away a girl, and have come back a woman. I went away undutiful enough, and have come back no better, you may swear. But have you been very dutiful to me?"
"Aye," cried the old woman, "to my gal? A mother dutiful to her own child?"
"It sounds unnatural, don't it?" returned the daughter, looking coldly on her with her stern, regardless, hardy, beautiful face. "But I have thought of it sometimes in the course of my lone years, till I have got used to it. I have heard some talk about duty first and last, but it has always been of my duty to other people. I have wondered now and then, to pass away the time, whether no one ever owed any duty to me." Her mother sat mowing and mumbling and shaking her head, but whether angrily or remorsefully or in denial, or only in her physical infirmity, did not appear. "There was a child called Alice Marwood," said the daughter with a laugh, and looking down at herself in terrible derision of herself. born among poverty and neglect, and nursed in it. Nobody taught her, nobody stepped forward to help her, nobody cared for her."
"Nobody!"
echoed the mother, pointing to herself and striking her breast. "The only care she knew," returned the daughter, "was to be beaten and stinted and abused sometimes, and she might have done better without that. She lived in homes like this, and in the streets with a crowd of little wretches like herself, and yet she brought good looks out of this childhood. So much the worse for her. She had better have been hunted and worried to death for ugliness."
"Go on, go on!"
exclaimed the mother. "I am going on," returned the daughter. "There was a girl called Alice Marwood. She was handsome. She was taught too late, and taught all wrong. She was too well cared for, too well trained, too well helped on, too much looked after." "You were very fond of her. You were better off then. What came to that girl comes to thousands every year. It was only ruin, and she was born to it."
"After all these years,"
whined the old woman,
"my gal begins with this."
"She'll soon have ended," said the daughter. "There was a criminal called Alice Marwood, a girl still, but deserted and an outcast, and she was tried, and she was sentenced. And, Lord, how the gentlemen in the court talked about it, and how grave the judge was on her duty, and on her having perverted the gifts of nature, as if he didn't know better than anybody there that they had been made curses to her, and how he preached about the strong arm of the law, so very strong to save her when she was an innocent and helpless little wretch, and how solemn and religious it all was. I have thought of that many times since, to be sure." She folded her arms tightly on her breast, and laughed in a tone that made the howl of the old woman musical. "So Alice Marwood was transported, mother," she pursued, "and was sent to learn her duty, where there was 20 times less duty, and more wickedness and wrong and infamy than here. And Alice Marwood is come back a woman, such a woman as she ought to be, after all this. In good time there will be more solemnity, and more fine talk, and more strong arm, most likely, and there will be an end of her. But the gentlemen needn't be afraid of being thrown out of work. There's crowds of little wretches, boy and girl, growing up in any of the streets they live in, that'll keep them to it till they've made their fortunes." The old woman leaned her elbows on the table, and resting her face upon her 2 hands, made a show of being in great distress, or really was, perhaps. "There, I have done, mother," said the daughter, with a motion of her head as if in dismissal of the subject. "I have said enough. Don't let you and I talk of being dutiful, whatever we do. Your childhood was like mine, I suppose. So much the worse for both of us. I don't want to blame you, or to defend myself. Why should I? That's all over long ago. But I am a woman, not a girl now, and you and I needn't make a show of our history like the gentlemen in the court. We know all about it well enough." Lost and degraded as she was, there was a beauty in her, both of face and form, which even in its worst expression could not but be recognized as such by any one regarding her with the least attention. As she subsided into silence, and her face, which had been harshly agitated, quieted down, while her dark eyes, fixed upon the fire, exchanged the reckless light that had animated them for one that was softened by something like sorrow, there shone through all her wayworn misery and fatigue a ray of the departed radiance of the fallen angel. Her mother, after watching her for some time without speaking, ventured to steal her withered hand a little nearer to her across the table, and finding that she permitted this, to touch her face and smooth her hair. With the feeling, as it seemed, that the old woman was at least sincere in this show of interest, Alice made no movement to check her. So, advancing by degrees, she bound up her daughter's hair afresh, took off her wet shoes, if they deserved the name, spread something dry upon her shoulders, and hovered humbly about her, muttering to herself, as she recognized her old features and expression more and more. "You are a very poor mother, I see," said Alice, looking round, when she had sat thus for some time.
"Bitter poor, my dearie," replied the old woman.
She admired her daughter, and was afraid of her. Perhaps her admiration, such as it was, had originated long ago, when she first found anything that was beautiful appearing in the midst of the squalid fight of her existence. Perhaps her fear was referable, in some sort, to the retrospect she had so lately heard. Be this as it might, she stood, submissively and deferentially, before her child, and inclined her head as if in a pitiful entreaty to be spared any further reproach. "How have you lived?"
"By begging, my dearie."
"And pilfering, mother?"
"Sometimes, Ally. In a very small way. I'm old and timid. I have taken trifles from children now and then, my dearie, but not often. I have tramped about the country, pet, and I know what I know. I have watched."
"Watched?" returned the daughter, looking at her.
"I have hung about a family, my dearie,"
said the mother, even more humbly and submissively than before. "What family?"
"Hush, darling. Don't be angry with me. I did it for the love of you, in memory of my poor gal beyond seas."
She put out her hand deprecatingly, and drawing it back again, laid it on her lips.
"Years ago, my dearie,"
she pursued, glancing timidly at the attentive and stern face opposed to her,
"I came across his little child by chance."
"Whose child?"
"Not his, Alice dearie. Don't look at me like that. Not his. How could it be his? You know he has none."
"Whose, then?" returned the daughter. "You said his."
"Hush, Ally. You frighten me, dearie. Mr. Dombey's. Only Mr. Dombey's. Since then, darling, I have seen them often. I have seen him."
In uttering this last word, the old woman shrunk and recoiled, as if with sudden fear that her daughter would strike her. But though the daughter's face was fixed upon her, and expressed the most vehement passion, she remained still, except that she clenched her arms tighter and tighter within each other, on her bosom, as if to restrain them by that means from doing an injury to herself or some one else, in the blind fury of the wrath that suddenly possessed her.
"Little he thought who I was," said the old woman, shaking her clenched hand.
"And little he cared," muttered her daughter between her teeth.
"But there we were," said the old woman, "face to face. I spoke to him, and he spoke to me. I sat and watched him as he went away down a long grove of trees, and at every step he took, I cursed him, soul and body."
"He will thrive in spite of that," returned the daughter disdainfully.
"Ay, he is thriving," said the mother.
She held her peace, for the face and form before her were unshaped by rage. It seemed as if the bosom would burst with the emotions that strove within it. The effort that constrained and held it pent up was no less formidable than the rage itself, no less bespeaking the violent and dangerous character of the woman who made it. But it succeeded, and she asked, after a silence, "Is he married?"
"No, dearie," said the mother.
"Going to be?"
"Not that I know of, dearie, but his master and friend is married. Oh, we may give him joy. We may give 'em all joy," cried the old woman, hugging herself with her lean arms in her exultation. "Nothing but joy to us will come of that marriage, mind me."
The daughter looked at her for an explanation.
"But you are wet and tired, hungry and thirsty,"
said the old woman, hobbling to the cupboard.
"and there's little here, and little,"
diving down into her pocket and jingling a few halfpence on the table,
"little here. Have you any money, Alice dearie?"
The covetous, sharp, eager face with which she asked the question and looked on, as her daughter took out of her bosom the little gift she had so lately received, told almost as much of the history of this parent and child as the child herself had told in words.
"Is that all?"
said the mother. "I have no more. I should not have this but for charity."
"But for charity, eh, dearie?"
said the old woman, bending greedily over the table to look at the money, which she appeared distrustful of her daughter's still retaining in her hand, and gazing on.
6 and 6 is 12, and 6 18. So we must make the most of it. I'll go buy something to eat and drink."
With greater alacrity than might have been expected in one of her appearance, for age and misery seemed to have made her as decrepit as ugly, she began to occupy her trembling hands in tying an old bonnet on her head, and folding a torn shawl about herself, still eyeing the money in her daughter's hand with the same sharp desire. "What joy is to come to us of this marriage, mother?" asked the daughter. "You have not told me that."
"The joy,"
she replied, attiring herself with fumbling fingers,
"of no love at all, and much pride and hate, my dearie. The joy of confusion and strife among 'em, proud as they are, and of danger. Danger, Alice."
"What danger?"
"I have seen what I have seen. I know what I know," chuckled the mother. "Let some look to it. Let some be upon their guard. My gal may keep good company yet."
Then, seeing that in the wondering earnestness with which her daughter regarded her, her hand involuntarily closed upon the money, the old woman made more speed to secure it, and hurriedly added,
"But I'll go buy something. I'll go buy something."
As she stood with her hand stretched out before her daughter, glancing again at the money, put it to her lips before parting with it.
"What, Ally? Do you kiss it?" chuckled the old woman. "That's like me. I often do. Oh, it's so good to us."
Squeezing her own tarnished halfpence up to her bag of a throat.
"So good to us in everything, but not coming in heaps."
"I kiss it, mother," said the daughter, "or I did then. I don't know that I ever did before. For the giver's sake."
"The giver, eh, dearie?"
retorted the old woman, whose dimmed eyes glistened as she took it.
"Ay, I'll kiss it for the giver's sake too, when the giver can make it go farther. But I'll go spend it, dearie. I'll be back directly."
"You seem to say you know a great deal, mother," said the daughter, following her to the door with her eyes. "You have grown very wise since we parted."
"No," croaked the old woman, coming back a step or two. "I know more than you think I know. More than he thinks, dearie, as I'll tell you by and by. I know all."
The daughter smiled incredulously.
"I know of his brother, Alice,"
said the old woman, stretching out her neck with a leer of malice absolutely frightful,
"who might have been where you have been for stealing money, and who lives with his sister over yonder by the North Road out of London."
"Where?"
"By the North Road out of London, dearie. You shall see the house if you like. It ain't much to boast of, genteel as his own is. No, no, no,"
cried the old woman, shaking her head and laughing, for her daughter had started up.
"Not now. It's too far off. It's by the milestone, where the stones are heaped. To-morrow, dearie, if it's fine and you're in the humour. But I'll go spend
Stop!" And the daughter flung herself upon her, with her former passion raging like a fire. "The sister is a fair-faced devil, with brown hair?" The old woman, amazed and terrified, nodded her head. "I see the shadow of him in her face. It's a red house standing by itself. Before the door there is a small green porch." Again the old woman nodded. "In which I sat to-day. Give me back the money."
"Alice, dearie!"
"Give me back the money, or you'll be hurt." She forced it from the old woman's hand as she spoke, and, utterly indifferent to her complainings and entreaties, threw on the garments she had taken off, and hurried out with headlong speed. The mother followed, limping after her as she could, and expostulating with no more effect upon her than upon the wind and rain and darkness that encompassed them. Obdurate and fierce in her own purpose, and indifferent to all besides, the daughter defied the weather and the distance, as if she had known no travel or fatigue, and made for the house where she had been relieved. After some quarter of an hour's walking, the old woman, spent and out of breath, ventured to hold by her skirts, but she ventured no more, and they travelled on in silence through the wet and gloom. If the mother now and then uttered a word of complaint, she stifled it lest her daughter should break away from her and leave her behind, and the daughter was dumb. It was within an hour or so of midnight, when they left the regular streets behind them, and entered on the deeper gloom of that neutral ground where the house was situated. The town lay in the distance, lurid and lowering. The bleak wind howled over the open space. All around was black, wild, desolate. "This is a fit place for me," said the daughter, stopping to look back. "I thought so when I was here before to-day."
"Alice, my dearie!"
cried the mother, pulling her gently by the skirt.
"Alice!"
"What now, mother?"
"Don't give the money back, my darling. Please don't. We can't afford it. We want supper, dearie. Money is money, whoever gives it. Say what you will, but keep the money."
"See there," was all the daughter's answer. "That is the house I mean. Is that it?" The old woman nodded in the affirmative, and a few more paces brought them to the threshold. There was the light of fire and candle in the room where Alice had sat to dry her clothes, and on her knocking at the door, John Carker appeared from that room. He was surprised to see such visitors at such an hour, and asked Alice what she wanted. "I want your sister," she said, "the woman who gave me money to-day." At the sound of her raised voice, Harriet came out. "Oh," said Alice, "you are here. Do you remember me?"
"Yes,"
she answered, wondering. The face that had humbled itself before her looked on her now with such invincible hatred and defiance, and the hand that had gently touched her arm was clenched with such a show of evil purpose, as if it would gladly strangle her, that she drew close to her brother for protection. "That I could speak with you and not know you, that I could come near you and not feel what blood was running in your veins by the tingling of my own," said Alice, with a menacing gesture.
"What do you mean? What have I done?"
"Done?" returned the other. "You have sat me by your fire. You have given me food and money. You have bestowed your compassion on me. You whose name I spit upon." The old woman, with a malevolence that made her ugliness quite awful, shook her withered hand at the brother and sister in confirmation of her daughter, but plucked her by the skirts again nevertheless, imploring her to keep the money. "If I dropped a tear upon your hand, may it wither it up. If I spoke a gentle word in your hearing, may it deafen you. If I touched you with my lips, may the touch be poison to you. A curse upon this roof that gave me shelter, sorrow and shame upon your head, ruin upon all belonging to you." As she said the words, she threw the money down upon the ground and spurned it with her foot. "I tread it in the dust. I wouldn't take it if it paved my way to heaven.
I would the bleeding foot that brought me here to-day had rotted off before it led me to your house."
Harriet, pale and trembling, restrained her brother, and suffered her to go on uninterrupted.
"It was well that I should be pitied and forgiven by you, or any one of your name, in the first hour of my return. It was well that you should act the kind, good lady to me. I'll thank you when I die. I'll pray for you, and all your race, you may be sure."
With a fierce action of her hand, as if she sprinkled hatred on the ground, and with it devoted those who were standing there to destruction, she looked up once at the black sky, and strode out into the wild night. The mother, who had plucked at her skirts again and again in vain, and had eyed the money lying on the threshold with an absorbing greed that seemed to concentrate her faculties upon it, would have prowled about until the house was dark, and then groped in the mire on the chance of repossessing herself of it. But the daughter drew her away, and they set forth straight on their return to their dwelling, the old woman whimpering and bemoaning their loss upon the road, and fretfully bewailing, as openly as she dared, the undutiful conduct of her handsome girl in depriving her of a supper on the very first night of their reunion. Supperless to bed she went, saving for a few coarse fragments, and those she sat mumbling and munching over a scrap of fire, long after her undutiful daughter lay asleep. Were this miserable mother and this miserable daughter only the reduction to their lowest grade of certain social vices sometimes prevailing higher up? In this round world of many circles within circles, do we make a weary journey from the high grade to the low, to find at last that they lie close together, that the two extremes touch, and that our journey's end is but our starting place? Allowing for great difference of stuff and texture, was the pattern of this woof repeated among gentle blood at all? Say, Edith Dombey, and Cleopatra, best of mothers, let us have your testimony. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 35. The Happy Pair. The dark blot on the street is gone. Mr. Dombey's mansion, if it be a gap among the other houses any longer, is only so because it is not to be vied with in its brightness, and haughtily casts them off. The saying is that home is home, be it never so homely. If it hold good, in the opposite contingency, and home is home, be it never so stately, what an altar to the household gods is raised up here! Lights are sparkling in the windows this evening, and the ruddy glow of fires is warm and bright upon the hangings and soft carpets, and the dinner waits to be served, and the dinner table is handsomely set forth, though only for 4 persons, and the sideboard is cumbrous with plate. It is the first time that the house has been arranged for occupation since its late changes, and the happy pair are looked for every minute. Only second to the wedding morning, in the interest and expectation it engenders among the household, is this evening of the coming home. Mrs. Perch is in the kitchen taking tea, and has made the tour of the establishment, and priced the silks and damasks by the yard, and exhausted every interjection in the dictionary and out of it expressive of admiration and wonder. The upholsterer's foreman, who has left his hat, with a pocket-handkerchief in it, both smelling strongly of varnish, under a chair in the hall, lurks about the house, gazing upwards at the cornices, and downward at the carpets, and occasionally, in a silent transport of enjoyment, taking a rule out of his pocket, and skirmishingly measuring expensive objects with unutterable feelings. Cook is in high spirits, and says, give her a place where there's plenty of company, as she'll bet you sixpence there will be now, for she is of a lively disposition, and she always was from a child, and she don't mind who knows it. Which sentiment elicits from the breast of Mrs. Perch a responsive murmur of support and approbation. All the housemaid hopes is happiness for 'em. But marriage is a lottery, and the more she thinks about it, the more she feels the independence and the safety of a single life. Mr. Towlinson is saturnine and grim, and says that's his opinion too, and give him war besides, and down with the French. For this young man has a general impression that every foreigner is a Frenchman, and must be by the laws of nature. At each new sound of wheels they all stop, whatever they are saying, and listen, and more than once there is a general starting up and a cry of "Here they are!" But here they are not, yet. And cook begins to mourn over the dinner, which has been put back twice, and the upholsterer's foreman still goes lurking about the rooms, undisturbed in his blissful reverie. Florence is ready to receive her father and her new mamma. Whether the emotions that are throbbing in her breast originate in pleasure or in pain, she hardly knows. But the fluttering heart sends added colour to her cheeks, and brightness to her eyes, and they say downstairs, drawing their heads together, for they always speak softly when they speak of her, how beautiful Miss Florence looks to-night, and what a sweet young lady she has grown, poor dear. A pause succeeds, and then cook, feeling, as president, that her sentiments are waited for, wonders whether, and there stops. The housemaid wonders too, and so does Mrs. Perch, who has the happy social faculty of always wondering when other people wonder, without being at all particular what she wonders at. Mr. Towlinson, who now descries an opportunity of bringing down the spirits of the ladies to his own level, says wait and see. He wishes some people were well out of this. Cook leads a sigh then, and a murmur of "Ah, it's a strange world, it is indeed," and when it has gone round the table, adds persuasively, "But Miss Florence can't well be the worse for any change, Tom." Mr. Towlinson's rejoinder, pregnant with frightful meaning, is, "Oh, can't she though?" And sensible that a mere man can scarcely be more prophetic, or improve upon that, he holds his peace. Mrs. Skewton, prepared to greet her darling daughter and dear son-in-law with open arms, is appropriately attired for that purpose in a very youthful costume with short sleeves. At present, however, her ripe charms are blooming in the shade of her own apartments, whence she had not emerged since she took possession of them a few hours ago, and where she is fast growing fretful on account of the postponement of dinner. The maid, who ought to be a skeleton, but is in truth a buxom damsel, is, on the other hand, in a most amiable state, considering her quarterly stipend much safer than heretofore, and foreseeing a great improvement in her board and lodging. Where are the happy pair for whom this brave home is waiting? Do steam, tide, wind, and horses all abate their speed to linger on such happiness? Does the swarm of loves and graces hovering about them retard their progress by its numbers? Are there so many flowers in their happy path that they can scarcely move along without entanglement in thornless roses and sweetest briar? They are here at last. The noise of wheels is heard, grows louder, and a carriage drives up to the door. A thundering knock from the obnoxious foreigner anticipates the rush of Mr. Towlinson and party to open it, and Mr. Dombey and his bride alight and walk in arm in arm.
"My sweetest Edith!"
cries an agitated voice upon the stairs.
"My dearest Dombey!"
And the short sleeves wreathe themselves about the happy couple in turn, and embrace them. Florence had come down to the hall too, but did not advance, reserving her timid welcome until these nearer and dearer transports should subside. But the eyes of Edith sought her out upon the threshold, and dismissing her sensitive parent with a slight kiss on the cheek, she hurried on to Florence and embraced her.
"How do you do, Florence?"
said Mr. Dombey, putting out his hand. As Florence, trembling, raised it to her lips, she met his glance. The look was cold and distant enough, but it stirred her heart to think that she observed in it something more of interest than he had ever shown before. It even expressed a kind of faint surprise and not a disagreeable surprise at sight of her. She dared not raise her eyes to his any more, but she felt that he looked at her once again, and not less favourably. Oh, what a thrill of joy shot through her, awakened by even this intangible and baseless confirmation of her hope that she would learn to win him through her new and beautiful mamma. "You will not be long dressing, Mrs. Dombey, I presume?" said Mr. Dombey. "I shall be ready immediately." "Let them send up dinner in a quarter of an hour." With that Mr. Dombey stalked away to his own dressing-room, and Mrs. Dombey went upstairs to hers. Mrs. Skewton and Florence repaired to the drawing-room, where that excellent mother considered it incumbent on her to shed a few irrepressible tears, supposed to be forced from her by her daughter's felicity, and which she was still drying very gingerly with a laced corner of her pocket-handkerchief when her son-in-law appeared.
"And how, my dearest Dombey, did you find that delightfulest of cities, Paris?" she asked, subduing her emotion.
"It was cold," returned Mr. Dombey.
"Gay as ever?" said Mrs. Skewton. "Of course."
"Not particularly. I thought it dull," said Mr. Dombey.
"Fie, my dearest Dombey!" archly. "Dull?"
"It made that impression upon me, madam," said Mr. Dombey, with grave politeness. "I believe Mrs. Dombey found it dull too. She mentioned once or twice that she thought it so."
"Why, you naughty girl!" cried Mrs. Skewton, rallying her dear child, who now entered. "What dreadfully heretical things have you been saying about Paris?"
Edith raised her eyebrows with an air of weariness, and passing the folding doors, which were thrown open to display the suite of rooms in their new and handsome garniture, and barely glancing at them as she passed, sat down by Florence.
"My dear Dombey," said Mrs. Skewton, "how charmingly these people have carried out every idea that we hinted. They have made a perfect palace of the house, positively."
"It is handsome," said Mr. Dombey, looking round. "I directed that no expense should be spared, and all that money could do has been done, I believe."
"And what can it not do, dear Dombey?" observed Cleopatra.
"It is powerful, madam," said Mr. Dombey. He looked in his solemn way towards his wife, but not a word said she. "I hope, Mrs. Dombey," addressing her after a moment's silence with especial distinctness, "that these alterations meet with your approval."
"They are as handsome as they can be," she returned, with haughty carelessness. "They should be so, of course, and I suppose they are."
An expression of scorn was habitual to the proud face, and seemed inseparable from it. But the contempt with which it received any appeal to admiration, respect, or consideration on the ground of his riches, no matter how slight or ordinary in itself, was a new and different expression, unequalled in intensity by any other of which it was capable. Whether Mr. Dombey, wrapped in his own greatness, was at all aware of this, or no, there had not been wanting opportunities already for his complete enlightenment, and at that moment it might have been effected by the one glance of the dark eye that lighted on him, after it had rapidly and scornfully surveyed the theme of his self-glorification. He might have read in that one glance that nothing that his wealth could do, though it were increased 10,000-fold, could win him for its own sake. One look of softened recognition from the defiant woman, linked to him, but arrayed with her whole soul against him. He might have read in that one glance that even for its sordid and mercenary influence upon herself, she spurned it, while she claimed its utmost power as her right, her bargain, as the base and worthless recompense for which she had become his wife. He might have read in it that, ever bearing her own head for the lightning of her own contempt and pride to strike, the most innocent allusion to the power of his riches degraded her anew, sunk her deeper in her own respect, and made the blight and waste within her more complete. But dinner was announced, and Mr. Dombey led down Cleopatra, Edith and his daughter following. Sweeping past the gold and silver demonstration on the sideboard as if it were heaped up dirt, and deigning to bestow no look upon the elegancies around her, she took her place at his board for the first time, and sat, like a statue, at the feast. Mr. Dombey, being a good deal in the statue way himself, was well enough pleased to see his handsome wife immovable and proud and cold. Her deportment being always elegant and graceful, this, as a general behaviour, was agreeable and congenial to him. Presiding, therefore, with his accustomed dignity, and not at all reflecting on his wife by any warmth or hilarity of his own, he performed his share of the honours of the table with a cool satisfaction, and the installation dinner, though not regarded downstairs as a great success, or very promising beginning, passed oil above in a sufficiently polite, genteel, and frosty manner. Soon after tea, Mrs. Skewton, who affected to be quite overcome and worn out by her emotions of happiness, arising in the contemplation of her dear child united to the man of her heart, but who, there is reason to suppose, found this family party somewhat dull, as she yawned for 1 hour continually behind her fan, retired to bed. Edith also silently withdrew, and came back no more. Thus it happened that Florence, who had been upstairs to have some conversation with Diogenes, returning to the drawing-room with her little work-basket, found no one there but her father, who was walking to and fro in dreary magnificence.
"I beg your pardon. Shall I go away, papa?" said Florence faintly, hesitating at the door.
"No," returned Mr. Dombey, looking round over his shoulder. "You can come and go here, Florence, as you please. This is not my private room." Florence entered, and sat down at a distant little table with her work, finding herself for the first time in her life, for the very first time within her memory from her infancy to that hour, alone with her father as his companion. She, his natural companion, his only child, who in her lonely life and grief had known the suffering of a breaking heart, who in her rejected love had never breathed his name to God at night, but with a tearful blessing, heavier on him than a curse, who had prayed to die young, so she might only die in his arms, who had, all through, repaid the agony of slight and coldness and dislike with patient unexacting love, excusing him and pleading for him like his better angel. She trembled, and her eyes were dim. His figure seemed to grow in height and bulk before her as he paced the room. Now it was all blurred and indistinct, now clear again and plain, and now she seemed to think that this had happened just the same a multitude of years ago. She yearned towards him, and yet shrunk from his approach. Unnatural emotion in a child, innocent of wrong. Unnatural the hand that had directed the sharp plough, which furrowed up her gentle nature for the sowing of its seeds. Bent upon not distressing or offending him by her distress, Florence controlled herself, and sat quietly at her work. After a few more turns across and across the room, he left off pacing it, and withdrawing into a shadowy corner at some distance, where there was an easy chair, covered his head with a handkerchief, and composed himself to sleep. It was enough for Florence to sit there watching him, turning her eyes towards his chair from time to time, watching him with her thoughts when her face was intent upon her work, and sorrowfully glad to think that he could sleep while she was there, and that he was not made restless by her strange and long-forbidden presence. What would have been her thoughts if she had known that he was steadily regarding her, that the veil upon his face, by accident or by design, was so adjusted that his sight was free, and that it never wandered from her face an instant; that when she looked towards him in the obscure dark corner, her speaking eyes, more earnest and pathetic in their voiceless speech than all the orators of all the world, and impeaching him more nearly in their mute address, met his, and did not know it; that when she bent her head again over her work, he drew his breath more easily, but with the same attention looked upon her still, upon her white brow, and her falling hair, and busy hands, and once attracted, seemed to have no power to turn his eyes away. And what were his thoughts meanwhile? With what emotions did he prolong the attentive gaze covertly directed on this unknown daughter? Was there reproach to him in the quiet figure and the mild eyes? Had he begun to feel her disregarded claims, and did they touch him home at last, and waken him to some sense of his cruel injustice? There are yielding moments in the lives of the sternest and harshest men, though such men often keep their secret well. The sight of her in her beauty, almost changed into a woman without his knowledge, may have struck out some such moments even in his life of pride. Some passing thought that he had had a happy home within his reach, had had a household spirit bending at his feet, had overlooked it in his stiff-necked sullen arrogance, and wandered away and lost himself, may have engendered them. Some simple eloquence distinctly heard, though only uttered in her eyes, unconscious that he read them, as, by the deathbeds I have tended, by the childhood I have suffered, by our meeting in this dreary house at midnight, by the cry wrung from me in the anguish of my heart, O Father, turn to me, and seek a refuge in my love before it is too late, may have arrested them. Meaner and lower thoughts, as that his dead boy was now superseded by new ties, and he could forgive the having been supplanted in his affection, may have occasioned them. The mere association of her as an ornament, with all the ornament and pomp about him, may have been sufficient. But as he looked, he softened to her more and more. As he looked, she became blended with the child he had loved, and he could hardly separate the two. As he looked, he saw her for an instant by a clearer and a brighter light, not bending over that child's pillow as his rival, monstrous thought, but as the spirit of his home, and in the action tending himself no less, as he sat once more with his bowed down head upon his hand at the foot of the little bed. He felt inclined to speak to her, and call her to him. The words, "Florence, come here," were rising to his lips, but slowly and with difficulty, they were so very strange, when they were checked and stifled by a footstep on the stair. It was his wife's. She had exchanged her dinner dress for a loose robe, and unbound her hair, which fell freely about her neck. But this was not the change in her that startled him. "Florence, dear," she said, "I have been looking for you everywhere." As she sat down by the side of Florence, she stooped and kissed her hand. He hardly knew his wife. She was so changed. It was not merely that her smile was new to him, though that he had never seen, but her manner, the tone of her voice, the light of her eyes, the interest and confidence and winning wish to please, expressed in all this, was not Edith. "Softly, dear mamma. Papa is asleep." It was Edith now. She looked towards the corner where he was, and he knew that face and manner very well. "I scarcely thought you could be here, Florence." Again, how altered and how softened in an instant. "I left here early," pursued Edith, "purposely to sit upstairs and talk with you. But going to your room I found my bird was flown, and I have been waiting there ever since, expecting its return." If it had been a bird indeed, she could not have taken it more tenderly and gently to her breast than she did Florence. "Come, dear." "Papa will not expect to find me, I suppose, when he awakes?" hesitated Florence. "Do you think he will, Florence?" said Edith, looking full upon her. Florence drooped her head and rose, and put up her work-basket. Edith drew her hand through her arm, and they went out of the room like sisters. Her very step was different and new to him, Mr. Dombey thought, as his eyes followed her to the door. He sat in his shadowy corner so long that the church clocks struck the hour 3 times before he moved that night. All that while his face was still intent upon the spot where Florence had been seated. The room grew darker as the candles waned and went out, but a darkness gathered on his face, exceeding any that the night could cast, and rested there. Florence and Edith, seated before the fire in the remote room where little Paul had died, talked together for a long time. Diogenes, who was of the party, had at first objected to the admission of Edith, and, even in deference to his mistress's wish, had only permitted it under growling protest. But, emerging by little and little from the ante-room whither he had retired in dudgeon, he soon appeared to comprehend that with the most amiable intentions he had made one of those mistakes which will occasionally arise in the best regulated dogs' minds. As a friendly apology for which, he stuck himself up on end between the two, in a very hot place in front of the fire, and sat panting at it, with his tongue out, and a most imbecile expression of countenance, listening to the conversation. It turned at first on Florence's books and favourite pursuits, and on the manner in which she had beguiled the interval since the marriage. The last theme opened up to her a subject which lay very near her heart, and she said, with the tears starting to her eyes,
"Oh, mamma, I have had a great sorrow since that day."
"You? A great sorrow, Florence?"
"Yes. Poor Walter is drowned."
Florence spread her hands before her face, and wept with all her heart. Many as were the secret tears which Walter's fate had cost her, they flowed yet, when she thought or spoke of him. "But tell me, dear," said Edith, soothing her, "who was Walter? What was he to you?"
"He was my brother, mamma. After dear Paul died, we said we would be brother and sister. I had known him a long time, from a little child. He knew Paul, who liked him very much. Paul said, almost at the last, 'Take care of Walter, dear papa. I was fond of him.' Walter had been brought in to see him, and was there then, in this room."
"And did he take care of Walter?" inquired Edith sternly.
"Papa, he appointed him to go abroad. He was drowned in shipwreck on his voyage,"
said Florence, sobbing. "Does he know that he is dead?" asked Edith.
"I cannot tell, mamma. I have no means of knowing, dear mamma,"
cried Florence, clinging to her as for help, and hiding her face upon her bosom.
"I know that you have seen—"
"Stay. Stop, Florence." Edith turned so pale, and spoke so earnestly, that Florence did not need her restraining hand upon her lips. "Tell me all about Walter first. Let me understand this history all through." Florence related it, and everything belonging to it, even down to the friendship of Mr. Toots, of whom she could hardly speak in her distress without a tearful smile, although she was deeply grateful to him. When she had concluded her account, to the whole of which Edith, holding her hand, listened with close attention, and when a silence had succeeded, Edith said, "What is it that you know I have seen, Florence?"
"That I am not,"
said Florence, with the same mute appeal and the same quick concealment of her face as before.
"That I am not a favourite child, mamma. I never have been. I have never known how to be. I have missed the way, and had no one to show it to me. Oh, let me learn from you how to become dearer to papa. Teach me, you who can so well."
And clinging closer to her, with some broken fervent words of gratitude and endearment, Florence, relieved of her sad secret, wept long, but not as painfully as of yore, within the encircling arms of her new mother. Pale even to her lips, and with a face that strove for composure until its proud beauty was as fixed as death, Edith looked down upon the weeping girl, and once kissed her. Then, gradually disengaging herself, and putting Florence away, she said, stately, and quiet as a marble image, and in a voice that deepened as she spoke, but had no other token of emotion in it, "Florence, you do not know me. Heaven forbid that you should learn from me."
"Not learn from you?"
repeated Florence in surprise. "That I should teach you how to love or be loved. Heaven forbid," said Edith. "If you could teach me, that were better, but it is too late. You are dear to me, Florence. I did not think that anything could ever be so dear to me as you are in this little time." She saw that Florence would have spoken here, so checked her with her hand, and went on. "I will be your true friend always. I will cherish you as much, if not as well as any one in this world could. You may trust in me. I know it, and I say it, dear, with the whole confidence even of your pure heart. There are hosts of women whom he might have married, better and truer in all other respects than I am, Florence. But there is not one who could come here, his wife, whose heart could beat with greater truth to you than mine does."
"I know it, dear mamma,"
cried Florence.
"from that first most happy day I have known it."
"Most happy day." Edith seemed to repeat the words involuntarily, and went on. "Though the merit is not mine, for I thought little of you until I saw you, let the undeserved reward be mine in your trust and love. And in this, Florence, on the first night of my taking up my abode here, I am led on as it is best I should be, to say it for the first and last time." Florence, without knowing why, felt almost afraid to hear her proceed, but kept her eyes riveted on the beautiful face so fixed upon her own. "Never seek to find in me," said Edith, laying her hand upon her breast, "what is not here. Never, if you can help it, Florence, fall off from me because it is not here. Little by little you will know me better, and the time will come when you will know me as I know myself. Then be as lenient to me as you can, and do not turn to bitterness the only sweet remembrance I shall have." The tears that were visible in her eyes as she kept them fixed on Florence showed that the composed face was but as a handsome mask, but she preserved it, and continued. "I have seen what you say, and know how true it is, but believe me, you will soon, if you cannot now. There is no one on this earth less qualified to set it right or help you, Florence, than I. Never ask me why, or speak to me about it or of my husband more. There should be, so far, a division and a silence between us two, like the grave itself." She sat for some time silent, Florence scarcely venturing to breathe meanwhile, as dim and imperfect shadows of the truth and all its daily consequences chased each other through her terrified yet incredulous imagination. Almost as soon as she had ceased to speak, Edith's face began to subside from its set composure to that quieter and more relenting aspect which it usually wore when she and Florence were alone together. She shaded it, after this change, with her hands, and when she arose, and with an affectionate embrace bade Florence good night, went quickly and without looking round. But when Florence was in bed, and the room was dark except for the glow of the fire, Edith returned, and saying that she could not sleep, and that her dressing-room was lonely, drew a chair upon the hearth, and watched the embers as they died away. Florence watched them too, from her bed, until they, and the noble figure before them, crowned with its flowing hair, and its thoughtful eyes, reflecting back their light, became confused and indistinct, and finally were lost in slumber. In her sleep, however, Florence could not lose an undefined impression of what had so recently passed. It formed the subject of her dreams, and haunted her, now in one shape, now in another, but always oppressively, and with a sense of fear. She dreamed of seeking her father in wildernesses, of following his track up fearful heights, and down into deep mines and caverns, of being charged with something that would release him from extraordinary suffering, she knew not what, or why, yet never being able to attain the goal and set him free. Then she saw him dead, upon that very bed, and in that very room, and knew that he had never loved her to the last, and fell upon his cold breast, passionately weeping. Then a prospect opened, and a river flowed, and a plaintive voice she knew cried, "It is running on, Floy. It has never stopped. You are moving with it." And she saw him at a distance, stretching out his arms towards her, while a figure, such as Walter's used to be, stood near him, awfully serene and still. In every vision, Edith came and went, sometimes to her joy, sometimes to her sorrow, until they were all alone upon the brink of a dark grave, and Edith pointing down, she looked and saw, what? Another Edith lying at the bottom? In the terror of this dream she cried out and awoke, she thought. A soft voice seemed to whisper in her ear, "Florence, dear Florence, it is nothing but a dream." And stretching out her arms, she returned the caress of her new mamma, who then went out at the door in the light of the grey morning. In a moment Florence sat up, wondering whether this had really taken place or not. But she was only certain that it was grey morning indeed, and that the blackened ashes of the fire were on the hearth, and that she was alone. So passed the night on which the happy pair came home. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 36. Housewarming. Many succeeding days passed in like manner, except that there were numerous visits received and paid, and that Mrs. Skewton held little levees in her own apartments, at which Major Bagstock was a frequent attendant, and that Florence encountered no second look from her father, although she saw him every day. Nor had she much communication in words with her new mamma, who was imperious and proud to all the house but her. Florence could not but observe that, and who, although she always sent for her, or went to her when she came home from visiting, and would always go into her room at night, before retiring to rest, however late the hour, and never lost an opportunity of being with her, was often her silent and thoughtful companion for a long time together. Florence, who had hoped for so much from this marriage, could not help sometimes comparing the bright house with the faded dreary place out of which it had arisen, and wondering when in any shape it would begin to be a home, for that it was no home then for any one, though everything went on luxuriously and regularly, she had always a secret misgiving. Many an hour of sorrowful reflection by day and night, and many a tear of blighted hope, Florence bestowed upon the assurance her new mamma had given her so strongly, that there was no one on the earth more powerless than herself to teach her how to win her father's heart. And soon Florence began to think, resolved to think would be the truer phrase, that as no one knew so well how hopeless of being subdued or changed her father's coldness to her was, so she had given her this warning, and forbidden the subject in very compassion. Unselfish here, as in her every act and fancy, Florence preferred to bear the pain of this new wound, rather than encourage any faint foreshadowings of the truth as it concerned her father, tender of him even in her wandering thoughts. As for his home, she hoped it would become a better one when its state of novelty and transition should be over, and for herself thought little and lamented less. If none of the new family were particularly at home in private, it was resolved that Mrs. Dombey at least should be at home in public without delay. a series of entertainments in celebration of the late nuptials, and in cultivation of society, were arranged chiefly by Mr. Dombey and Mrs. Skewton, and it was settled that the festive proceedings should commence by Mrs. Dombey's being at home upon a certain evening, and by Mr. and Mrs. Dombey's requesting the honour of the company of a great many incongruous people to dinner on the same day. Accordingly, Mr. Dombey produced a list of sundry Eastern magnates who were to be bidden to this feast on his behalf, to which Mrs. Skewton, acting for her dearest child, who was haughtily careless on the subject, subjoined a Western list, comprising cousin Phoenix, not yet returned to Baden-Baden, greatly to the detriment of his personal estate, and a variety of moths of various degrees and ages, who had at various times fluttered round the light of her fair daughter, or herself, without any lasting injury to their wings. Florence was enrolled as a member of the dinner party, by Edith's command, elicited by a moment's doubt and hesitation on the part of Mrs. Skewton, and Florence, with a wondering heart, and with a quick instinctive sense of everything that grated on her father in the least, took her silent share in the proceedings of the day. The proceedings commenced by Mr. Dombey, in a cravat of extraordinary height and stiffness, walking restlessly about the drawing-room until the hour appointed for dinner, punctual to which an East India director of immense wealth, in a waistcoat apparently constructed in serviceable deal by some plain carpenter, but really engendered in the tailor's art, and composed of a material called nankeen, arrived and was received by Mr. Dombey alone. The next stage of the proceedings was Mr. Dombey's sending his compliments to Mrs. Dombey with a correct statement of the time, and the next, the East India director's falling prostrate, in a conversational point of view, and as Mr. Dombey was not the man to pick him up, staring at the fire until rescue appeared in the shape of Mrs. Skewton, whom the director, as a pleasant start in life for the evening, mistook for Mrs. Dombey, and greeted with enthusiasm. The next arrival was a bank director, reputed to be able to buy up anything, human nature generally, if he should take it into his head to influence the money market in that direction, but who was a wonderfully modest-spoken man, almost boastfully so, and mentioned his little place at Kingston upon Thames, and its just being barely equal to giving Dombey a bed and a chop if he would come and visit it. Ladies, he said, it was not for a man who lived in his quiet way to take upon himself to invite, but if Mrs. Skewton and her daughter, Mrs. Dombey, should ever find themselves in that direction, and would do him the honour to look at a little bit of a shrubbery they would find there, and a poor little flower-bed or so, and a humble apology for a pinery, and 2 or 3 little attempts of that sort without any pretension, they would distinguish him very much. Carrying out his character, this gentleman was very plainly dressed, in a wisp of cambric for a neckcloth, big shoes, a coat that was too loose for him, and a pair of trousers that were too spare, and mention being made of the opera by Mrs. Skewton, he said he very seldom went there, for he couldn't afford it. It seemed greatly to delight and exhilarate him to say so, and he beamed on his audience afterwards with his hands in his pockets and excessive satisfaction twinkling in his eyes. Now Mrs. Dombey appeared, beautiful and proud, and as disdainful and defiant of them all as if the bridal wreath upon her head had been a garland of steel spikes, put on to force concession from her, which she would die sooner than yield. With her was Florence. When they entered together, the shadow of the night of the return again darkened Mr. Dombey's face, but unobserved, for Florence did not venture to raise her eyes to his, and Edith's indifference was too supreme to take the least heed of him. The arrivals quickly became numerous. More directors, chairmen of public companies, elderly ladies carrying burdens on their heads for full dress, cousin Phoenix, Major Bagstock, friends of Mrs. Skewton, with the same bright bloom on their complexion and very precious necklaces on very withered necks. Among these a young lady of 65, remarkably coolly dressed as to her back and shoulders, who spoke with an engaging lisp, and whose eyelids wouldn't keep up well without a great deal of trouble on her part, and whose manners had that indefinable charm which so frequently attaches to the giddiness of youth. As the greater part of Mr. Dombey's list were disposed to be taciturn, and the greater part of Mrs. Dombey's list were disposed to be talkative, and there was no sympathy between them, Mrs. Dombey's list, by magnetic agreement, entered into a bond of union against Mr. Dombey's list, who, wandering about the rooms in a desolate manner, or seeking refuge in corners, entangled themselves with company coming in, and became barricaded behind sofas, and had doors opened smartly from without against their heads, and underwent every sort of discomfiture. When dinner was announced, Mr. Dombey took down an old lady like a crimson velvet pincushion stuffed with banknotes, who might have been the identical old lady of Threadneedle Street, she was so rich and looked so unaccommodating. Cousin Phoenix took down Mrs. Dombey. Major Bagstock took down Mrs. Skewton. The young thing with the shoulders was bestowed as an extinguisher upon the East India Director, and the remaining ladies were left on view in the drawing-room by the remaining gentlemen, until a forlorn hope volunteered to conduct them downstairs, and those brave spirits with their captives blocked up the dining-room door, shutting out 7 mild men in the stony-hearted hall. When all the rest were got in and were seated, one of these mild men still appeared, in smiling confusion, totally destitute and unprovided for, and, escorted by the butler, made the complete circuit of the table twice before his chair could be found, which it finally was, on Mrs. Dombey's left hand, after which the mild man never held up his head again. Now the spacious dining-room, with the company seated round the glittering table, busy with their glittering spoons and knives and forks and plates, might have been taken for a grown-up exposition of Tom Tiddler's ground, where children pick up gold and silver. Mr. Dombey, as Tiddler, looked his character to admiration, and the long plateau of precious metal frosted, separating him from Mrs. Dombey, whereon frosted cupids offered scentless flowers to each of them, was allegorical to see. Cousin Phoenix was in great force, and looked astonishingly young, but he was sometimes thoughtless in his good humour, his memory occasionally wandering, like his legs, and on this occasion caused the company to shudder. It happened thus. The young lady with the back, who regarded Cousin Phoenix with sentiments of tenderness, had entrapped the East India Director into leading her to the chair next to him, in return for which good office she immediately abandoned the Director, who, being shaded on the other side by a gloomy black velvet hat surmounting a bony and speechless female with a fan, yielded to a depression of spirits, and withdrew into himself. Cousin Phoenix and the young lady were very lively and humorous, and the young lady laughed so much at something Cousin Phoenix related to her, that Major Bagstock begged leave to inquire, on behalf of Mrs. Skewton, they were sitting opposite a little lower down, whether that might not be considered public property.
"Why, upon my life," said Cousin Phoenix, "there's nothing in it. It really is not worth repeating. In point of fact, it's merely an anecdote of Jack Adams. I dare say my friend Dombey," for the general attention was concentrated on Cousin Phoenix, "may remember Jack Adams. Jack Adams, not Joe. That was his brother. Jack, little Jack, man with a cast in his eye and slight impediment in his speech, man who sat for somebody's borough. We used to call him, in my parliamentary time, W.P. Adams, in consequence of his being warming-pan for a young fellow who was in his minority. Perhaps my friend Dombey may have known the man?"
Mr. Dombey, who was as likely to have known Guy Fawkes, replied in the negative. But one of the 7 mild men unexpectedly leapt into distinction by saying he had known him, and adding, "always wore Hessian boots."
"Exactly," said Cousin Phoenix, bending forward to see the mild man, and smile encouragement at him down the table. "That was Jack. Joe wore—"
"Tops!"
cried the mild man, rising in public estimation every instant.
"Of course," said Cousin Phoenix. "You were intimate with 'em."
"I knew them both,"
said the mild man, with whom Mr. Dombey immediately took wine.
"Devilish good fellow, Jack,"
said Cousin Phoenix, again bending forward and smiling.
"Excellent,"
returned the mild man, becoming bold on his success.
"One of the best fellows I ever knew."
"No doubt you have heard the story," said Cousin Phoenix.
"I shall know,"
replied the bold mild man,
"when I have heard your ludship tell it."
With that he leaned back in his chair and smiled at the ceiling, as knowing it by heart, and being already tickled.
"In point of fact, it's nothing of a story in itself,"
said Cousin Phoenix, addressing the table with a smile and a gay shake of his head,
"and not worth a word of preface, but it's illustrative of the neatness of Jack's humour. The fact is that Jack was invited down to a marriage, which I think took place in Berkshire."
"Shropshire,"
said the bold mild man, finding himself appealed to.
"Was it? Well, in point of fact, it might have been in any shire," said Cousin Phoenix. "So, my friend being invited down to this marriage in any shire," with a pleasant sense of the readiness of this joke, "goes, just as some of us, having had the honour of being invited to the marriage of my lovely and accomplished relative with my friend Dombey, didn't require to be asked twice, and were devilish glad to be present on so interesting an occasion. Jack goes. Now this marriage was, in point of fact, the marriage of an uncommonly fine girl with a man for whom she didn't care a button, but whom she accepted on account of his property, which was immense. When Jack returned to town after the nuptials, a man he knew, meeting him in the lobby of the House of Commons, says, 'Well, Jack, how are the ill-matched couple?' 'Ill-matched?' says Jack. 'Not at all. It's a perfectly and equal transaction. She is regularly bought, and you may take your oath he is as regularly sold.'"
In his full enjoyment of this culminating point of his story, the shudder which had gone all round the table like an electric spark struck Cousin Phoenix, and he stopped. Not a smile occasioned by the only general topic of conversation broached that day appeared on any face. A profound silence ensued, and the wretched mild man, who had been as innocent of any real foreknowledge of the story as the child unborn, had the exquisite misery of reading in every eye that he was regarded as the prime mover of the mischief. Mr. Dombey's face was not a changeful one, and being cast in its mould of state that day, showed little other apprehension of the story, if any, than that which he expressed when he said solemnly amidst the silence that it was very good. There was a rapid glance from Edith towards Florence, but otherwise she remained externally impassive and unconscious. Through the various stages of rich meats and wines, continual gold and silver, dainties of earth, air, fire, and water, heaped up fruits, and that unnecessary article in Mr. Dombey's banquets, ice, the dinner slowly made its way. The later stages being achieved to the sonorous music of incessant double knocks, announcing the arrival of visitors whose portion of the feast was limited to the smell thereof. When Mrs. Dombey rose, it was a sight to see her lord, with stiff throat and erect head, hold the door open for the withdrawal of the ladies, and to see how she swept past him with his daughter on her arm. Mr. Dombey was a grave sight behind the decanters in a state of dignity, and the East India Director was a forlorn sight near the unoccupied end of the table in a state of solitude, and the Major was a military sight relating stories of the Duke of York to 6 of the 7 mild men. The ambitious one was utterly quenched. And the bank director was a lowly sight, making a plan of his little attempt at a pinery, with dessert knives, for a group of admirers. And cousin Phoenix was a thoughtful sight, as he smoothed his long wristbands and stealthily adjusted his wig. But all these sights were of short duration, being speedily broken up by coffee and the desertion of the room. There was a throng in the state-room upstairs, increasing every minute, but still Mr. Dombey's list of visitors appeared to have some native impossibility of amalgamation with Mrs. Dombey's list, and no one could have doubted which was which. The single exception to this rule, perhaps, was Mr. Carker, who now smiled among the company, and who, as he stood in the circle that was gathered about Mrs. Dombey, watchful of her, of them, his chief, Cleopatra, and the Major, Florence, and everything around, appeared at ease with both divisions of guests, and not marked as exclusively belonging to either. Florence had a dread of him, which made his presence in the room a nightmare to her. She could not avoid the recollection of it, for her eyes were drawn towards him every now and then by an attraction of dislike and distrust that she could not resist. Yet her thoughts were busy with other things, for as she sat apart, not unadmired or unsought, but in the gentleness of her quiet spirit, she felt how little part her father had in what was going on, and saw with pain how ill at ease he seemed to be, and how little regarded he was, as he lingered about near the door, for those visitors whom he wished to distinguish with particular attention, and took them up to introduce them to his wife, who received them with proud coldness, but showed no interest or wish to please, and never, after the bare ceremony of reception, in consultation of his wishes, or in welcome of his friends, opened her lips. It was not the less perplexing or painful to Florence that she who acted thus treated her so kindly and with such loving consideration, that it almost seemed an ungrateful return on her part even to know of what was passing before her eyes. Happy Florence would have been, might she have ventured to bear her father company by so much as a look, and happy Florence was in little suspecting the main cause of his uneasiness. But afraid of seeming to know that he was placed at any disadvantage, lest he should be resentful of that knowledge, and divided between her impulse towards him and her grateful affection for Edith, she scarcely dared to raise her eyes towards either. Anxious and unhappy for them both, the thought stole on her through the crowd that it might have been better for them if this noise of tongues and tread of feet had never come there, if the old dullness and decay had never been replaced by novelty and splendour, if the neglected child had found no friend in Edith, but had lived her solitary life unpitied and forgotten. Mrs. Chick had some such thoughts too, but they were not so quietly developed in her mind. This good matron had been outraged, in the first instance, by not receiving an invitation to dinner. That blow partially recovered, she had gone to a vast expense to make such a figure before Mrs. Dombey at home as should dazzle the senses of that lady, and heap mortification mountains high on the head of Mrs. Skewton.
"But I am made," said Mrs. Chick to Mr. Chick, "of no more account than Florence. Who takes the smallest notice of me? No one."
"No one, my dear,"
assented Mr. Chick, who was seated by the side of Mrs. Chick against the wall, and could console himself even there by softly whistling.
"Does it at all appear as if I was wanted here?"
exclaimed Mrs. Chick, with flashing eyes.
"No, my dear, I don't think it does,"
said Mr. Chick.
"Paul's mad,"
said Mrs. Chick. Mr. Chick whistled.
"Unless you are a monster, which I sometimes think you are,"
said Mrs. Chick, with candour,
"don't sit there humming tunes. How anyone with the most distant feelings of a man can see that mother-in-law of Paul's, dressed as she is, going on like that with Major Bagstock, for whom, among other precious things, we are indebted to your Lucretia Tox."
"My Lucretia Tox, my dear?"
said Mr. Chick, astounded. Yes, retorted Mrs Chick, with great severity. You're Lucretia Tox. I say, how anybody can see that mother-in-law of Paul's, and that haughty wife of Paul's, and these indecent old frights with their backs and shoulders, and in short this at home generally, and hum, on which word Mrs Chick laid a scornful emphasis that made Mr Chick start, is, I thank Heaven, a mystery to me. Mr Chick screwed his mouth into a form irreconcilable with humming or whistling, and looked very contemplative. But I hope I know what is due to myself, said Mrs Chick, swelling with indignation. Though Paul has forgotten what is due to me, I am not going to sit here, a member of this family, to be taken no notice of. I am not the dirt under Mrs Dombey's feet yet, not quite yet, said Mrs Chick, as if she expected to become so about the day after tomorrow. And I shall go. I will not say, whatever I may think, that this affair has been got up solely to degrade and insult me. I shall merely go. I shall not be missed. Mrs Chick rose erect with these words, and took the arm of Mr Chick, who escorted her from the room, after half an hour's shady sojourn there, and it is due to her penetration to observe that she certainly was not missed at all. But she was not the only indignant guest, for Mr Dombey's list, still constantly in difficulties, were, as a body, indignant with Mrs Dombey's list, for looking at them through eyeglasses, and audibly wondering who all those people were, while Mrs Dombey's list complained of weariness, and the young thing with the shoulders, deprived of the attentions of that gay youth, cousin Phoenix, who went away from the dinner-table, confidentially alleged to 30 or 40 friends that she was bored to death. All the old ladies with the burdens on their heads had greater or less cause of complaint against Mr Dombey, and the directors and chairmen coincided in thinking that if Dombey must marry, he had better have married somebody nearer his own age, not quite so handsome and a little better off. The general opinion among this class of gentlemen was, that it was a weak thing in Dombey, and he'd live to repent it. Hardly anybody there, except the mild men, stayed or went away without considering himself or herself neglected and aggrieved by Mr Dombey or Mrs Dombey, and the speechless female in the black velvet hat was found to have been stricken mute, because the lady in the crimson velvet had been handed down before her. The nature even of the mild men got corrupted, either from their curdling it with too much lemonade, or from the general inoculation that prevailed, and they made sarcastic jokes to one another, and whispered disparagement on stairs and in by-places. The general dissatisfaction and discomfort so diffused itself, that the assembled footmen in the hall were as well acquainted with it as the company above. Nay, the very link-men outside got hold of it, and compared the party to a funeral out of mourning, with none of the company remembered in the will. At last the guests were all gone, and the linkmen too, and the street, crowded so long with carriages, was clear, and the dying lights showed no one in the rooms but Mr Dombey and Mr Carker, who were talking together apart, and Mrs Dombey and her mother, the former seated on an ottoman, the latter reclining in the Cleopatra attitude, awaiting the arrival of her maid. Mr Dombey having finished his communication to Carker, the latter advanced obsequiously to take leave. "I trust," he said, "that the fatigues of this delightful evening will not inconvenience Mrs Dombey tomorrow." "Mrs Dombey," said Mr Dombey, advancing, "has sufficiently spared herself fatigue to relieve you from any anxiety of that kind. I regret to say, Mrs Dombey, that I could have wished you had fatigued yourself a little more on this occasion." She looked at him with a supercilious glance that it seemed not worth her while to protract, and turned away her eyes without speaking. "I am sorry, madam," said Mr Dombey, "that you should not have thought it your duty." She looked at him again. "Your duty, madam," pursued Mr Dombey, "to have received my friends with a little more deference. Some of those whom you have been pleased to slight to-night in a very marked manner, Mrs Dombey,
confer a distinction upon you, I must tell you, in any visit they pay you."
"Do you know that there is some one here?" she returned, now looking at him steadily.
"No, Carker, I beg that you do not. I insist that you do not," cried Mr. Dombey, stopping that noiseless gentleman in his withdrawal. "Mr. Carker, madam, as you know, possesses my confidence. He is as well acquainted as myself with the subject on which I speak. I beg to tell you, for your information, Mrs. Dombey, that I consider these wealthy and important persons confer a distinction upon me," and Mr. Dombey drew himself up as having now rendered them of the highest possible importance. "I ask you," she repeated, bending her disdainful steady gaze upon him, "do you know that there is some one here, sir?" "I must entreat," said Mr. Carker, stepping forward, "I must beg, I must demand to be released. Slight and unimportant as this difference is—"
Mrs. Skewton, who had been intent upon her daughter's face, took him up here.
"My sweetest Edith," she said, "and my dearest Dombey, our excellent friend Mr. Carker, for so I am sure I ought to mention him."
Mr. Carker murmured, "Too much honour,"
has used the very words that were in my mind, and that I have been dying these ages for an opportunity of introducing. Slight and unimportant. My sweetest Edith and my dearest Dombey, do we not know that any difference between you two— No, Flowers, not now."
Flowers was the maid, who, finding gentlemen present, retreated with precipitation.
"That any difference between you two," resumed Mrs. Skewton, "with the heart you possess in common, and the excessively charming bond of feeling that there is between you, must be slight and unimportant? What words could better define the fact? None. Therefore I am glad to take this slight occasion, this trifling occasion, that is so replete with nature, and your individual characters, and all that, so truly calculated to bring the tears into a parent's eyes, to say that I attach no importance to them in the least, except as developing these minor elements of soul, and that, unlike most mammas-in-law, that odious phrase, dear Dombey, as they have been represented to me to exist in this, I fear, too artificial world, I never shall attempt to interpose between you at such a time, and never can much regret, after all, such little flashes of the torch of what's his name, not Cupid, but the other delightful creature."
There was a sharpness in the good mother's glance at both her children as she spoke, that may have been expressive of a direct and well-considered purpose hidden between these rambling words, that purpose providently to detach herself in the beginning from all the clankings of their chain that were to come, and to shelter herself with the fiction of her innocent belief in their mutual affection, and their adaptation to each other.
"I have pointed out to Mrs. Dombey," said Mr. Dombey in his most stately manner, "that in her conduct thus early in our married life, to which I object, and which I request may be corrected. Carker," with a nod of dismissal, "good night to you."
Mr. Carker bowed to the imperious form of the bride, whose sparkling eye was fixed upon her husband, and stopping at Cleopatra's couch on his way out, raised to his lips the hand she graciously extended to him in lowly and admiring homage. If his handsome wife had reproached him, or even changed countenance, or broken the silence in which she remained by one word, now that they were alone, for Cleopatra made off with all speed, Mr. Dombey would have been equal to some assertion of his case against her. But the intense, unutterable, withering scorn with which, after looking upon him, she dropped her eyes, as if he were too worthless and indifferent to her to be challenged with a syllable, the ineffable disdain and haughtiness in which she sat before him, the cold inflexible resolve with which her every feature seemed to bear him down and put him by, these he had no resource against, and he left her with her whole overbearing beauty concentrated on despising him. Was he coward enough to watch her, an hour afterwards, on the old well staircase where he had once seen Florence in the moonlight toiling up with Paul? Or was he in the dark by accident, when, looking up, he saw her coming with a light from the room where Florence lay, and marked again the face so changed which he could not subdue? But it could never alter as his own did. It never, in its uttermost pride and passion, knew the shadow that had fallen on his, in the dark corner, on the night of the return, and often since, and which deepened on it now, as he looked up. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 37. More Warnings Than One. Florence, Edith, and Mrs. Skewton were together next day, and the carriage was waiting at the door to take them out. For Cleopatra had her galley again now, and Withers, no longer the one, stood upright in a pigeon-breasted jacket and military trousers behind her wheelless chair at dinner-time, and buttered no more. The hair of Withers was radiant with pomatum in these days of down, and he wore kid gloves and smelt of the water of Cologne. They were assembled in Cleopatra's room. The serpent of old Nile, not to mention her disrespectfully, was reposing on her sofa, sipping her morning chocolate at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Flowers the maid was fastening on her youthful cuffs and frills, and performing a kind of private coronation ceremony on her, with a peach-coloured velvet bonnet, the artificial roses in which nodded to uncommon advantage as the palsy trifled with them like a breeze.
"I think I am a little nervous this morning, Flowers," said Mrs. Skewton. "My hand quite shakes." "You were the life of the party last night, ma'am, you know," returned Flowers, "and you suffer for it to-day, you see." Edith, who had beckoned Florence to the window, and was looking out, with her back turned on the toilet of her esteemed mother, suddenly withdrew from it, as if it had lightened. "My darling child," cried Cleopatra languidly, "you are not nervous? Don't tell me, my dear Edith, that you, so enviably self-possessed, are beginning to be a martyr too, like your unfortunately constituted mother. Withers, someone at the door." "Card, ma'am," said Withers, taking it towards Mrs. Dombey. "I am going out," she said, without looking at it. "My dear love," drawled Mrs. Skewton, "how very odd to send that message without seeing the name. Bring it here, Withers. Dear me, my love, Mr. Carker too, that very sensible person." "I am going out," repeated Edith, in so imperious a tone that Withers, going to the door, imperiously informed the servant who was waiting, "Mrs. Dombey is going out. Get along with you," and shut it on him. But the servant came back after a short absence, and whispered to Withers again, who once more, and not very willingly, presented himself before Mrs. Dombey. "If you please, ma'am, Mr. Carker sends his respectful compliments, and begs you would spare him 1 minute if you could, for business, ma'am.
if you please."
"Really, my love," said Mrs. Skewton in her mildest manner, for her daughter's face was threatening, "if you would allow me to offer a word, I should recommend—"
"Show him this way," said Edith, as Withers disappeared to execute the command. She added, frowning on her mother, "As he comes at your recommendation, let him come to your room."
Shall I go away?"
asked Florence hurriedly. Edith nodded yes, but on her way to the door Florence met the visitor coming in. With the same disagreeable mixture of familiarity and forbearance with which he had first addressed her, he addressed her now in his softest manner, hoped she was quite well, needed not to ask with such looks to anticipate the answer, had scarcely had the honour to know her last night, she was so greatly changed, and held the door open for her to pass out, with a secret sense of power in her shrinking from him that all the deference and politeness of his manner could not quite conceal. He then bowed himself for a moment over Mrs. Skewton's condescending hand, and lastly bowed to Edith. Coldly returning his salute without looking at him, and neither seating herself nor inviting him to be seated, she waited for him to speak. Entrenched in her pride and power, and with all the obduracy of her spirit summoned about her, still her old conviction that she and her mother had been known by this man in their worst colours from their first acquaintance, that every degradation she had suffered in her own eyes was as plain to him as to herself, that he read her life as though it were a vile book, and fluttered the leaves before her in slight looks and tones of voice which no one else could detect, weakened and undermined her. Proudly as she opposed herself to him, with her commanding face exacting his humility, her disdainful lip repulsing him, her bosom angry at his intrusion, and the dark lashes of her eyes sullenly veiling their light, that no ray of it might shine upon him, and submissively as he stood before her, with an entreating injured manner, but with complete submission to her will, she knew in her own soul that the cases were reversed, and that the triumph and superiority were his, and that he knew it full well.
"I have presumed," said Mr. Carker, "to solicit an interview, and I have ventured to describe it as being one of business, because—"
"Perhaps you are charged by Mr. Dombey with some message of reproof?" said Edith. "You possess Mr. Dombey's confidence in such an unusual degree, sir, that you would scarcely surprise me if that were your business."
"I have no message to the lady who sheds a lustre upon his name," said Mr. Carker, "but I entreat that lady, on my own behalf, to be just to a very humble claimant for justice at her hands, a mere dependent of Mr. Dombey's, which is a position of humility, and to reflect upon my perfect helplessness last night, and the impossibility of my avoiding the share that was forced upon me in a very painful occasion." "My dearest Edith," hinted Cleopatra in a low voice, as she held her eyeglass aside, "really very charming of Mr. What's-his-name, and full of heart."
"For I do," said Mr. Carker, appealing to Mrs. Skewton with a look of grateful deference,
"I do venture to call it a painful occasion, though merely because it was so to me, who had the misfortune to be present. So slight a difference as between the principles, between those who love each other with disinterested devotion, and would make any sacrifice of self in such a cause, is nothing. As Mrs. Skewton herself expressed with so much truth and feeling last night, it is nothing."
Edith could not look at him, but she said after a few moments, "And your business, sir?"
"Edith, my pet," said Mrs. Skewton, "all this time Mr. Carker is standing. My dear Mr. Carker, take a seat, I beg."
He offered no reply to the mother, but fixed his eyes on the proud daughter, as though he would only be bidden by her, and was resolved to be bidden by her. Edith, in spite of herself, sat down, and slightly motioned with her hand to him to be seated too. No action could be colder, haughtier, more insolent in its air of supremacy and disrespect. But she had struggled against even that concession ineffectually, and it was wrested from her. That was enough. Mr. Carker sat down.
"May I be allowed, madam," said Carker, turning his white teeth on Mrs. Skewton like a light, "a lady of your excellent sense and quick feeling will give me credit, for good reason, I am sure, to address what I have to say to Mrs. Dombey, and to leave her to impart it to you, who are her best and dearest friend, next to Mr. Dombey."
Mrs. Skewton would have retired, but Edith stopped her. Edith would have stopped him too, and indignantly ordered him to speak openly or not at all, but that he said in a low voice, "Miss Florence, the young lady who has just left the room." Edith suffered him to proceed. She looked at him now. As he bent forward, to be nearer, with the utmost show of delicacy and respect, and with his teeth persuasively arrayed, in a self-depreciating smile, she felt as if she could have struck him dead.
"Miss Florence's position," he began, "has been an unfortunate one. I have a difficulty in alluding to it to you, whose attachment to her father is naturally watchful and jealous of every word that applies to him."
Always distinct and soft in speech, no language could describe the extent of his distinctness and softness when he said these words, or came to any others of a similar import.
"But as one who is devoted to Mr. Dombey in his different way, and whose life is passed in admiration of Mr. Dombey's character, may I say, without offence to your tenderness as a wife, that Miss Florence has unhappily been neglected by her father. May I say by her father?"
Edith replied, "I know it."
"You know it,"
said Mr. Carker, with a great appearance of relief.
"It removes a mountain from my breast. May I hope you know how the neglect originated, in what an amiable phase of Mr. Dombey's pride, character, I mean?"
"You may pass that by, sir," she returned, "and come the sooner to the end of what you have to say."
"Indeed, I am sensible, madam," replied Carker. "Trust me, I am deeply sensible that Mr. Dombey can require no justification in anything to you. But kindly judge of my breast by your own, and you will forgive my interest in him, if in its excess it goes at all astray."
What a stab to her proud heart, to sit there, face to face with him, and have him tendering her false oath at the altar again and again for her acceptance, and pressing it upon her like the dregs of a sickening cup she could not own her loathing of, or turn away from. How shame, remorse, and passion raged within her, when, upright and majestic in her beauty before him, she knew that in her spirit she was down at his feet.
"Miss Florence," said Carker, "left to the care, if one may call it care, of servants and mercenary people, in every way her inferiors, necessarily wanted some guide and compass in her younger days, and naturally, for want of them, has been indiscreet, and has in some degree forgotten her station. There was some folly about one Walter, a common lad, who is fortunately dead now, and some very undesirable association, I regret to say, with certain coasting sailors of anything but good repute, and a runaway old bankrupt."
"I have heard the circumstances, sir," said Edith, flashing her disdainful glance upon him, "and I know that you pervert them. You may not know it. I hope so."
"Pardon me,"
said Mr. Carker. "I believe that nobody knows them so well as I. Your generous and ardent nature, madam, the same nature which is so nobly imperative in vindication of your beloved and honoured husband, and which has blessed him as even his merits deserve, I must respect, defer to, bow before. But as regards the circumstances, which is indeed the business I presumed to solicit your attention to, I can have no doubt, since, in the execution of my trust as Mr. Dombey's confidential, I presume to say, friend, I have fully ascertained them. In my execution of that trust, in my deep concern, which you can so well understand, for everything relating to him, intensified, if you will, for I fear I labour under your displeasure, by the lower motive of desire to prove my diligence, and make myself the more acceptable. I have long pursued these circumstances by myself and trustworthy instruments, and have innumerable and most minute proofs." She raised her eyes no higher than his mouth, but she saw the means of mischief vaunted in every tooth it contained. "Pardon me, madam," he continued, "if in my perplexity I presume to take counsel with you, and to consult your pleasure. I think I have observed that you are greatly interested in Miss Florence." What was there in her he had not observed, and did not know? Humbled and yet maddened by the thought, in every new presentiment of it, however faint, she pressed her teeth upon her quivering lip to force composure on it, and distantly inclined her head in reply. "This interest, madam, so touching an evidence of everything associated with Mr. Dombey being dear to you, induces me to pause before I make him acquainted with these circumstances, which, as yet, he does not know. It so shakes me, if I may make the confession, in my allegiance, that on the intimation of the least desire to that effect from you, I would suppress them." Edith raised her head quickly, and starting back, bent her dark glance upon him. He met it with his blandest and most deferential smile, and went on. "You say that as I describe them, they are perverted. I fear not. I fear not. But let us assume that they are. The uneasiness I have for some time felt on the subject arises in this, that the mere circumstance of such association, often repeated, on the part of Miss Florence, however innocently and confidingly, would be conclusive with Mr. Dombey, already predisposed against her, and will lead him to take some step, I know he has occasionally contemplated it, of separation and alienation of her from his home. Madam, bear with me, and remember my intercourse with Mr. Dombey, and my knowledge of him, and my reverence for him, almost from childhood, when I say that if he has a fault, it is a lofty stubbornness, rooted in that noble pride and sense of power which belong to him, and which we must all defer to, which is not assailable like the obstinacy of other characters, and which grows upon itself from day to day and year to year." She bent her glance upon him still, but, look as steadfast as she would, her haughty nostrils dilated, and her breath came somewhat deeper, and her lip would slightly curl, as he described that in his patron to which they must all bow down. He saw it, and though his expression did not change, she knew he saw it. "Even so slight an incident as last night's," he said, "if I might refer to it once more, would serve to illustrate my meaning better than a greater one. Dombey and Son know neither time, nor place, nor season, but bear them all down. but I rejoice in its occurrence, for it has opened the way for me to approach Mrs. Dombey with this subject to-day, even if it has entailed upon me the penalty of her temporary displeasure. Madam, in the midst of my uneasiness and apprehension on this subject, I was summoned by Mr. Dombey to Leamington. There I saw you. There I could not help knowing what relation you would shortly occupy towards him, to his enduring happiness and yours. There I resolved to await the time of your establishment at home here, and to do as I have now done. I have, at heart, no fear that I shall be wanting in my duty to Mr. Dombey, if I bury what I know in your breast. For where there is but one heart and mind between two persons, as in such a marriage, one almost represents the other. I can acquit my conscience, therefore, almost equally by confidence on such a theme in you or him. For the reasons I have mentioned, I would select you. May I aspire to the distinction of believing that my confidence is accepted, and that I am relieved from my responsibility? He long remembered the look she gave him. Who could see it and forget it? And the struggle that ensued within her. At last she said, "I accept it, sir. You will please to consider this matter at an end, and that it goes no farther." He bowed low and rose. She rose too, and he took leave with all humility. But Withers, meeting him on the stairs, stood amazed at the beauty of his teeth, and at his brilliant smile, and as he rode away upon his white-legged horse, the people took him for a dentist, such was the dazzling show he made. The people took her, when she rode out in her carriage presently, for a great lady, as happy as she was rich and fine, but they had not seen her, just before, in her own room with no one by, and they had not heard her utterance of the 3 words, "Oh, Florence, Florence!" Mrs. Skewton, reposing on her sofa, and sipping her chocolate, had heard nothing but the low word business, for which she had a mortal aversion, insomuch that she had long banished it from her vocabulary, and had gone nigh, in a charming manner, and with an immense amount of heart, to say nothing of soul, to ruin divers milliners and others in consequence. Therefore Mrs. Skewton asked no questions, and showed no curiosity. Indeed, the peach velvet bonnet gave her sufficient occupation out of doors, for being perched on the back of her head, and the day being rather windy, it was frantic to escape from Mrs. Skewton's company, and would be coaxed into no sort of compromise. When the carriage was closed, and the wind shut out, the palsy played among the artificial roses again, like an almshouse full of superannuated zephyrs, and altogether Mrs. Skewton had enough to do, and got on but indifferently. She got on no better towards night, for when Mrs. Dombey, in her dressing-room, had been dressed and waiting for her half an hour, and Mr. Dombey in the drawing-room had paraded himself into a state of solemn fretfulness, they were all 3 going out to dinner, Flowers the maid appeared, with a pale face, to Mrs. Dombey, saying, "If you please, ma'am, I beg your pardon, but I can't do nothing with missus." "What do you mean?" asked Edith. "Well, ma'am," replied the frightened maid, "I hardly know. She's making faces." Edith hurried with her to her mother's room. Cleopatra was arrayed in full dress, with the diamonds, short sleeves, rouge, curls, teeth, and other juvenility all complete. But Paralysis was not to be deceived, had known her for the object of its errand, and had struck her at her glass, where she lay like a horrible doll that had tumbled down. They took her to pieces in very shame, and put the little of her that was real on a bed. Doctors were sent for, and soon came. Powerful remedies were resorted to, opinions given that she would rally from this shock, but would not survive another, and there she lay speechless and staring at the ceiling for days, sometimes making inarticulate sounds in answer to such questions as did she know who were present, and the like, sometimes giving no reply either by sign or gesture, or in her unwinking eyes. At length she began to recover consciousness, and in some degree the power of motion, though not yet of speech. One day the use of her right hand returned, and showing it to her maid, who was in attendance on her, and appearing very uneasy in her mind, she made signs for a pencil and some paper. This the maid immediately provided, thinking she was going to make a will, or write some last request, and Mrs. Dombey being from home, the maid awaited the result with solemn feelings. After much painful scrawling and erasing, and putting in of wrong characters, which seemed to tumble out of the pencil of their own accord, the old woman produced this document: rose-coloured curtains. The maid being perfectly transfixed, and with tolerable reason, Cleopatra amended the manuscript by adding 2 words more, when it stood thus: rose-coloured curtains for doctors. The maid now perceived remotely that she wished these articles to be provided for the better presentation of her complexion to the faculty, and as those in the house who knew her best had no doubt of the correctness of this opinion, which she was soon able to establish for herself, the rose-coloured curtains were added to her bed, and she mended with increased rapidity from that hour. She was soon able to sit up, in curls and a laced cap and nightgown, and have a little artificial bloom dropped into the hollow caverns of her cheeks. It was a tremendous sight to see this old woman in her finery, leering and mincing at death, and playing off her youthful tricks upon him as if he had been the Major. But an alteration in her mind that ensued on the paralytic stroke was fraught with as much matter for reflection, and was quite as ghastly. Whether the weakening of her intellect made her more cunning and false than before, or whether it confused her between what she had assumed to be and what she really had been, or whether it had awakened any glimmering of remorse which could neither struggle into light nor get back into total darkness, or whether, in the jumble of her faculties, a combination of these effects had been shaken up, which is perhaps the more likely supposition, the result was this: that she became hugely exacting in respect of Edith's affection and gratitude and attention to her, highly laudatory of herself as a most inestimable parent, and very jealous of having any rival in Edith's regard. Further, in place of remembering that compact made between them for an avoidance of the subject, she constantly alluded to her daughter's marriage as a proof of her being an incomparable mother, and all this, with the weakness and peevishness of such a state, always serving for a sarcastic commentary on her levity and youthfulness.
"Where is Mrs. Dombey?" she would say to her maid.
"Gone out, ma'am."
"Gone out? Does she go out to shun her mamma flowers?"
"La bless you, no, ma'am. Mrs. Dombey's only gone out for a ride with Miss Florence."
"Miss Florence? Who's Miss Florence? Don't tell me about Miss Florence. What's Miss Florence to her compared to me?"
The apposite display of the diamonds, or the peach velvet bonnet (she sat in the bonnet to receive visitors weeks before she could stir out of doors), or the dressing of her up in some gaud or other, usually stopped the tears that began to flow hereabouts, and she would remain in a complacent state until Edith came to see her, when, at a glance of the proud face, she would relapse again.
"Well, I'm sure, Edith,"
she would cry, shaking her head. "What is the matter, mother?"
"Matter? I really don't know what is the matter. The world is coming to such an artificial and ungrateful state that I begin to think there's no heart or anything of that sort left in it, positively. Withers is more a child to me than you are. He attends to me much more than my own daughter. I almost wish I didn't look so young, and all that kind of thing, and then perhaps I should be more considered."
"What would you have, mother?"
"Oh, a great deal, Edith,"
impatiently. "Is there anything you want that you have not? It is your own fault if there be."
"My own fault!"
beginning to whimper.
"The parent I have been to you, Edith,
making you a companion from your cradle, and when you neglect me and have no more natural affection for me than if I was a stranger, not a 20th part of the affection that you have for Florence, but I'm only your mother, and should corrupt her in a day. You reproach me with its being my own fault.
Mother, mother, I reproach you with nothing. Why will you always dwell on this?
Isn't it natural that I should dwell on this, when I'm all affection and sensitiveness, and am wounded in the cruellest way whenever you look at me?
I do not mean to wound you, mother. Have you no remembrance of what has been said between us? Let the past rest.
Yes, rest, and let gratitude to me rest, and let affection for me rest, and let me rest in my out-of-the-way room with no society and no attention, while you find new relations to make much of, who have no earthly claim upon you. Good gracious, Edith, do you know what an elegant establishment you are at the head of?
Yes. Hush.
And that gentlemanly creature Dombey. Do you know that you are married to him, Edith, and that you have a settlement and a position and a carriage and I don't know what?
Indeed, I know it, mother, well.
As you would have had with that delightful good soul, what did they call him, Granger, if he hadn't died. And who have you to thank for all this, Edith?
You, mother, you.
Then put your arms round my neck and kiss me, and show me, Edith, that you know there never was a better mamma than I have been to you. And don't let me become a perfect fright with teasing and wearing myself at your ingratitude, or when I'm out again in society no soul will know me, not even that hateful animal the Major.
But sometimes when Edith went nearer to her, and bending down her stately head, put her cold cheek to hers, the mother would draw back as if she were afraid of her, and would fall into a fit of trembling and cry out that there was a wandering in her wits. And sometimes she would entreat her, with humility, to sit down on the chair beside her bed, and would look at her, as she sat there brooding, with a face that even the rose-coloured curtains could not make otherwise than scared and wild. The rose-coloured curtains blushed, in course of time, on Cleopatra's bodily recovery, and on her dress, more juvenile than ever, to repair the ravages of illness, and on the rouge, and on the teeth, and on the curls, and on the diamonds, and the short sleeves, and the whole wardrobe of the doll that had tumbled down before the mirror. They blushed, too, now and then, upon an indistinctness in her speech which she turned off with a girlish giggle, and on an occasional failing in her memory that had no rule in it, but came and went fantastically, as if in mockery of her fantastic self. But they never blushed upon a change in the new manner of her thought and speech towards her daughter. And though that daughter often came within their influence, they never blushed upon her loveliness, irradiated by a smile, or softened by the light of filial love in its stem beauty. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 38. Miss Tox improves an old acquaintance. The forlorn Miss Tox, abandoned by her friend Louisa Chick, and bereft of Mr. Dombey's countenance, for no delicate pair of wedding cards, united by a silver thread, graced the chimney-glass in Princess's Place, or the harpsichord, or any of those little posts of display which Lucretia reserved for holiday occupation, became depressed in her spirits, and suffered much from melancholy. For a time the bird waltz was unheard in Princess's Place, the plants were neglected, and dust collected
on the miniature of Miss Tox's ancestor with the powdered head and pigtail. Miss Tox, however, was not of an age or of a disposition long to abandon herself to unavailing regrets. Only 2 notes of the harpsichord were dumb from disuse, when the bird was again warbled and trilled in the crooked drawing-room. Only 1 slip of geranium fell a victim to imperfect nursing, before she was gardening at her green baskets again, regularly every morning. The powdered-headed ancestor had not been under a cloud for more than 6 weeks, when Miss Tox breathed on his benignant visage, and polished him up with a piece of wash-leather. Still Miss Tox was lonely, and at a loss. Her attachments, however ludicrously shown, were real and strong, and she was, as she expressed it, deeply hurt by the unmerited contumely she had met with from Louisa. But there was no such thing as anger in Miss Tox's composition. If she had ambled on through life in her soft-spoken way without any opinions, she had, at least, got so far without any harsh passions. The mere sight of Louisa Chick in the street one day, at a considerable distance, so overpowered her milky nature, that she was fain to seek immediate refuge in a pastry-cook's, and there, in a musty little back room, usually devoted to the consumption of soups, and pervaded by an ox-tail atmosphere, relieve her feelings by weeping plentifully. Against Mr. Dombey, Miss Tox hardly felt that she had any reason of complaint. Her sense of that gentleman's magnificence was such, that once removed from him, she felt as if her distance always had been immeasurable, and as if he had greatly condescended in tolerating her at all. No wife could be too handsome or too stately for him, according to Miss Tox's sincere opinion. It was perfectly natural that in looking for one he should look high. Miss Tox with tears laid down this proposition, and fully admitted it 20 times a day. She never recalled the lofty manner in which Mr. Dombey had made her subservient to his convenience and caprices, and had graciously permitted her to be one of the nurses of his little son. She only thought, in her own words, that she had passed a great many happy hours in that house, which she must ever remember with gratification, and that she could never cease to regard Mr. Dombey as one of the most impressive and dignified of men. Cut off, however, from the implacable Louisa, and being shy of the Major, whom she viewed with some distrust now, Miss Tox found it very irksome to know nothing of what was going on in Mr. Dombey's establishment. And as she really had got into the habit of considering Dombey and Son as the pivot on which the world in general turned, she resolved, rather than be ignorant of intelligence which so strongly interested her, to cultivate her old acquaintance, Mrs. Richards, who she knew, since her last memorable appearance before Mr. Dombey, was in the habit of sometimes holding communication with his servants. Perhaps Miss Tox, in seeking out the Toodle family, had the tender motive hidden in her breast of having somebody to whom she could talk about Mr. Dombey, no matter how humble that somebody might be. At all events, towards the Toodle habitation Miss Tox directed her steps one evening, what time Mr. Toodle, cindery and swart, was refreshing himself with tea in the bosom of his family. Mr. Toodle had only 3 stages of existence. He was either taking refreshment in the bosom just mentioned, or he was tearing through the country at from 25 to 50 miles an hour, or he was sleeping after his fatigues. He was always in a whirlwind or a calm, and a peaceable, contented, easy-going man Mr. Toodle was in either state, who seemed to have made over all his own inheritance of fuming and fretting to the engines with which he was connected, which panted and gasped and chafed and wore themselves out in a most unsparing manner, while Mr. Toodle led a mild and equable life.
"Polly, my gal,"
said Mr. Toodle, with a young Toodle on each knee, and 2 more making tea for him, and plenty more scattered about. Mr. Toodle was never out of children, but always kept a good supply on hand.
"You ain't seen our Biler lately, have you?"
"No," replied Polly, "but he's almost certain to look in to-night. It's his right evening, and he's very regular."
"I suppose," said Mr. Toodle, relishing his meal infinitely,
As our Biler is a-doing now about as well as a boy can do, eh, Polly?" "Oh, he's a-doing beautiful," responded Polly. "He ain't got to be at all secret like, has he, Polly?" inquired Mr. Toodle. "No," said Mrs. Toodle plumply. "I'm glad he ain't got to be at all secret like, Polly," observed Mr. Toodle in his slow and measured way, and shovelling in his bread and butter with a clasp knife, as if he were stoking himself, "because that don't look well, do it, Polly?" "Why, of course it don't, father. How can you ask?" "You see, my boys and gals," said Mr. Toodle, looking round upon his family, "whatever you're up to in a honest way, it's my opinion as you can't do better than be open. If you find yourselves in cuttings or in tunnels, don't you play no secret games. Keep your whistles going, and let's know where you are." The rising Toodles set up a shrill murmur expressive of their resolution to profit by the paternal advice. "But what makes you say this along of Rob, father?" asked his wife anxiously. "Polly, old 'ooman," said Mr. Toodle, "I don't know as I said it particular along of Rob, I'm sure. I starts light with Rob only. I comes to a branch, I takes on what I finds there, and a whole train of ideas gets coupled on to him, afore I knows where I am, or where they comes from. What a junction a man's thoughts is," said Mr. Toodle, "to be sure." This profound reflection Mr. Toodle washed down with a pint mug of tea, and proceeded to solidify with a great weight of bread and butter, charging his young daughters meanwhile to keep plenty of hot water in the pot, as he was uncommon dry, and should take the indefinite quantity of a sight of mugs before his thirst was appeased. In satisfying himself, however, Mr. Toodle was not regardless of the younger branches about him, who, although they had made their own evening repast, were on the look-out for irregular morsels, as possessing a relish. These he distributed now and then to the expectant circle, by holding out great wedges of bread and butter to be bitten at by the family, in lawful succession, and by serving out small doses of tea in like manner with a spoon; which snacks had such a relish in the mouths of these young Toodles, that, after partaking of the same, they performed private dances of ecstasy among themselves, and stood on one leg apiece, and hopped and indulged in other saltatory tokens of gladness. These vents for their excitement found, they gradually closed about Mr. Toodle again, and eyed him hard as he got through more bread and butter and tea, affecting, however, to have no further expectations of their own in reference to those viands, but to be conversing on foreign subjects, and whispering confidentially. Mr. Toodle, in the midst of this family group, and setting an awful example to his children in the way of appetite, was conveying the two young Toodles on his knees to Birmingham by special engine, and was contemplating the rest over a barrier of bread and butter, when Rob the Grinder, in his sou'wester hat and morning slops, presented himself, and was received with a general rush of brothers and sisters.
"Well, mother,"
said Rob, dutifully kissing her.
"how are you, mother?"
"There's my boy!" cried Polly, giving him a hug and a pat on the back. "Secret! Bless you, father, not he!" This was intended for Mr. Toodle's private edification, but Rob the Grinder, whose withers were not unwrung, caught the words as they were spoken.
"What? Father's been a-saying something more agin me, has he?"
cried the injured innocent.
"Oh, what a hard thing it is, that when a cove has once gone a little wrong, a cove's own father should be always a-throwing it in his face behind his back. It's enough," cried Rob, resorting to his coat cuff in anguish of spirit, "to make a cove go and do something out of spite."
"My poor boy!" cried Polly. "Father didn't mean anything."
"If father didn't mean anything," blubbered the injured Grinder, Why did he go and say anything, mother? Nobody thinks half so bad of me as my own father does. What a unnatural thing! I wish somebody had taken chopped me head off. Father wouldn't mind doing it, I believe, and I'd much rather he did that than t'other."
At these desperate words all the young Toodles shrieked, a pathetic effect, which the Grinder improved by ironically adjuring them not to cry for him, for they ought to hate him. They ought, if they was good boys and girls, and this so touched the youngest Toodle but one, who was easily moved, that it touched him not only in his spirit, but in his wind too, making him so purple that Mr. Toodle, in consternation, carried him out to the water-butt, and would have put him under the tap, but for his being recovered by the sight of that instrument. Matters having reached this point, Mr. Toodle explained, and the virtuous feelings of his son being thereby calmed, they shook hands, and harmony reigned again.
"Will you do as I do, Biler, my boy?" inquired his father, returning to his tea with new strength.
"No, thank ye, father. Master and I had tea together." "And how is Master, Rob?" said Polly. "Well, I don't know, mother. Not much to boast on. There ain't no business done, you see. He don't know anything about it, the captain don't. There was a man come into the shop this very day, and says, 'I want a so-and-so,' he says, 'some hard name or another.' 'A which?' says the captain. 'A so-and-so,' says the man. 'Brother,' says the captain, 'will you take an observation round the shop?' 'Well,' says the man, 'I've done.' 'Do you see what you want?' says the captain. 'No, I don't,' says the man. 'Do you know it when you do see it?' says the captain. 'No, I don't,' says the man. 'Why then I tell you what, my lad,' says the captain, 'you better go back and ask what it's like outside, for no more don't I.'"
"That ain't the way to make money, though, is it?" said Polly.
"Money, mother? He never make money. He has such ways as I never see. He ain't a bad master, though, I'll say that for him. But that ain't much to me, for I don't think I shall stop with him long." "Not stop in your place, Rob?" cried his mother, while Mr. Toodle opened his eyes. "Not in that place, perhaps,"
returned the Grinder with a wink.
"I shouldn't wonder. Friends at court, you know. But never you mind, mother, just now. I'm all right, that's all."
The indisputable proof afforded in these hints, and in the Grinder's mysterious manner, of his not being subject to that failing which Mr. Toodle had, by implication, attributed to him, might have led to a renewal of his wrongs, and of the sensation in the family, but for the opportune arrival of another visitor, who, to Polly's great surprise, appeared at the door, smiling patronage and friendship on all there.
"How do you do, Mrs. Richards?"
said Miss Tox.
"I have come to see you. May I come in?"
The cheery face of Mrs. Richards shone with a hospitable reply, and Miss Tox, accepting the proffered chair, and gracefully recognising Mr. Toodle on her way to it, untied her bonnet strings, and said that in the first place she must beg the dear children, one and all, to come and kiss her. The ill-starred youngest Toodle but one, who would appear, from the frequency of his domestic troubles, to have been born under an unlucky planet, was prevented from performing his part in this general salutation by having fixed the sou'wester hat, with which he had been previously trifling, deep on his head, hind side before, and being unable to get it off again; which accident presenting to his terrified imagination a dismal picture of his passing the rest of his days in darkness, and in hopeless seclusion from his friends and family, caused him to struggle with great violence, and to utter suffocating cries. Being released, his face was discovered to be very hot, and red, and damp, and Miss Tox took him on her lap, much exhausted.
"You have almost forgotten me, sir, I dare say,"
said Miss Tox to Mr. Toodle.
No, ma'am, no, said Mr. Toodle. But we've all on us got a little older since then.
And how do you find yourself, sir?
inquired Miss Tox blandly.
Hearty, ma'am, thank ye, replied Toodle. How do you find yourself, ma'am? Do the rheumatics keep off pretty well, ma'am? We must all expect to grow into 'em as we gets on.
Thank you, said Miss Tox. I have not felt any inconvenience from that disorder yet.
You're very fortunate, ma'am, returned Mr. Toodle. Many people at your time of life, ma'am, is martyrs to it. There was my mother.
But catching his wife's eye here, Mr. Toodle judiciously buried the rest in another mug of tea.
You never mean to say, Mrs. Richards, cried Miss Tox, looking at Rob, that is your...
Eldest, ma'am, said Polly. Yes, indeed it is. That's the little fellow, ma'am, that was the innocent cause of so much.
This here, ma'am, said Toodle, is him with the short legs, and they was, said Mr. Toodle, with a touch of poetry in his tone. Unusual short for leathers, as Mr. Dombey made a grinder on.
The recollection almost overpowered Miss Tox. The subject of it had a peculiar interest for her directly. She asked him to shake hands, and congratulated his mother on his frank, ingenuous face. Rob, overhearing her, called up a look to justify the eulogium, but it was hardly the right look.
And now, Mrs. Richards, said Miss Tox, and you too, sir, addressing Toodle, I'll tell you plainly and truly what I have come here for. You may be aware, Mrs. Richards, and possibly you may be aware too, sir, that a little distance has interposed itself between me and some of my friends, and that where I used to visit a good deal, I do not visit now.
Polly, who, with a woman's tact, understood this at once, expressed as much in a little look. Mr. Toodle, who had not the faintest idea of what Miss Tox was talking about, expressed that also in a stare.
Of course, said Miss Tox, how our little coolness has arisen is of no moment, and does not require to be discussed. It is sufficient for me to say that I have the greatest possible respect for and interest in Mr. Dombey.
Miss Tox's voice faltered.
And everything that relates to him.
Mr. Toodle, enlightened, shook his head, and said he had heard it said, and, for his own part, he did think, as Mr. Dombey was a difficult subject.
Pray don't say so, sir, if you please, returned Miss Tox. Let me entreat you not to say so, sir, either now or at any future time. Such observations cannot but be very painful to me, and to a gentleman whose mind is constituted as, I am quite sure yours is, can afford no permanent satisfaction.
Mr. Toodle, who had not entertained the least doubt of offering a remark that would be received with acquiescence, was greatly confounded.
All that I wish to say, Mrs. Richards, resumed Miss Tox, and I address myself to you too, sir, is this, that any intelligence of the proceedings of the family, of the welfare of the family, of the health of the family, that reaches you, will be always most acceptable to me. That I shall be always very glad to chat with Mrs. Richards about the family, and about old time. And as Mrs. Richards and I never had the least difference, though I could wish now that we had been better acquainted, but I have no one but myself to blame for that, I hope she will not object to our being very good friends now, and to my coming backwards and forwards here when I like, without being a stranger. Now I really hope, Mrs. Richards, said Miss Tox earnestly, that you will take this, as I mean it, like a good-humoured creature, as you always were."
Polly was gratified, and showed it. Mr. Toodle didn't know whether he was gratified or not, and preserved a stolid calmness.
"You see, Mrs. Richards," said Miss Tox, "and I hope you see too, sir, there are many little ways in which I can be slightly useful to you, if you will make no stranger of me, and in which I shall be delighted to be so. For instance, I can teach your children something. I shall bring a few little books, if you'll allow me, and some work, and of an evening now and then they'll learn. Dear me, they'll learn a great deal, I trust, and be a credit to their teacher."
Mr. Toodle, who had a great respect for learning, jerked his head approvingly at his wife, and moistened his hands with dawning satisfaction.
"Then, not being a stranger, I shall be in nobody's way," said Miss Tox, "and everything will go on just as if I were not here. Mrs. Richards will do her mending, or her ironing, or her nursing, whatever it is, without minding me. And you'll smoke your pipe too, if you're so disposed, sir, won't you?"
"Thank'ee, mum," said Mr. Toodle. "Yes, I'll take my bit of bacca."
"Very good of you to say so, sir," rejoined Miss Tox, "and I really do assure you now, unfeignedly, that it will be a great comfort to me, and that whatever good I may be fortunate enough to do the children, you will more than pay back to me, if you'll enter into this little bargain comfortably and easily and good-naturedly, without another word about it."
The bargain was ratified on the spot, and Miss Tox found herself so much at home already, that without delay she instituted a preliminary examination of the children all round, which Mr. Toodle much admired, and booked their ages, names, and acquirements on a piece of paper. This ceremony, and a little attendant gossip, prolonged the time until after their usual hour of going to bed, and detained Miss Tox at the Toodle fireside until it was too late for her to walk home alone. The gallant Grinder, however, being still there, politely offered to attend her to her own door; and as it was something to Miss Tox to be seen home by a youth whom Mr. Dombey had first inducted into those manly garments which are rarely mentioned by name, she very readily accepted the proposal. After shaking hands with Mr. Toodle and Polly, and kissing all the children, Miss Tox left the house, therefore, with unlimited popularity, and carrying away with her so light a heart that it might have given Mrs. Chick offence if that good lady could have weighed it. Rob the Grinder, in his modesty, would have walked behind, but Miss Tox desired him to keep beside her for conversational purposes, and, as she afterwards expressed it to his mother, drew him out upon the road. He drew out so bright and clear and shining that Miss Tox was charmed with him. The more Miss Tox drew him out, the finer he came, like wire. There never was a better or more promising youth, a more affectionate, steady, prudent, sober, honest, meek, candid young man than Rob drew out that night.
"I am quite glad,"
said Miss Tox, arrived at her own door,
"to know you. I hope you consider me your friend, and that you'll come and see me as often as you like. Do you keep a money-box?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
returned Rob.
"I'm saving up against I've got enough to put in the bank, ma'am."
"Very laudable indeed," said Miss Tox. "I'm glad to hear it. Put this half-crown into it, if you please."
"Oh, thank you, ma'am," replied Rob, "but really I couldn't think of depriving you."
"I commend your independent spirit," said Miss Tox, "but it's no deprivation, I assure you. I shall be offended if you don't take it as a mark of my goodwill. Good night, Robin."
"Good night, ma'am," said Rob, "and thank you."
Who ran sniggering off to get change, and tossed it away with the pieman. But they never taught honour at the grinders' school, where the system that prevailed was particularly strong in the engendering of hypocrisy, insomuch that many of the friends and masters of past grinders said, if this were what came of education for the common people, let us have none. Some more rational said, let us have a better one. But the governing powers of the grinders' company were always ready for them, by picking out a few boys who had turned out well in spite of the system, and roundly asserting that they could have only turned out well because of it, which settled the business of those objectors out of hand, and established the glory of the grinders' institution. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 39. Further Adventures of Captain Edward Cuttle, Mariner. Time, sure of foot and strong of will, had so pressed onward, that the year enjoined by the old instrument-maker as the term during which his friend should refrain from opening the sealed packet accompanying the letter he had left for him, was now nearly expired, and Captain Cuttle began to look at it, of an evening, with feelings of mystery and uneasiness. The captain, in his honour, would as soon have thought of opening the parcel 1 hour before the expiration of the term, as he would have thought of opening himself to study his own anatomy. He merely brought it out, at a certain stage of his first evening pipe, laid it on the table, and sat gazing at the outside of it, through the smoke, in silent gravity, for 2 or 3 hours at a spell. Sometimes, when he had contemplated it thus for a pretty long while, the captain would hitch his chair by degrees farther and farther off, as if to get beyond the range of its fascination. But if this were his design, he never succeeded, for even when he was brought up by the parlour wall, the packet still attracted him, or if his eyes, in thoughtful wandering, roved to the ceiling or the fire, its image immediately followed, and posted itself conspicuously among the coals, or took up an advantageous position on the whitewash. In respect of Heart's Delight, the captain's parental regard and admiration knew no change. But since his last interview with Mr. Carker, Captain Cuttle had come to entertain doubts whether his former intervention in behalf of that young lady and his dear boy Waller had proved altogether so favourable as he could have wished, and as he at the time believed. The captain was troubled with a serious misgiving that he had done more harm than good, in short. And in his remorse and modesty he made the best atonement he could think of, by putting himself out of the way of doing any harm to any one, and, as it were, throwing himself overboard for a dangerous person. Self-buried, therefore, among the instruments, the captain never went near Mr. Dombey's house, or reported himself in any way to Florence or Miss Nipper. He even severed himself from Mr. Perch, on the occasion of his next visit, by dryly informing that gentleman that he thanked him for his company, but had cut himself adrift from all such acquaintance, as he didn't know what magazine he mightn't blow up, without meaning of it. In this self-imposed retirement the captain passed whole days and weeks without interchanging a word with any one but Rob the Grinder, whom he esteemed as a pattern of disinterested attachment and fidelity. In this retirement the captain, gazing at the packet of an evening, would sit smoking and thinking of Florence and poor Walter, until they both seemed, to his homely fancy, to be dead, and to have passed away into eternal youth, the beautiful and innocent children of his first remembrance. The captain did not, however, in his musings, neglect his own improvement, or the mental culture of Rob the Grinder. That young man was generally required to read out of some book to the captain for 1 hour every evening, and as the captain implicitly believed that all books were true, he accumulated by this means many remarkable facts. On Sunday nights the captain always read for himself, before going to bed, a certain divine sermon once delivered on a mount; and although he was accustomed to quote the text, without book, after his own manner, he appeared to read it with as reverent an understanding of its heavenly spirit as if he had got it all by heart in Greek, and had been able to write any number of fierce theological disquisitions on its every phrase. Rob the Grinder, whose reverence for the inspired writings, under the admirable system of the Grinders' School, had been developed by a perpetual bruising of his intellectual shins against all the proper names of all the tribes of Judah, and by the monotonous repetition of hard verses, especially by way of punishment, and by the parading of him at 6 years old in leather breeches, 3 times a Sunday, very high up, in a very hot church, with a great organ buzzing against his drowsy head like an exceedingly busy bee. Rob the Grinder made a mighty show of being edified when the captain ceased to read, and generally yawned and nodded while the reading was in progress, the latter fact being never so much as suspected by the good captain. Captain Cuttle, also, as a man of business, took to keeping books. In these he entered observations on the weather, and on the currents of the waggons and other vehicles, which he observed, in that quarter, to set westward in the morning and during the greater part of the day, and eastward towards the evening. 2 or 3 stragglers appearing in one week, who spoke him, so the captain entered it, on the subject of spectacles, and who, without positively purchasing, said they would look in again, the captain decided that the business was improving, and made an entry in the day-book to that effect, the wind then blowing, which he first recorded, pretty fresh, west and by north, having changed in the night. One of the captain's chief difficulties was Mr. Toots, who called frequently, and who, without saying much, seemed to have an idea that the little back parlour was an eligible room to chuckle in, as he would sit and avail himself of its accommodations in that regard by the half-hour together, without at all advancing in intimacy with the captain. The captain, rendered cautious by his late experience, was unable quite to satisfy his mind whether Mr. Toots was the mild subject he appeared to be, or was a profoundly artful and dissimulating hypocrite. His frequent reference to Miss Dombey was suspicious, but the captain had a secret kindness for Mr. Toots's apparent reliance on him, and forbore to decide against him for the present, merely eyeing him with a sagacity not to be described whenever he approached the subject that was nearest to his heart.
"Captain Gills,"
blurted out Mr. Toots one day all at once, as his manner was,
"do you think you could think favourably of that proposition of mine, and give me the pleasure of your acquaintance?"
"Why, I tell you what it is, my lad,"
replied the captain, who had at length concluded on a course of action.
"I been turning that there over."
"Captain Gills, it's very kind of you,"
retorted Mr. Toots.
"I'm much obliged to you. Upon my word and honour, Captain Gills, it would be a charity to give me the pleasure of your acquaintance. It really would."
"You see, brother,"
argued the captain slowly,
"I don't know you."
"But you never can know me, Captain Gills,"
replied Mr. Toots, steadfast to his point,
"if you don't give me the pleasure of your acquaintance."
The captain seemed struck by the originality and power of this remark, and looked at Mr. Toots as if he thought there was a great deal more in him than he had expected.
"Well said, my lad,"
observed the captain, nodding his head thoughtfully,
"and true. Now, look'ee here. You've made some observations to me, which gives me to understand as you admire a certain sweet creetur, eh?"
"Captain Gills,"
said Mr. Toots, gesticulating violently with the hand in which he held his hat,
"admiration is not the word. Upon my honour, you have no conception what my feelings are. If I could be dyed black and made Miss Dombey's slave, I should consider it a compliment. If, at the sacrifice of all my property, I could get transmigrated into Miss Dombey's dog, I really think I should never leave off wagging my tail. I should be so perfectly happy, Captain Gills."
Mr. Toots said it with watery eyes, and pressed his hat against his bosom with deep emotion.
"My lad," returned the captain, moved to compassion, "if you're in earnest—"
"Captain Gills," cried Mr. Toots, "I'm in such a state of mind, and am so dreadfully in earnest, that if I could swear to it upon a hot piece of iron, or a live coal, or melted lead, or burning sealing wax, or anything of that sort, I should be glad to hurt myself as a relief to my feelings."
And Mr. Toots looked hurriedly about the room, as if for some sufficiently painful means of accomplishing his dread purpose. The captain pushed his glazed hat back upon his head, stroked his face down with his heavy hand, making his nose more mottled in the process, and planting himself before Mr. Toots, and hooking him by the lapel of his coat, addressed him in these words, while Mr. Toots looked up into his face with much attention and some wonder.
"If you're in earnest, you see, my lad," said the captain, "you're a object of clemency, and clemency is the brightest jewel in the crown of a Briton's head, for which you'll overhaul the constitution as laid down in Rule Britannia, and when found, that is the charter as them garden angels was a-singing of so many times over. Stand by. This here proposal of yourn takes me a little aback. And why? Because I holds my own only, you understand, in these here waters, and haven't got no consort, and maybe don't wish for none. Steady. You hailed me first, along of a certain young lady as you was a-chartered by. Now, if you and me's to keep one another's company at all, that there young creetur's name must never be named, nor referred to. I don't know what harm mayn't have been done by naming of it too free afore now, and thereby I brings it short. Do you make me out pretty clear, brother?"
"Well, you'll excuse me, Captain Gills," replied Mr. Toots, "if I don't quite follow you sometimes. But upon my word, it's a hard thing, Captain Gills, not to be able to mention Miss Dombey. I really have got such a dreadful load here."
Mr. Toots pathetically touched his shirt front with both hands.
"That I feel night and day exactly as if somebody was sitting upon me."
"Them," said the captain, "is the terms I offer. If they're hard upon you, brother, as mayhap they are, give 'em a wide berth. Cheer off, and part company cheerily."
"Captain Gills," returned Mr. Toots, "I hardly know how it is, but after what you told me when I came here for the first time, I feel that I'd rather think about Miss Dombey in your society than talk about her in almost anybody else's. Therefore, Captain Gills, if you'll give me the pleasure of your acquaintance, I shall be very happy to accept it on your own conditions. I wish to be honourable, Captain Gills,"
said Mr. Toots, holding back his extended hand for a moment,
"and therefore I am obliged to say that I cannot help thinking about Miss Dombey. It's impossible for me to make a promise not to think about her."
"My lad,"
said the captain, whose opinion of Mr. Toots was much improved by this candid avowal,
"a man's thoughts is like the wind's. Nobody can answer for 'em for certain, any length of time together. Is it a treaty as to words?"
"As to words, Captain Gills," returned Mr. Toots, "I think I can bind myself."
Mr. Toots gave Captain Cuttle his hand upon it, then and there, and the captain, with a pleasant and gracious show of condescension, bestowed his acquaintance upon him formally. Mr. Toots seemed much relieved and gladdened by the acquisition, and chuckled rapturously during the remainder of his visit. The captain, for his part, was not ill pleased to occupy that position of patronage, and was exceedingly well satisfied by his own prudence and foresight. But rich as Captain Cuttle was in the latter quality, he received a surprise that same evening from a no less ingenuous and simple youth than Rob the Grinder. That artless lad, drinking tea at the same table, and bending meekly over his cup and saucer, having taken sidelong observations of his master for some time, who was reading the newspaper with great difficulty but much dignity, through his glasses, broke silence by saying,
"Oh, I beg your pardon, captain, but you mayn't be in want of any pigeons, may you, sir?"
"No, my lad," replied the captain.
"Because I was wishing to dispose of mine, captain," said Rob.
"Aye, aye?"
cried the captain, lifting up his bushy eyebrows a little.
"Yes, I'm going, captain, if you please," said Rob.
"Going? Where are you going?" asked the captain, looking round at him over the glasses.
"What? Didn't you know that I was going to leave you, captain?" asked Rob, with a sneaking smile. The captain put down the paper, took off his spectacles, and brought his eyes to bear on the deserter. "Oh, yes, captain, I'm going to give you warning. I thought you'd have known that beforehand, perhaps," said Rob, rubbing his hands and getting up. "If you could be so good as to provide yourself soon, captain, it would be a great convenience to me. You couldn't provide yourself by to-morrow morning, I'm afraid, captain, could you? Do you think?"
"And you're a-going to desert your colours, are you, my lad?" said the captain, after a long examination of his face.
"Oh, it's very hard upon a cove, captain,"
cried the tender Rob, injured and indignant in a moment,
"that he can't give lawful warning without being frowned at in that way, and called a deserter. You haven't any right to call a poor cove names, captain. It ain't because I'm a servant and you're a master that you're to go and libel me. What wrong have I done? Come, captain, let me know what my crime is, will you?"
The stricken Grinder wept, and put his coat cuff in his eye.
"Come, captain,"
cried the injured youth,
"give my crime a name. What have I been and done? Have I stolen any of the property? Have I set the house afire? If I have, why don't you give me in charge and try it? But to take away the character of a lad that's been a good servant to you, because he can't afford to stand in his own light for your good, what an injury it is, and what a bad return for faithful service! This is the way young coves is spiled and drove wrong. I wonder at you, captain, I do."
All of which the Grinder howled forth in a lachrymose whine, and backing carefully towards the door.
"And so you've got another berth, have you, my lad?"
said the captain, eyeing him intently.
"Yes, captain, since you put in that shape, I've got another berth,"
cried Rob, backing more and more.
"A better berth than I've got here, and one where I don't so much as want your good word, captain, which is fortunate for me after all the dirt you throwed at me because I'm poor and can't afford to stand in my own light for your good. Yes, I have got another berth, and if it wasn't for leaving you unprovided, captain, I'd go to it now, sooner than I take them names from you because I'm poor and can't afford to stand in my own light for your good. Why do you reproach me for being poor and not standing in my own light for your good, captain? How can you so demean yourself?"
"Look ye here, my boy," replied the peaceful captain. "Don't you pay out no more of them words."
"Well then, don't you pay in no more of your words, captain,"
retorted the roused innocent, getting louder in his whine, and backing into the shop.
"I'd sooner you took my blood than my character."
"Because," pursued the captain calmly, "you have heard, maybe, of such a thing as a rope's end."
"Oh, have I though, captain?"
cried the taunting Grinder.
"No, I haven't. I never heerd of any such a article."
"Well," said the captain, "it's my belief as you'll know more about it pretty soon, if you don't keep a bright look-out. I can read your signals, my lad. You may go."
"Oh, I may go at once, may I, captain?"
cried Rob, exulting in his success.
But mind, I never asked to go at once, captain. You are not to take away my character again because you sent me off of your own accord. And you're not to stop any of my wages, captain."
His employer settled the last point by producing the tin canister and telling the grinder's money out in full upon the table. Rob, snivelling and sobbing, and grievously wounded in his feelings, took up the pieces one by one, with a sob and a snivel for each, and tied them up separately in knots in his pocket-handkerchief. Then he ascended to the roof of the house, and filled his hat and pockets with pigeons, then came down to his bed under the counter, and made up his bundle, snivelling and sobbing louder, as if he were cut to the heart by old associations. Then he whined,
"Good night, captain. I leave you without malice."
and then, going out upon the doorstep, pulled the little midshipman's nose as a parting indignity, and went away down the street, grinning triumphantly. The captain, left to himself, resumed his perusal of the news as if nothing unusual or unexpected had taken place, and went reading on with the greatest assiduity. But never a word did Captain Cuttle understand, though he read a vast number, for Rob the Grinder was scampering up one column and down another, all through the newspaper. It is doubtful whether the worthy captain had ever felt himself quite abandoned until now, but now old Sol Gills, Walter, and Heart's Delight were lost to him indeed, and now Mr. Carker deceived and jeered him cruelly. They were all represented in the false Rob, to whom he had held forth many a time on the recollections that were warm within him. He had believed in the false Rob, and had been glad to believe in him. He had made a companion of him, as the last of the old ship's company. He had taken the command of the little midshipman with him at his right hand. He had meant to do his duty by him, and had felt almost as kindly towards the boy as if they had been shipwrecked and cast upon a desert place together. And now that the false Rob had brought distrust, treachery, and meanness into the very parlour, which was a kind of sacred place, Captain Cuttle felt as if the parlour might have gone down next, and not surprised him much by its sinking, or given him any very great concern. Therefore Captain Cuttle read the newspaper with profound attention and no comprehension, and therefore Captain Cuttle said nothing whatever about Rob to himself, or admitted to himself that he was thinking about him, or would recognise in the most distant manner that Rob had anything to do with his feeling as lonely as Robinson Crusoe. In the same composed, business-like way, the captain stepped over to Leadenhall Market in the dusk, and effected an arrangement with a private watchman on duty there to come and put up and take down the shutters of the wooden Midshipman every night and morning. He then called in at the eating-house to diminish by 1/2 the daily rations theretofore supplied to the midshipmen, and at the public-house to stop the traitor's beer.
"My young man," said the captain in explanation to the young lady at the bar, "my young man having bettered himself, miss."
Lastly, the captain resolved to take possession of the bed under the counter, and to turn in there o' nights instead of upstairs, as sole guardian of the property. From this bed Captain Cuttle daily rose thenceforth, and clapped on his glazed hat at 6 o'clock in the morning, with the solitary air of Crusoe finishing his toilet with his goatskin cap. And although his fears of a visitation from the savage tribe MacStinger were somewhat cooled, as similar apprehensions on the part of that lone mariner used to be by the lapse of a long interval without any symptoms of the cannibals, he still observed a regular routine of defensive operations, and never encountered a bonnet without previous survey from his castle of retreat. In the meantime, during which he received no call from Mr. Toots, who wrote to say he was out of town, his own voice began to have a strange sound in his ears, and he acquired such habits of profound meditation from much polishing and stowing away of the stock, and from much sitting behind the counter reading, or looking out of window, that the red rim made on his forehead by the hard glazed hat sometimes ached again with excess of reflection. The year being now expired, Captain Cuttle deemed it expedient to open the packet, but as he had always designed doing this in the presence of Rob the Grinder, who had brought it to him, and as he had an idea that it would be regular and shipshape to open it in the presence of somebody, he was sadly put to it for want of a witness. In this difficulty he hailed one day with unusual delight the announcement in the shipping intelligence of the arrival of the cautious Clara, Captain John Bunsby, from a coasting voyage, and to that philosopher immediately dispatched a letter by post, enjoining inviolable secrecy as to his place of residence, and requesting to be favoured with an early visit in the evening season. Bunsby, who was one of those sages who act upon conviction, took some days to get the conviction thoroughly into his mind that he had received a letter to this effect. But when he had grappled with the fact, and mastered it, he promptly sent his boy with the message, "He's a-coming to-night," who, being instructed to deliver those words and disappear, fulfilled his mission like a tarry spirit, charged with a mysterious warning. The captain, well pleased to receive it, made preparation of pipes and rum and water, and awaited his visitor in the back parlour. At the hour of 8, a deep lowing, as of a nautical bull, outside the shop door, succeeded by the knocking of a stick on the panel, announced to the listening ear of Captain Cuttle that Bunsby was alongside, whom he instantly admitted, shaggy and loose, and with his stolid mahogany visage, as usual, appearing to have no consciousness of anything before it, but to be attentively observing something that was taking place in quite another part of the world.
"Bunsby," said the captain,
grasping him by the hand,
"what cheer, my lad, what cheer?"
"Shipmate,"
replied the voice within Bunsby, unaccompanied by any sign on the part of the commander himself.
"Hearty, hearty."
"Bunsby," said the captain, rendering irrepressible homage to his genius,
"here you are, a man as can give an opinion as is brighter than diamonds, and give me the lad with the tarry trousers as shines to me like diamonds bright, for which you'll overhaul the Stanfell's budget, and when found, make a note. Here you are, a man as gave an opinion in this here very place that has come true, every letter on it,"
which the captain sincerely believed.
"Aye, aye,"
growled Bunsby.
"Every letter,"
said the captain.
"For why?"
growled Bunsby, looking at his friend for the first time.
"Which way? If so, why not? Therefore."
With these oracular words, they seemed almost to make the captain giddy. They launched him upon such a sea of speculation and conjecture. The sage submitted to be helped off with his pilot coat, and accompanied his friend into the back parlour, where his hand presently alighted on the rum bottle, from which he brewed a stiff glass of grog, and presently afterwards on a pipe, which he filled, lighted, and began to smoke. Captain Cuttle, imitating his visitor in the matter of these particulars, though the rapt and imperturbable manner of the great commander was far above his powers, sat in the opposite corner of the fireside, observing him respectfully, and as if he waited for some encouragement or expression of curiosity on Bunsby's part, which should lead him to his own affairs. But as the mahogany philosopher gave no evidence of being sentient of anything but warmth and tobacco, except once, when taking his pipe from his lips to make room for his glass, he incidentally remarked, with exceeding gruffness, that his name was Jack Bunsby, a declaration that presented but small opening for conversation. The captain, bespeaking his attention in a short complimentary exordium, narrated the whole history of Uncle Sol's departure, with the change it had produced in his own life and fortunes, and concluded by placing the packet on the table. After a long pause, Mr. Bunsby nodded his head.
"Open,"
said the captain. Bunsby nodded again. The captain accordingly broke the seal, and disclosed to view 2 folded papers, of which he severally read the endorsements thus: "Last will and testament of Solomon Gills. Letter for Ned Cuttle." Bunsby, with his eye on the coast of Greenland, seemed to listen for the contents. The captain therefore hemmed to clear his throat, and read the letter aloud.
"My dear Ned Cuttle, when I left home for the West Indies," here the captain stopped, and looked hard at Bunsby, who looked fixedly at the coast of Greenland, "in forlorn search of intelligence of my dear boy, I knew that if you were acquainted with my design, you would thwart it, or accompany me, and therefore I kept it secret. If you ever read this letter, Ned, I am likely to be dead. You will easily forgive an old friend's folly then, and will feel for the restlessness and uncertainty in which he wandered away on such a wild voyage. So no more of that. I have little hope that my poor boy will ever read these words, or gladden your eyes with a sight of his frank face any more. No, no, no more," said Captain Cuttle, sorrowfully meditating. "No more. There he lays, all his days." Mr. Bunsby, who had a musical ear, suddenly bellowed, "In the bays of Biscay, oh!" which so affected the good captain as an appropriate tribute to departed worth, that he shook him by the hand in acknowledgment, and was fain to wipe his eyes. "Well, well," said the captain with a sigh, as the lament of Bunsby ceased to ring and vibrate in the skylight. "Afflictions sore, long time he bore, and let us overhaul the volume, and there find it." "Physicians," observed Bunsby, "was in vain." Ay, to be sure," said the captain. "What's the good of them in 200 or 300 fathoms of water?" Then returning to the letter, he read on. "But if he should be by when it is opened," the captain voluntarily looked round and shook his head, "or should know of it at any other time," the captain shook his head again, "my blessing on him. In case the accompanying paper is not legally written, it matters very little, for there is no one interested but you and he, and my plain wish is, that if he is living, he should have what little there may be, and if, as I fear, otherwise, that you should have it, Ned. You will respect my wish, I know. God bless you for it, and for all your friendliness besides, to Solomon Gills." "Bunsby," said the captain, appealing to him solemnly, "what do you make of this? There you sit, a man as has had his head broke from infancy upwards, and has got a new opinion into it at every seam as has been opened. Now, what do you make of this?" "If so be," returned Bunsby, with unusual promptitude, "as he's dead, my opinion is he won't come back no more. If so be as he's alive, my opinion is he will. Do I say he will? No. Why not? Because the bearings of this observation lays in the application on it." "Bunsby," said Captain Cuttle, who would seem to have estimated the value of his distinguished friend's opinions in proportion to the immensity of the difficulty he experienced in making anything out of them. "Bunsby," said the captain, quite confounded by admiration, "you carry a weight of mind easy as would swamp one of my tonnage soon. But in regard of this here will, I don't mean to take no steps towards the property, Lord forbid, except to keep it for a more rightful owner, and I hope yet as the rightful owner, Sol Gills, is living and'll come back, strange as it is that he ain't forwarded no dispatches. Now, what is your opinion, Bunsby, as to stowing of these here papers away again, and marking outside as they was opened, such a day, in the presence of John Bunsby and Edward Cuttle?" Bunsby, descrying no objection on the coast of Greenland or elsewhere to this proposal, it was carried into execution, and that great man, bringing his eye into the present for a moment, affixed his sign manual to the cover, totally abstaining, with characteristic modesty, from the use of capital letters. Captain Cuttle, having attached his own left-handed signature, and locked up the packet in the iron safe, entreated his guest to mix another glass and smoke another pipe, and doing the like himself, fell a-musing over the fire on the possible fortunes of the poor old instrument-maker. And now a surprise occurred, so overwhelming and terrific, that Captain Cuttle, unsupported by the presence of Bunsby, must have sunk beneath it, and been a lost man from that fatal hour. How the captain, even in the satisfaction of admitting such a guest, could have only shut the door and not locked it, of which negligence he was undoubtedly guilty,
is one of those questions that must for ever remain mere points of speculation or vague charges against destiny. But by that unlocked door, at this quiet moment, did the fell MacStinger dash into the parlour, bringing Alexander MacStinger in her parental arms, and confusion and vengeance, not to mention Juliana MacStinger and the sweet child's brother Charles MacStinger, popularly known about the scenes of his youthful sports as Chowley, in her train. She came so swiftly and so silently, like a rushing air from the neighbourhood of the East India Docks, that Captain Cuttle found himself in the very act of sitting looking at her before the calm face with which he had been meditating changed to one of horror and dismay. But the moment Captain Cuttle understood the full extent of his misfortune, self-preservation dictated an attempt at flight. Darting at the little door which opened from the parlour on the steep little range of cellar steps, the captain made a rush, head foremost, at the latter, like a man indifferent to bruises and contusions, who only sought to hide himself in the bowels of the earth. In this gallant effort he would probably have succeeded, but for the affectionate dispositions of Juliana and Chowley, who, pinning him by the legs, one of those dear children holding on to each, claimed him as their friend with lamentable cries. In the meantime, Mrs. MacStinger, who never entered upon any action of importance without previously inverting Alexander MacStinger to bring him within the range of a brisk battery of slaps, and then sitting him down to cool as the reader first beheld him, performed that solemn rite, as if on this occasion it were a sacrifice to the Furies, and having deposited the victim on the floor, made at the captain with a strength of purpose that appeared to threaten scratches to the interposing Bunsby. The cries of the two elder MacStingers, and the wailing of young Alexander, who may be said to have passed a piebald childhood, forasmuch as he was black in the face during one half of that fairy period of existence, combined to make this visitation the more awful. But when silence reigned again, and the captain, in a violent perspiration, stood meekly looking at Mrs. MacStinger, its terrors were at their height.
"Oh, Captain Cuttle, Captain Cuttle," said Mrs. MacStinger, making her chin rigid, and shaking it in unison with what, but for the weakness of her sex, might be described as her fist. "Oh, Captain Cuttle, Captain Cuttle, do you dare to look me in the face, and not be struck down in the hearth?" The captain, who looked anything but daring, feebly muttered, "Stand by." "Oh, I was a weak and trusting fool when I took you under my roof, Captain Cuttle, I was," cried Mrs. MacStinger. "To think of the benefits I've showered on that man, in the way in which I brought my children up to love and honour him as if he was a father to 'em, when there ain't a housekeeper, no, nor a lodger in our street don't know that I lost money by that man, and by his guzzlings and his muzzlings." Mrs. MacStinger used the last word for the joint sake of alliteration and aggravation, rather than for the expression of any idea. "And when they cried out one and all, shame upon him for putting upon an industrious woman, up early and late for the good of her young family, and keeping her poor place so clean that an individual might have ate his dinner, yes, and his tea too, if he was so disposed, off any one of the floors or stairs, in spite of all his guzzlings and his muzzlings. Such was the care and pains bestowed upon him." Mrs. MacStinger stopped to fetch her breath, and her face flushed with triumph in this second happy introduction of Captain Cuttle's muzzlings. "And he runs away," cried Mrs. MacStinger, with a lengthening out of the last syllable that made the unfortunate captain regard himself as the meanest of men, "and keeps away a 12-month from a woman. Such is his conscience, he hasn't the courage to meet her, ay," long syllable again, "but steals away like a filion. Why, if that baby of mine," said Mrs. MacStinger with sudden rapidity, "was to offer to go and steal away, I'd do my duty as a mother by him till he was covered with wales." The young Alexander, interpreting this into a positive promise to be shortly redeemed, tumbled over with fear and grief, and lay upon the floor, exhibiting the soles of his shoes, and making such a deafening outcry that Mrs. MacStinger found it necessary to take him up in her arms, where she quieted him, ever and anon, as he broke out again, by a shake that seemed enough to loosen his teeth. "A pretty sort of a man is Captain Cuttle,"
said Mrs. MacStinger, with a sharp stress on the first syllable of the captain's name.
To take on for, and to lose sleep for, and to faint along of, and to think dead forsooth, and to go up and down the blessed town like a madwoman asking questions after. Oh, a pretty sort of a man, ha 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 ha! He's worth all that trouble and distress of mind, and much more. That's nothing, bless you, ha 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 ha, Cap'n Cuttle, said Mrs. MacStinger, with severe reaction in her voice and manner. I wish to know if you're a coming home.
The frightened captain looked into his hat, as if he saw nothing for it but to put it on and give himself up.
Cap'n Cuttle,
repeated Mrs. MacStinger in the same determined manner.
I wish to know if you're a coming home, sir.
The captain seemed quite ready to go, but faintly suggested something to the effect of not making so much noise about it.
Aye, aye, aye,
said Bunsby, in a soothing tone.
Awast, my lass, awast.
And who may you be, if you please?
retorted Mrs. MacStinger, with chaste loftiness.
Did you ever lodge at number 9 Brig Place, sir? My memory may be bad, but not with me, I think. There was a Mrs. Johnson lived at number 9 before me, and perhaps you're mistaking me for her. That is my only ways of accounting for your familiarity, sir.
Come, come, my lass, awast, awast,
said Bunsby. Captain Cuttle could hardly believe it, even of this great man, though he saw it done with his waking eyes. But Bunsby, advancing boldly, put his shaggy blue arm round Mrs. MacStinger, and so softened her by his magic way of doing it, and by these few words, he said no more, that she melted into tears, after looking upon him for a few moments, and observed that a child might conquer her now, she was so low in her courage. Speechless and utterly amazed, the captain saw him gradually persuade this inexorable woman into the shop, return for rum and water and a candle, take them to her, and pacify her without appearing to utter one word. Presently he looked in with his pilot coat on, and said,
Cuttle, I'm a-going to act as convoy home.
And Captain Cuttle, more to his confusion than if he had been put in irons himself for safe transport to Brig Place, saw the family pacifically filing off, with Mrs. MacStinger at their head. He had scarcely time to take down his canister, and stealthily convey some money into the hands of Juliana MacStinger, his former favourite, and Chowley, who had the claim upon him that he was naturally of a maritime build, before the midshipman was abandoned by them all, and Bunsby whispering that he'd carry on smart, and hail Ned Cuttle again before he went aboard, shut the door upon himself as the last member of the party. Some uneasy ideas that he must be walking in his sleep, or that he had been troubled with phantoms, and not a family of flesh and blood, beset the captain at first, when he went back to the little parlour and found himself alone. Illimitable faith in, and immeasurable admiration of, the commander of the cautious Clara succeeded and threw the captain into a wondering trance. Still, as time wore on, and Bunsby failed to reappear, the captain began to entertain uncomfortable doubts of another kind. Whether Bunsby had been artfully decoyed to Brig Place, and was there detained in safe custody as hostage for his friend, in which case it would become the captain as a man of honour to release him by the sacrifice of his own liberty. Whether he had been attacked and defeated by Mrs. MacStinger, and was ashamed to show himself after his discomfiture. Whether Mrs. MacStinger, thinking better of it, in the uncertainty of her temper, had turned back to board the midshipman again, and Bunsby, pretending to conduct her by a short cut, was endeavouring to lose the family amid the wilds and savage places of the city. Above all, what it would behove him, Captain Cuttle, to do, in case of his hearing no more, either of the MacStingers or of Bunsby, which, in these wonderful and unforeseen conjunctions of events, might possibly happen. He debated all this until he was tired, and still no Bunsby. He made up his bed under the counter, all ready for turning in, and still no Bunsby. At length, when the captain had given him up, for that night at least, and had begun to undress, the sound of approaching wheels was heard, and, stopping at the door, was succeeded by Bunsby's hail. The captain trembled to think that Mrs. MacStinger was not to be got rid of, and had been brought back in a coach. But no, Bunsby was accompanied by nothing but a large box, which he hauled into the shop with his own hands, and as soon as he had hauled in, sat upon. Captain Cuttle knew it for the chest he had left at Mrs. MacStinger's house, and looking, candle in hand, at Bunsby more attentively, believed that he was 3 sheets in the wind, or, in plain words, drunk. It was difficult, however, to be sure of this, the commander having no trace of expression in his face when sober.
"Cuttle,"
said the commander, getting off the chest and opening the lid,
"are these here your traps?"
Captain Cuttle looked in, and identified his property.
"Done pretty taut and trim, eh, shipmate?"
said Bunsby. The grateful and bewildered captain grasped him by the hand, and was launching into a reply expressive of his astonished feelings, when Bunsby disengaged himself by a jerk of his wrist, and seemed to make an effort to wink with his revolving eye, the only effect of which attempt in his condition was nearly to overbalance him. He then abruptly opened the door, and shot away to rejoin the cautious Clara with all speed, supposed to be his invariable custom whenever he considered he had made a point. As it was not his humour to be often sought, Captain Cuttle decided not to go or send to him next day, or until he should make his gracious pleasure known in such wise, or failing that, until some little time should have lapsed. The captain, therefore, renewed his solitary life next morning, and thought profoundly many mornings, noons, and nights of old Sol Gills and Bunsby's sentiments concerning him, and the hopes there were of his return. Much of such thinking strengthened the Captain Cuttle's hopes, and he humoured them and himself by watching for the instrument maker at the door, as he ventured to do now in his strange liberty, and setting his chair in its place, and arranging the little parlour as it used to be, in case he should come home unexpectedly. He likewise, in his thoughtfulness, took down a certain little miniature of Walter as a schoolboy from its accustomed nail, lest it should shock the old man on his return. The captain had his presentiments, too, sometimes, that he would come on such a day, and one particular Sunday even ordered a double allowance of dinner, he was so sanguine. But come, old Solomon did not, and still the neighbours noticed how the seafaring man in the glazed hat stood at the shop door of an evening, looking up and down the street. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 40. Domestic Relations. It was not in the nature of things that a man of Mr. Dombey's mood, opposed to such a spirit as he had raised against himself, should be softened in the imperious asperity of his temper, or that the cold hard armour of pride in which he lived encased should be made more flexible by constant collision with haughty scorn and defiance. It is the curse of such a nature. It is a main part of the heavy retribution on itself it bears within itself, that while deference and concession swell its evil qualities, and are the food it grows upon, resistance and a questioning of its exacting claims foster it too, no less. The evil that is in it finds equally its means of growth and propagation in opposites. It draws support and life from sweets and bitters. Bowed down before, or unacknowledged, it still enslaves the breast in which it has its throne, and, worshipped or rejected, is as hard a master as the devil in dark fables. Towards his first wife, Mr. Dombey, in his cold and lofty arrogance, had borne himself like the removed being he almost conceived himself to be. He had been Mr. Dombey with her when she first saw him, and he was Mr. Dombey when she died. He had asserted his greatness during their whole married life, and she had meekly recognised it. He had kept his distant seat of state on the top of his throne, and she her humble station on its lowest step, and much good it had done him so to live in solitary bondage to his one idea. He had imagined that the proud character of his second wife would have been added to his own, would have merged into it, and exalted his greatness. He had pictured himself haughtier than ever, with Edith's haughtiness subservient to his. He had never entertained the possibility of its arraying itself against him. And now, when he found it rising in his path at every step and turn of his daily life, fixing its cold, defiant, and contemptuous face upon him, this pride of his, instead of withering or hanging down its head beneath the shock, put forth new shoots, became more concentrated and intense, more gloomy, sullen, irksome, and unyielding than it had ever been before. Who wears such armour, too, bears with him ever another heavy retribution. It is a proof against conciliation, love, and confidence, against all gentle sympathy from without, all trust, all tenderness, all soft emotion, but to deep stabs in the self-love. It is as vulnerable as the bare breast to steel, and such tormenting festers rankle there, as follow on no other wounds, no, though dealt with the mailed hand of pride itself, on weaker pride, disarmed and thrown down. Such wounds were his. He felt them sharply in the solitude of his old rooms, whither he now began often to retire again, and pass long solitary hours. It seemed his fate to be ever proud and powerful, ever humbled and powerless where he would be most strong. Who seemed fated to work out that doom? Who? Who was it who could win his wife as she had won his boy? Who was it who had shown him that new victory as he sat in the dark corner? Who was it whose least word did what his utmost means could not? Who was it who, unaided by his love, regard, or notice, thrived and grew beautiful when those so aided died? Who could it be but the same child at whom he had often glanced uneasily in her motherless infancy, with a kind of dread lest he might come to hate her, and of whom his foreboding was fulfilled, for he did hate her in his heart? Yes, and he would have it hatred, and he made it hatred, though some sparkles of the light in which she had appeared before him on the memorable night of his return home with his bride occasionally hung about her still. He knew now that she was beautiful. He did not dispute that she was graceful and winning, and that in the bright dawn of her womanhood she had come upon him a surprise. But he turned even this against her. In his sullen and unwholesome brooding, the unhappy man, with a dull perception of his alienation from all hearts, and a vague yearning for what he had all his life repelled, made a distorted picture of his rights and wrongs, and justified himself with it against her. The worthier she promised to be of him, the greater claim he was disposed to antedate upon her duty and submission. When had she ever shown him duty and submission? Did she grace his life or Edith's? Had her attractions been manifested first to him or Edith? Why, he and she had never been, from her birth, like father and child. They had always been estranged. She had crossed him every way and everywhere. She was leagued against him now. Her very beauty softened natures that were obdurate to him, and insulted him with an unnatural triumph. It may have been that in all this there were mutterings of an awakened feeling in his breast, however selfishly aroused by his position of disadvantage in comparison with what she might have made his life. But he silenced the distant thunder with the rolling of his sea of pride. He would bear nothing but his pride, and in his pride, a heap of inconsistency and misery and self-inflicted torment, he hated her. To the moody, stubborn, sullen demon that possessed him, his wife opposed her different pride in its full force. They never could have led a happy life together, but nothing could have made it more unhappy than the wilful and determined warfare of such elements. His pride was set upon maintaining his magnificent supremacy, and forcing recognition of it from her. She would have been racked to death, and turned but her haughty glance of calm, inflexible disdain upon him to the last. Such recognition from Edith. He little knew through what a storm and struggle she had been driven onward to the crowning honour of his hand. He little knew how much she thought she had conceded when she suffered him to call her wife. Mr. Dombey was resolved to show her that he was supreme. There must be no will but his. Proud he desired that she should be, but she must be proud for, not against him. As he sat alone, hardening, he would often hear her go out and come home, treading the round of London life, with no more heed of his liking or disliking, pleasure or displeasure, than if he had been her groom. Her cold, supreme indifference, his own unquestioned attribute usurped, stung him more than any other kind of treatment could have done, and he determined to bend her to his magnificent and stately will. He had been long communing with these thoughts, when one night he sought her in her own apartment, after he had heard her return home late. She was alone, in her brilliant dress, and had but that moment come from her mother's room. Her face was melancholy and pensive when he came upon her, but it mocked him at the door, for, glancing at the mirror before it, he saw immediately, as in a picture frame, the knitted brow and darkened beauty that he knew so well.
"Mrs. Dombey," he said, entering, "I must beg leave to have a few words with you."
"To-morrow," she replied.
"There is no time like the present, madam," he returned. "You mistake your position. I am used to choose my own times, not to have them chosen for me. I think you scarcely understand who and what I am, Mrs. Dombey."
"I think," she answered, "that I understand you very well." She looked upon him as she said so, and folding her white arms, sparkling with gold and gems, upon her swelling breast, turned away her eyes. If she had been less handsome, and less stately in her cold composure, she might not have had the power of impressing him with a sense of disadvantage that penetrated through his utmost pride. But she had the power, and he felt it keenly. He glanced round the room, saw how the splendid means of personal adornment, and the luxuries of dress, were scattered here and there and disregarded, not in mere caprice and carelessness, or so he thought, but in a steadfast, haughty disregard of costly things, and felt it more and more. Chaplets of flowers, plumes of feathers, jewels, laces, silks and satins, look where he would, he saw riches, despised, poured out, and made of no account. The very diamonds, a marriage gift, that rose and fell impatiently upon her bosom, seemed to pant to break the chain that clasped them round her neck, and roll down on the floor where she might tread upon them. He felt his disadvantage, and he showed it. Solemn and strange among this wealth of colour and voluptuous glitter, strange and constrained towards its haughty mistress, whose repellent beauty it repeated, and presented all around him as in so many fragments of a mirror, he was conscious of embarrassment and awkwardness. Nothing that ministered to her disdainful self-possession could fail to gall him. Galled and irritated with himself, he sat down and went on in no improved humour. "Mrs. Dombey, it is very necessary that there should be some understanding arrived at between us. Your conduct does not please me, madam." She merely glanced at him again, and again averted her eyes, but she might have spoken for an hour, and expressed less. "I repeat, Mrs. Dombey, does not please me. I have already taken occasion to request that it may be corrected. I now insist upon it." "You chose a fitting occasion for your first remonstrance, sir, and you adopt a fitting manner and a fitting word for your second. You insist? To me?"
"Madam,"
said Mr. Dombey, with his most offensive air of state, I have made you my wife. You bear my name. You are associated with my position and my reputation. I will not say that the world in general may be disposed to think you honoured by that association, but I will say that I am accustomed to insist to my connections and dependents.
Which may you be pleased to consider me? She asked.
Possibly I may think that my wife should partake, or does partake and cannot help herself, of both characters, Mrs. Dombey.
She bent her eyes upon him steadily, and set her trembling lips. He saw her bosom throb, and saw her face flush and turn white. All this he could know and did, but he could not know that one word was whispering in the deep recesses of her heart to keep her quiet, and that the word was Florence. Blind idiot, rushing to a precipice, he thought she stood in awe of him.
"You are too expensive, madam," said Mr. Dombey. "You are extravagant. You waste a great deal of money, or what would be a great deal in the pockets of most gentlemen, in cultivating a kind of society that is useless to me, and, indeed, that upon the whole is disagreeable to me. I have to insist upon a total change in all these respects. I know that in the novelty of possessing a tithe of such means as fortune has placed at your disposal, ladies are apt to run into a sudden extreme. There has been more than enough of that extreme. I beg that Mrs. Granger's very different experiences may now come to the instruction of Mrs. Dombey."
Still the fixed look, the trembling lips, the throbbing breast, the face now crimson and now white, and still the deep whisper, "Florence, Florence," speaking to her in the beating of her heart. His insolence of self-importance dilated as he saw this alteration in her, swollen no less by her past scorn of him, and his so recent feeling of disadvantage, than by her present submission, as he took it to be. It became too mighty for his breast, and burst all bounds. Why, who could long resist his lofty will and pleasure? He had resolved to conquer her, and look here.
"You will further please, madam," said Mr. Dombey in a tone of sovereign command, "to understand distinctly that I am to be deferred to and obeyed, that I must have a positive show and confession of deference before the world, madam. I am used to this. I require it as my right. In short, I will have it. I consider it no unreasonable return for the worldly advancement that has befallen you, and I believe nobody will be surprised, either at its being required from you, or at your making it. To me, he added with emphasis.
No word from her, no change in her, her eyes upon him.
"I have learnt from your mother, Mrs. Dombey," said Mr. Dombey, with magisterial importance, "what no doubt you know, namely, that Brighton is recommended for her health. Mr. Carker has been so good—"
She changed suddenly. Her face and bosom glowed as if the red light of an angry sunset had been flung upon them. Not unobservant of the change, and putting his own interpretation upon it, Mr. Dombey resumed.
"Mr. Carker has been so good as to go down and secure a house there for a time. On the return of the establishment to London, I shall take such steps for its better management as I consider necessary. One of these will be the engagement at Brighton, if it is to be effected, of a very respectable reduced person there, a Mrs. Pipchin, formerly employed in a situation of trust in my family, to act as housekeeper. An establishment like this, presided over but nominally, Mrs. Dombey, requires a competent head."
She had changed her attitude before he arrived at these words, and now sat, still looking at him fixedly, turning a bracelet round and round upon her arm, not winding it about with a light, womanly touch, but pressing and dragging it over the smooth skin until the white limb showed a bar of red.
I observed, said Mr. Dombey, and this concludes what I deem it necessary to say to you at present, Mrs. Dombey. I observed a moment ago, madam, that my allusion to Mr. Carker was received in a peculiar manner. On the occasion of my happening to point out to you, before that confidential agent, the objection I had to your mode of receiving my visitors, you were pleased to object to his presence. You will have to get the better of that objection, madam, and to accustom yourself to it very probably on many similar occasions, unless you adopt the remedy which is in your own hands, of giving me no cause of complaint. Mr. Carker, said Mr. Dombey, who, after the emotion he had just seen, set great store by this means of reducing his proud wife, and who was perhaps sufficiently willing to exhibit his power to that gentleman in a new and triumphant aspect. Mr. Carker being in my confidence, Mrs. Dombey, may very well be in yours to such an extent. I hope, Mrs. Dombey, he continued after a few moments, during which, in his increasing haughtiness, he had improved on his idea, I may not find it necessary ever to entrust Mr. Carker with any message of objection or remonstrance to you. But as it would be derogatory to my position and reputation to be frequently holding trivial disputes with a lady upon whom I have conferred the highest distinction that is in my power to bestow, I shall not scruple to avail myself of his services if I see the occasion. And now, he thought, rising in his moral magnificence, and rising a stiffer and more impenetrable man than ever, she knows me and my resolution. The hand that had so pressed the bracelet was laid heavily upon her breast, but she looked at him still, with an unaltered face, and said in a low voice, "Wait! For God's sake, I must speak to you." Why did she not? And what was the inward struggle that rendered her incapable of doing so, for minutes, while, in the strong constraint she put upon her face, it was as fixed as any statue's, looking upon him with neither yielding nor unyielding, liking nor hatred, pride nor humility, nothing but a searching gaze? "Did I ever tempt you to seek my hand? Did I ever use any art to win you? Was I ever more conciliating to you when you pursued me than I have been since our marriage? Was I ever other to you than I am?" "It is wholly unnecessary, madam," said Mr. Dombey, "to enter upon such discussions." "Did you think I loved you? Did you know I did not? Did you ever care, man, for my heart, or propose to yourself to win the worthless thing? Was there any poor pretence of any in our bargain, upon your side or on mine?" "These questions," said Mr. Dombey, "are all wide of the purpose, madam." She moved between him and the door to prevent his going away, and drawing her majestic figure to its height, looked steadily upon him still. "You answer each of them. You answer me before I speak, I see. How can you help it? You who know the miserable truth as well as I. Now tell me, if I loved you to devotion, could I do more than render up my whole will and being to you as you have just demanded? If my heart were pure and all untried, and you its idol, could you ask more? Could you have more?" "Possibly not, madam," he returned coolly. "You know how different I am. You see me looking on you now, and you can read the warmth of passion for you that is breathing in my face." Not a curl of the proud lip, not a flash of the dark eye, nothing but the same intent and searching look accompanied these words. "You know my general history. You have spoken of my mother. Do you think you can degrade, or bend, or break me to submission and obedience?" Mr. Dombey smiled, as he might have smiled at an inquiry whether he thought he could raise £10,000. "If there is anything unusual here," she said,
with a slight motion of her hand before her brow, which did not for a moment flinch from its immovable and otherwise expressionless gaze, "as I know there are unusual feelings here," raising the hand she pressed upon her bosom, and heavily returned it, "consider that there is no common meaning in the appeal I am going to make you. Yes, for I am going," she said it as in prompt reply to something in his face, "to appeal to you." Mr. Dombey, with a slight condescending bend of his chin that rustled and crackled his stiff cravat, sat down on a sofa that was near him, to hear the appeal. "If you can believe that I am of such a nature now," he fancied he saw tears glistening in her eyes, and he thought, complacently, that he had forced them from her, though none fell on her cheek, and she regarded him as steadily as ever, "as would make what I now say almost incredible to myself, said to any man who had become my husband, but, above all, said to you, you may, perhaps, attach the greater weight to it. In the dark end to which we are tending, and may come, we shall not involve ourselves alone, that might not be much, but others. Others. He knew at whom that word pointed, and frowned heavily. "I speak to you for the sake of others, also your own sake, and for mine. Since our marriage you have been arrogant to me, and I have repaid you in kind. You have shown to me and every one around us, every day and hour, that you think I am graced and distinguished by your alliance. I do not think so, and have shown that too. It seems you do not understand, or, so far as your power can go, intend that each of us shall take a separate course, and you expect from me instead a homage you will never have." Although her face was still the same, there was emphatic confirmation of this never in the very breath she drew. "I feel no tenderness towards you, that you know. You would care nothing for it if I did or could. I know as well that you feel none towards me, but we are linked together, and in the knot that ties us, as I have said, others are bound up. We must both die. We are both connected with the dead already, each by a little child. Let us forbear." Mr. Dombey took a long respiration, as if he would have said, "Oh, was this all?" "There is no wealth," she went on, turning paler as she watched him, while her eyes grew yet more lustrous in their earnestness, "that could buy these words of me, and the meaning that belongs to them. Once cast away as idle breath, no wealth or power can bring them back. I mean them. I have weighed them, and I will be true to what I undertake. If you will promise to forbear on your part, I will promise to forbear on mine. We are a most unhappy pair, in whom, from different causes, every sentiment that blesses marriage, or justifies it, is rooted out. But in the course of time, some friendship, or some fitness for each other, may arise between us. I will try to hope so, if you will make the endeavour too, and I will look forward to a better and a happier use of age than I have made of youth or prime." Throughout she had spoken in a low plain voice that neither rose nor fell. Ceasing, she dropped the hand with which she had enforced herself to be so passionless and distinct, but not the eyes with which she had so steadily observed him. "Madam," said Mr. Dombey with his utmost dignity, "I cannot entertain any proposal of this extraordinary nature." She looked at him yet, without the least change. "I cannot," said Mr. Dombey, rising as he spoke, "consent to temporize or treat with you, Mrs. Dombey, upon a subject as to which you are in possession of my opinions and expectations. I have stated my ultimatum, madam, and have only to request your very serious attention to it." To see the face change to its old expression, deepened in intensity, to see the eyes droop as from some mean and odious object, to see the lighting of the haughty brow, to see scorn, anger, indignation, and abhorrence starting into sight, and the pale blank earnestness vanish like a mist. He could not choose but look, although he looked to his dismay. "Go, sir," she said, pointing with an imperious hand towards the door. "Our first and last confidence is at an end. Nothing can make us stranger to each other than we are henceforth." "I shall take my rightful course, madam," said Mr. Dombey, "undeterred, you may be sure, by any general declamation." She turned her back upon him, and, without reply, sat down before her glass. "I place my reliance on your improved sense of duty, and more correct feeling, and better reflection, madam," said Mr. Dombey. She answered not one word. He saw no more expression of any heed of him in the mirror than if he had been an unseen spider on the wall, or beetle on the floor, or rather than if he had been the one or other seen and crushed when she last turned from him, and forgotten among the ignominious and dead vermin of the ground. He looked back, as he went out at the door, upon the well-lighted and luxurious room, the beautiful and glittering objects everywhere displayed, the shape of Edith in its rich dress seated before her glass, and the face of Edith as the glass presented it to him, and betook himself to his old chamber of cogitation, carrying away with him a vivid picture in his mind of all these things, and a rambling and unaccountable speculation, such as sometimes comes into a man's head, how they would all look when he saw them next. For the rest, Mr. Dombey was very taciturn, and very dignified, and very confident of carrying out his purpose, and remained so. He did not design accompanying the family to Brighton, but he graciously informed Cleopatra at breakfast, on the morning of departure, which arrived a day or two afterwards, that he might be expected down soon. There was no time to be lost in getting Cleopatra to any place recommended as being salutary, for indeed she seemed upon the wane, and turning of the earth, earthy. Without having undergone any decided second attack of her malady, the old woman seemed to have crawled backward in her recovery from the first. She was more lean and shrunken, more uncertain in her imbecility, and made strange confusions in her mind and memory. Among other symptoms of this last affliction, she fell into the habit of confounding the names of her two sons-in-law, the living and the deceased, and in general called Mr. Dombey either Grangeby or Domber, or indifferently both. But she was youthful, very youthful still, and in her youthfulness appeared at breakfast, before going away, in a new bonnet made express, and a travelling robe that was embroidered and braided like an old baby's. It was not easy to put her into a fly-away bonnet now, or to keep the bonnet in its place on the back of her poor nodding head, when it was got on. In this instance it had not only the extraneous effect of being always on one side, but of being perpetually tapped on the crown by Flowers the maid, who attended in the background during breakfast to perform that duty.
"Now, my dearest Grangeby," said Mrs. Skewton, "you must positively prom."
She cut some of her words short, and cut out others altogether.
"Come down very soon."
"I said just now, madam," returned Mr. Dombey, loudly and laboriously, "that I am coming in a day or two."
"Bless you, Domber."
Here the Major, who was come to take leave of the ladies, and who was staring through his apoplectic eyes at Mrs. Skewton's face with the disinterested composure of an immortal being, said,
"Begad, ma'am, you don't ask old Joe to come?"
"Mysterious wretch! Who's he?"
lisped Cleopatra, but a tap on the bonnet from Flowers seemed to jog her memory. She added,
"Oh, you mean yourself, you naughty creature."
"Devilish queer, sir,"
whispered the Major to Mr. Dombey.
Bad case. Never did wrap up enough.
The Major being buttoned to the chin.
Why, who should J.B. mean by Joe but old Joe Bagstock? Joseph, your slave, Joe, ma'am. Here's the man. Here are the Bagstock bellows, ma'am,
cried the Major, striking himself a sounding blow on the chest.
My dearest Edith, Grangeby, it's most extraordinary thing, said Cleopatra pettishly, that Major
Bagstock, J.B., cried the Major, seeing that she faltered for his name.
Well, it don't matter,
said Cleopatra.
Edith, my love, you know I never could remember names. What was it? Oh, most extraordinary thing that so many people want to come down to see me. I'm not going for long. I'm coming back. Surely they can wait till I come back?
Cleopatra looked all round the table as she said it, and appeared very uneasy.
I won't have visitors. Really don't want visitors, she said. Little repose, and all that sort of thing is what I require. No odious brutes must approach me till I've shaken off this numbness.
And in a grisly resumption of her coquettish ways, she made a dab at the Major with her fan, but overset Mr. Dombey's breakfast cup instead, which was in quite a different direction. Then she called for Withers, and charged him to see particularly that word was left about some trivial alterations in her room, which must be all made before she came back, and which must be set about immediately, as there was no saying how soon she might come back, for she had a great many engagements and all sorts of people to call upon. Withers received these directions with becoming deference, and gave his guarantee for their execution. But when he withdrew a pace or two behind her, it appeared as if he couldn't help looking strangely at the Major, who couldn't help looking strangely at Mr. Dombey, who couldn't help looking strangely at Cleopatra, who couldn't help nodding her bonnet over one eye, and rattling her knife and fork upon her plate and using them, as if she were playing castanets. Edith alone never lifted her eyes to any face at the table, and never seemed dismayed by anything her mother said or did. She listened to her disjointed talk, or at least turned her head towards her when addressed, replied in a few low words when necessary, and sometimes stopped her when she was rambling, or brought her thoughts back with a monosyllable to the point from which they had strayed. The mother, however unsteady in other things, was constant in this, that she was always observant of her. She would look at the beautiful face in its marble stillness and severity, now with a kind of fearful admiration, now in a giggling foolish effort to move it to a smile, now with capricious tears and jealous shakings of her head, as imagining herself neglected by it, always with an attraction towards it that never fluctuated like her other ideas, but had constant possession of her. From Edith she would sometimes look at Florence, and back again at Edith, in a manner that was wild enough, and sometimes she would try to look elsewhere as if to escape from her daughter's face, but back to it she seemed forced to come, although it never sought hers unless sought, or troubled her with one single glance. The best concluded, Mrs. Skewton affecting to lean girlishly upon the Major's arm, but heavily supported on the other side by Flowers the maid, and propped up behind by Withers the page, was conducted to the carriage which was to take her, Florence, and Edith to Brighton.
"And is Joseph absolutely banished?"
said the Major, thrusting in his purple face over the steps.
"Damme, ma'am! Is Cleopatra so hard-hearted as to forbid her faithful Anthony Bagstock to approach the presence?"
Go along,
said Cleopatra.
I can't bear you. You shall see me when I come back, if you are very good.
"Tell Joseph he may live in hope, ma'am," said the Major, "or he'll die in despair."
Cleopatra shuddered and leaned back.
Edith, my dear,
she said,
tell him.
What?
Such dreadful words, said Cleopatra. He uses such dreadful words.
Edith signed to him to retire, gave the word to go on, and left the objectionable Major to Mr. Dombey, to whom he returned, whistling.
"I'll tell you what, sir,"
said the Major, with his hands behind him, and his legs very wide asunder.
"A fair friend of ours has removed to Queer Street."
"What do you mean, Major?" inquired Mr. Dombey.
"I mean to say, Dombey," returned the Major, "that you'll soon be an orphan-in-law."
Mr. Dombey appeared to relish this waggish description of himself so very little, that the Major wound up with the horse's cough as an expression of gravity.
"Damme, sir," said the Major, "there is no use in disguising a fact. Joe is blunt, sir. That's his nature. If you take old Josh at all, you take him as you find him, and a devilish, rusty, old rasper of a close-toothed J.B. file you do find him, Dombey," said the Major. "Your wife's mother is on the move, sir."
"I fear," returned Mr. Dombey with much philosophy, "that Mrs. Skewton is shaken."
"Shaken, Dombey?" said the Major. "Smashed!"
"Change, however," pursued Mr. Dombey, "and attention may do much yet."
"Don't believe it, sir," returned the Major. "Damme, sir, she never wrapped up enough. If a man don't wrap up," said the Major, taking in another button of his buff waistcoat, "he has nothing to fall back upon. But some people will die. They will do it. Damme, they will. They're obstinate. I tell you what, Dombey, it may not be ornamental, it may not be refined, it may be rough and tough, but a little of the genuine old English Bagstock stamina, sir, would do all the good in the world to the human breed."
After imparting this precious piece of information, the Major, who was certainly true blue, whatever other endowments he may have had or wanted, coming within the genuine old English classification, which has never been exactly ascertained, took his lobster eyes and his apoplexy to the club, and choked there all day. Cleopatra, at one time fretful, at another self-complacent, sometimes awake, sometimes asleep, and at all times juvenile, reached Brighton the same night, fell to pieces as usual, and was put away in bed, where a gloomy fancy might have pictured a more potent skeleton than the maid who should have been one, watching at the rose-coloured curtains, which were carried down to shed their bloom upon her. It was settled in high council of medical authority that she should take a carriage airing every day, and that it was important she should get out every day, and walk if she could. Edith was ready to attend her, always ready to attend her, with the same mechanical attention and immovable beauty, and they drove out alone, for Edith had an uneasiness in the presence of Florence, now that her mother was worse, and told Florence, with a kiss, that she would rather they two went alone. Mrs. Skewton, on one particular day, was in the irresolute, exacting, jealous temper that had developed itself on her recovery from her first attack. After sitting silent in the carriage watching Edith for some time, she took her hand and kissed it passionately. The hand was neither given nor withdrawn, but simply yielded to her raising of it, and being released, dropped down again, almost as if it were insensible. At this she began to whimper and moan, and say what a mother she had been, and how she was forgotten. This she continued to do at capricious intervals, even when they had alighted, when she herself was halting along with the joint support of Withers and a stick, and Edith was walking by her side, and the carriage slowly following at a little distance. It was a bleak, lowering, windy day, and they were out upon the downs with nothing but a bare sweep of land between them and the sky. The mother, with a querulous satisfaction in the monotony of her complaint, was still repeating it in a low voice from time to time, and the proud form of her daughter moved beside her slowly, when there came advancing over a dark ridge before them two other figures, which in the distance were so like an exaggerated imitation of their own that Edith stopped. Almost as she stopped, the two figures stopped, and that one which, to Edith's thinking, was like a distorted shadow of her mother, spoke to the other earnestly
and with a pointing hand towards them. That one seemed inclined to turn back, but the other, in which Edith recognised enough that was like herself to strike her with an unusual feeling, not quite free from fear, came on, and then they came on together. The greater part of this observation she made while walking towards them, for her stoppage had been momentary. Nearer observation showed her that they were poorly dressed, as wanderers about the country, that the younger woman carried knitted work, or some such goods for sale, and that the old one toiled on empty-handed. And yet, however far removed she was in dress, in dignity, in beauty, Edith could not but compare the younger woman with herself still. It may have been that she saw upon her face some traces which she knew were lingering in her own soul, if not yet written on that index. But as the woman came on, returning her gaze, fixing her shining eyes upon her, undoubtedly presenting something of her own air and stature, and appearing to reciprocate her own thoughts, she felt a chill creep over her, as if the day were darkening, and the wind were colder. They had now come up. The old woman, holding out her hand importunately, stopped to beg of Mrs. Skewton. The younger one stopped too, and she and Edith looked in one another's eyes. "What is it that you have to sell?" said Edith.
"Only this,"
returned the woman, holding out her wares without looking at them.
"I sold myself long ago."
"My lady, don't believe her,"
croaked the old woman to Mrs. Skewton.
"Don't believe what she says. She loves to talk like that. She's my handsome and undutiful daughter. She gives me nothing but reproaches, my lady, for all I have done for her. Look at her now, my lady, how she turns upon her poor old mother with her looks."
As Mrs. Skewton drew her purse out with a trembling hand, and eagerly fumbled for some money, which the other old woman greedily watched for, their heads all but touching in their hurry and decrepitude, Edith interposed. "I have seen you," addressing the old woman, "before."
"Yes, my lady," with a curtsy. "Down in Warwickshire, the morning among the trees, when you wouldn't give me nothing. But the gentleman, he give me something. Oh, bless him,
mumbled the old woman, holding up her skinny hand and grinning frightfully at her daughter.
"It's of no use attempting to stay me, Edith,"
said Mrs. Skewton, angrily anticipating an objection from her.
"You know nothing about it. I won't be dissuaded. I'm sure this is an excellent woman, and a good mother."
"Yes, my lady, yes,"
chattered the old woman, holding out her avaricious hand.
"Thank'ee, my lady. Lord bless you, my lady. 6 more, my pretty lady, as a good mother yourself."
"And treated undutifully enough too, my good old creature, sometimes, I assure you,"
said Mrs. Skewton, whimpering.
"There, shake hands with me. You're a very good old creature, full of what's his name, and all that. You're all affection and etc. Ain't you?"
"Oh, yes, my lady."
"Yes, I'm sure you are, and so's that gentlemanly creature Grangeby. I must really shake hands with you again. And now you can go, you know, and I hope,"
addressing the daughter,
"that you'll show more gratitude and natural what's its name, and all the rest of it. But I never remember names, for there never was a better mother than the good old creature's been to you. Come, Edith."
As the ruin of Cleopatra tottered off, whimpering and wiping its eyes with the gingerly remembrance of rouge in their neighbourhood, the old woman hobbled another way, mumbling and counting her money. Not one word more, nor one other gesture, had been exchanged between Edith and the younger woman, but neither had removed her eyes from the other for a moment. They had remained confronted until now, when Edith, as awakening from a dream, passed slowly on. "You're a handsome woman," muttered her shadow, looking after her, "but good looks won't save us. And you're a proud woman, but pride won't save us. We had need to know each other when we meet again." End of chapter 40.